Hello everyone, if you're new to my channel, consider liking and subscribing. It will make me feel wonderful if you do that. Thanks. By the way, I also have another Naruto and Luffy fanfiction channel. If you are interested, link is in the description.
One Piece, My Crew is from Otherworld, by FanficLord03. Ryunosuke accidentally traveled to the world of One Piece and was bound to the god-level pirate crew system. My crew? Yeah, it's a little special. First Division, Night Raid, from the Akame ga Kill. Second Division, the Akatsuki, led by Pain, from the Naruto world. Third Division, the Seven Deadly Sins. Adios.
Dane, congratulations to the host. You have received the faith of the King of Alabasta. You have gained 20,000 reputation points. From now on, as long as Alabasta exists and continues to spread its faith, the host will continue to gain reputation points. Just as Ryunosuke returned to the extremely evil warship, the familiar voice of the system echoed in his ears. Faith, huh? System. Show me the panel. Raising his hand, Ryunosuke called out his status screen. Over the last few weeks, whether it was defeating Crocodile or meeting Nico Robin, he had racked up a solid amount of reputation points. But lately, those numbers had become so routine, so easy to earn, that he hadn't really paid them any mind. But now, this new development about faith piqued his curiosity. Host. Ryunosuke, 22 years old, abilities. Advanced swordsmanship, advanced assassination techniques, intermediate armament haki, basic observation haki, Rinnegan. Items. Aim no Habakiri, reputation pack reputation points, 116,000. Crew. First Division Captain. Najenda, Akame ga Kill. First Division Member. Akame ga Kill, Night Raid Group Activation, Recruitment Conditions Met. Second Division Captain. Crollo, Hunter x Hunter. Phantom Troop Group Activation, Recruitment Conditions Met. Third Division Member. Jigokudo, Mukai, Naruto, Naraka Path, Pain. Pain Group Activation, Recruitment Conditions Met. Special Crew Members. Mario, Kuina, Rolke, Hawkins. Place of Origin. Whiskey Peak, 3219 reputation points created, redeemable. Place of Faith. Alabasta, 18 reputation points created, redeemable. Title. Captain of the Dragon Hunter Pirates. Looking at the glowing, luxurious panel, Ryunosuke smirked in understanding. So this place of faith is something like a loyalty zone, except it generates reputation way faster than origin places. He wasn't complaining, reputation was reputation. At that moment, Najenda walked up to him. Captain, are we heading to the next location? She tilted her head slightly, hands tucked behind her back. Or are we doing something else? We've been stuck here for a while. It was true. The short break had been nice, but pirates like them were born for the sea. Staying still for too long was like rust gathering on a sword. Plus, the Navy was starting to show up more frequently in the area. And the fact that Ryunosuke hadn't ordered them to wipe out those pests was, frankly, out of character. We're heading to Jaya Island, Ryunosuke replied, stretching his back. There's someone there I want to meet. If things go right, I want him on our crew. Najenda nodded with a half smile. One guy, huh? Got it. Setting course for Jaya Island. She turned to issue the orders. Moments later, the massive and ominous evil warship roared back onto the open sea. Elsewhere, a lone seagull glided down and landed on a remote, deserted island. Blackbeard, Teach himself, was squatting beside a fire, grinning as he read the latest newspaper delivered by the bird. So, they've already set sail from Alabasta? His voice was a low growl, filled with dark anticipation. It's almost time. That paper didn't just reach him. Word had spread across the Grand Line. World government, marines, and powerful pirate crews had all received updates on Ryunosuke's movements. Even though the newsbirds wouldn't approach the Dragon Hunter pirates directly anymore, they watched from afar. The moment they spotted them, the info went straight to Morgan's, who wasted no time distributing it. Of course, because of the last incident, Whitebeard's crew had been temporarily blacklisted. They had no idea any of this was happening. 3 days later, Ryunosuke lazily picked up the Denden Mushi. the receiver still warm from the sun as he reclined on a deck chair after training. "What's up?" Crollo's voice came through. "Morgans has leaked your route again. Want me to hit the news division in the New World and wipe them out?" He said it like he was ordering lunch. Ryunosuke chuckled. "Nah. Head to Jai Island first. One of your people just arrived." Crollo went quiet for a moment. "Someone from the Phantom Troop?" "Sure." Ryunosuke had never stripped Crollo of the troop title, and technically he was allowed to rebuild the group here, but until now, Crollo hadn't been impressed with the local recruits. Most of them were just disposable bodies to him. Cannon fodder. Nothing close to the real troop. "Got it," Crollo replied softly. He ended the call. But as he stared at the Den Mushi, he realized his hands were shaking ever so slightly. The troop had always been about the idea, the bond. As long as the spider lived, the legs could grow again. But now, hearing that one of his had arrived, one of the real ones, made something stir deep inside him. Who could it be? Crollo looked at the wrecked pirate ships and corpses around him. No matter who it is, this world's worth their time. Just then, one of his subordinates approached, holding a treasure chest. "Boss, we found a zone-type devil fruit. Not sure what its powers are, though." Crollo glanced at the chest and nodded. "Put it in the treasury. Tell the navigator, head for Jai Island." He wasn't wasting time. Life at sea had changed him. This world, the chaos, the freedom, the treasures, was everything the Phantom Troop had ever wanted. He was thriving. In fact, this would be the 6th devil fruit he'd collected so far. For a collector like Crollo, this was paradise, not far away, aboard another massive pirate ship. "Captain, there's someone from the Dragon Hunter pirates dead ahead. But it doesn't match the usual reports. This guy's got a whole damn fleet with him." A crewman called out from the lookout post, eyes wide. Their captain leaned forward, a cruel grin forming on his face. "Dragon Hunter or not, kill 'em all. Captain, we're being chased by pirates." The lookout of the Phantom Troop rushed over to report to Crollo. Anyone who'd earned Crollo's favor wasn't weak, just a step behind the pursuers in noticing the tale. "Chased?" Crollo raised an eyebrow. "A pirate ship?" He stood up, pulled out a special telescope, and activated his Nen ability. Enhance. With the aid of Nen, the telescope's range and clarity extended dramatically. Through it, a massive pirate ship came into view. "That's a big one," he muttered. "I remember the captain liking this kind of ship." "Change course. We're meeting them head-on," he ordered without hesitation. "Got it. Move it. Turn the bow now. What are you standing around for? Didn't you hear the captain? Turn the damn bow. Move faster, don't make us look slow." The Phantom Troop moved as one, swiftly turning the ship toward the enemy. No one questioned Crollo's orders. Those who had before were long gone, likely digested in the bellies of sea kings. As their ship surged forward, the pirates on the other side were stunned. What the hell? A rookie pirate crew, charging straight at them. Have these little punks lost their minds? They clearly don't know who they're dealing with. The opposing crew had just returned from the New World to the Grand Line. Their captain stood confidently at the bow, smirking. "Looks like the Grand Line's forgotten the fear we once inspired," he said coldly. "Let's remind them. I am Captain Frode of the Frode Pirates." "The Frode Pirates?" One of Crollo's men muttered. "Doesn't sound too impressive." Before Frode could continue his introduction, Crollo appeared calmly at the bow of their ship. "Frode, bounty. 230 million berries. Who the hell are you?" "Captain, that's Crollo. Captain of the 2nd Division of the Dragon Hunter Pirates," one of Frode's men whispered urgently. At once, the crew raised their Mauser rifles, aiming them straight at Crollo, ready to fire at Frode's command. Crollo didn't flinch. "I'll make this simple," he said. "You have two options: die here, or become my underling." He glanced over the ship with a smirk. "Nice ship, by the way. Looks fast, good offensive and defensive design. I'll be taking it either way." Frode's calm demeanor cracked, fury twisting his face. He'd thought the Dragon Hunter pirates were just thugs who bullied small-time crews and ambushed a few marines. Just a bunch of lunatics looking to make a name for themselves. But now he realized they were actual lunatics. Fire! But the moment he gave the command, something horrifying happened. All of Frode's own men turned their guns, not on Crollo, but on him. Ka. What the hell are you doing? I'm your captain. You bastards, wake up. Frode panicked, but Crollo just smiled and stepped back. You guys handle this. I trust your strength. Clean up your own mess. He seemed more interested in the ship than the mutiny. As he pulled on his gloves, he muttered. Glove. The secret left by God. A materialization-type Nen ability. These gloves allowed him to read the history of any object he touched, understanding its experiences, its essence. But it only worked on objects. Not people. Unless they were dead. Corpse equals object. Frode, still stunned, tried to protest. You, damn it. But his own men opened fire without hesitation. Gunshots rang out, Mauser bullets slicing through the air like wasps. As soon as the magazines emptied, they charged with blades, cutlasses, axes, whatever they had, rushing their own captain. Captain, run. We're being controlled. Boss, leave us, don't die here too. We're sorry, brother. Their words were tearful, full of regret, but their weapons never slowed down. Oh, still conscious enough to speak? Impressive, Crollo mused. Seems like my blessed angel still needs refining. He casually flipped open his bandit's secret and began jotting down observations. Then, he reached out and touched the mast. This feeling, something's hidden here. He turned toward the cabin and walked in, leaving the bloodbath behind. After all, they were the ones who came after him. Their fate was no concern of his. Ryunosuke had told him that much. Inside, guided by subtle hints in the wood and walls, Crollo eventually found a small treasure chamber. It was filled with riches. A pirate with a 230 million bounty wasn't exactly poor. Then, something caught his eye. A box. No, more like a handle embedded into the ship itself. Is this what I sensed earlier? He whispered. He tried to open it, but it wouldn't budge. Locked? Needs a key? Crollo examined the groove carefully. A faint glow pulsed as he used materialized Nen to recreate the key. Click. Hee. A deep rumble vibrated through the floor as a hidden staircase slowly revealed itself. So this was buried here. He extended his observation haki, scanning the hidden chamber below. His eyes lit up with interest. Something like this. The captain might find it useful. With that in mind, he turned and left. When he stepped back onto the deck, Frode was on his knees, face drenched in tears, surrounded by the corpses of his crew. You really chose your life over theirs, huh? Crollo said coldly. Couldn't even die with honor so your men might live? He sighed. Forget it. You wouldn't understand even if I explained it. This ship's mine now. You. Bang! Frode lunged suddenly, haki swirling around his fists and feet. But before he could even touch Crollo, clap! The massive angel floating silently above Crollo brought its hands together with crushing force. Frode was obliterated in an instant. People in this world really don't understand their limits, Crollo muttered, brushing dust from his coat. If it were me, I'd have run a long time ago. He shook his head, then took out his Denden Mushi and dialed a number. Time to report to Captain Ryunosuke, he said calmly. He'll want to hear about what I just found. A few hours later. Bad news, sir. The cargo we entrusted to the Frode pirates was intercepted by Crollo, captain of the Dragon Hunter Pirates 2nd Division. They even took the entire ship, Sabo di Archipelago. A man dressed in flamboyant attire sprinted into a luxurious room, his expression twisted in panic as he addressed a tall figure wearing a glass fish tank over his head. You said, it was robbed? The figure replied, his tone cold and dangerous. Didn't you assure me that the Frode pirates could handle the task? The man he was speaking to was none other than Valrona Saint, a celestial dragon. Hearing those words, the man trembled even harder. He had, in fact, been the one to recommend the Frode pirates. Now that something had gone wrong, he knew he'd have to take the fall, and with someone like Valrona Saint, that likely meant death. Valrona Saint, bang, a gunshot rang out. Before he could even finish his sentence, his body hit the ground. Trash, Valrona said casually, lowering his smoking gun. You have no right to beg for forgiveness. Turning to a man waiting nearby, he continued, Dave, I'll leave the rest to you. I don't want my belongings in the hands of common pirates. He paused, then smirked. That said, This Dragon Hunter Pirates group seems interesting. If possible, make them mine. My own personal pirates, sailing under my banner. Although Valrona Saint considered pirates beneath him, owning a pirate crew, like a new toy, seemed like a fun idea. In fact, among the celestial dragons, owning a pirate crew had recently become a trend. Some of them even began discussing the four emperors, debating whether they could also own such powerful forces. Of course, their pawns weren't truly capable of controlling the four emperors, but the ambition remained. As strange as it sounded, there was now an unofficial competition among the celestial dragons. Who could acquire the strongest pirate crew? The five elders and I am Sama? They didn't bother intervening. Let the spoiled nobles play their little games. If anything, it might help reveal something useful. Understood, Lord Valrona, Dave said respectfully and disappeared. Valrona chuckled to himself. The Dragon Hunter pirates. Huh? If I can make them mine, who in this world could stand against me? He began laughing maniacally. An exclusive pirate crew. This is way more fun than owning slaves. The camera zoomed out, revealing a massive, decadent room filled with women, some barely dressed, others completely naked, writhing on the floor. None of them were dead. Yet, lewd, disturbing sounds echoed in the background as Valrona lost interest, got up, and casually walked out. Moments later, a group of guards rushed in. Then, well, what followed was something that even Midu would struggle to describe. Meanwhile, completely unaware of what had transpired in Sabaody, Ryunosuke and his crew were making their way toward Jaya Island. Ryunosuke had just received a message from Crollo. The shipment they intercepted was loaded with high-end arms and weapons. Definitely not the kind of cargo typical pirates would be transporting. Even in the New World, arms deals were usually controlled by Doflamingo. Unless you were an insider, nobody touched that business. Captain Najenda approached, holding a report. According to Crollo's inventory, the ship was stacked with rifles, ammunition, and cannons, enough to arm 10 warships. She frowned. This sort of shipment isn't for pirates. It's clearly meant for a government or nation. Want me to dig deeper? Ryunosuke shook his head with a smirk. No need. Someone will come knocking soon. This kind of operation, definitely not amateur work. I have a feeling, the people behind this are exactly who we've been looking for. Ryunosuke's grin widened. Originally, he assumed he'd have to wait until reaching Sabaody before confronting the real monsters behind the world's corruption. Up until now, the Celestial Guard had been nothing more than cannon fodder in his eyes. Strong, sure, but stagnant. They plateaued the moment they became dogs of the Celestial Dragons. But now that they were messing with arms deals, the trail was heating up fast. Captain, the eternal log pose is reacting strongly. Najenda's urgent voice cut through his thoughts. Ryunosuke moved to her side, staring at the vibrating eternal pose in her hand. That reaction could only mean one thing. After the God Valley battle, the Rock's pirates must have left behind more than just rumors. If Uncle Erwin cares this much, there's got to be something huge waiting. He had originally thought the Rock's pirates' treasure would be in the New World. But now, it looked like the legacy of God Valley was buried in the first half of the Grand Line. Which meant, the legendary Battle of God Valley happened here, not in the New World. Let's check it out, Ryunosuke said calmly, then glanced at Ace beside him. But before he could say anything, Ace smiled and waved a hand. Don't worry about me, bro. I got this. With my current strength, Blackbeard's no match for me. I can handle my own business. Ryunosuke raised an eyebrow. Classic Ace. Always trying to shoulder everything with a grin. But Ryunosuke wasn't the kind of guy to just let things slide. Sometimes, despair was born not from a single tragedy, but from a mountain of tiny disappointments stacked too high. Don't be in such a rush. I'll personally capture Blackbeard and throw him on your ship. Ryunosuke cracked a smile. I still owe Uncle Whitebeard a drink. After that, we'll each do what we've got to do. Captain, Najenda started, but Ryunosuke cut her off. No need to say anything. It's decided. Seeing the firm determination in his eyes, Najenda gave a small nod and stepped back. As a crewmate, her job was to carry out his orders. Everything else could wait. Ace suddenly rushed forward and hugged Ryunosuke. Bro, he knew. Ryunosuke had no background. No safety net. Every step he took was on a tightrope between survival and death. The Marines hunted him. Other pirates targeted him. He didn't have the Whitebeard flag protecting him. Ace had never experienced that kind of isolation. Guess all my brothers are idiots, Ryunosuke muttered with a wry smile, patting Ace's head as he stepped to the bow of the ship. He looked out across the open sea, his fists clenched. The storm was coming, and Ryunosuke was ready to face it. Ryunosuke and his crew soon arrived at the sea near Jaya Island. This area was filled with salvage ships, all scouring the ocean floor for wreckage and treasures that had sunk after being blasted into the sky by the knock-up stream. It was a clear reminder, no matter the place, people will always find a way to survive. Throughout this voyage, Ryunosuke had noticed something else too. Unlike the pirates glamorized in the anime, most of the ones they encountered were dirt poor. Forget treasure-filled ships. Some couldn't even afford supplies. Their only option? Robbery? But even robbery needs some capital. Some of these guys were swinging around rusty swords like they were still in their rookie days. Ryunosuke understood. It didn't matter what world you were in. Only a few could actually thrive in the chaos. This was the great age of piracy, after all. Ever since Roger's final words sparked the world's obsession with the One Piece, tens of thousands of pirate crews had set sail. With that many groups out at sea, it was inevitable that some would be scraping by. Suddenly, Ace came running over, eyes bright with excitement. Bro, Dad's coming, huh? Ryunosuke raised a brow. Ace grinned from ear to ear. He and the crew were supposed to wait for me in the New World, but after hearing about your fight with Morgans, Dad changed his mind. Even now, Ace held on to hope. Maybe, just maybe, Ryunosuke would be moved by Whitebeard's charisma and join the crew. After all, hadn't Ace himself once joined because of that same reason? Uncle Whitebeard's coming? Ryunosuke laughed. That's great. He took out his Den Mushi and dialed Crollo. If they were gonna meet the Whitebeard pirates, it was best to roll in with backup. Captain, are you nearby? Crollo's voice rang through the snail. I'll be there by afternoon. Alright, good, Ryunosuke said. We're meeting with the Whitebeard pirates, so get everything ready on your end. Hanging up, he raised his hand and opened his system panel. 140,000 reputation points. 20,000 had come from grinding and monster hunting along the way. The rest came after Crollo jacked a weapon ship. Time to summon new members. He'd already decided. One from the Phantom Troop was coming over. But which one? Phaeton, Maki, Shizuku. Those three were top picks. Crollo was the brains, but every team needed limbs to move. And they didn't need another brainless meathead like Uvajin for now. This world already had enough reckless lunatics. Luffy and Ace came to mind. System, Ryunosuke said calmly, designated recruitment, Tendo Pain. He raised his hand and selected the option. Since the Pain group was already unlocked, it made sense to summon its captain first. A flash of light burst from a semicircle that materialized in front of him. A tall man with a black cloak and metallic piercings on his face stepped forward. Tendo Pain, Yahiko, from the world of Naruto, body controlled by Nagato, wielder of the Rinnegan. Rating: SS. Abilities: Chibaku Tensai, Shinra Tensai, Bansho Tennen, Elemental Nullification. Ding! Extracting abilities. As Tendo Pain joined the crew, system notifications echoed in Ryunosuke's ears. Every member of the crew, especially the core members, felt a strange power surge into their bodies. Even the handyman crew felt it, though to a lesser extent. The captain's aura, it's changed again. You noticed too, huh? Of course. Every time he does something like this, everyone gets stronger. Could it be? Can the captain enhance our power just by recruiting people? He might really be a god. A god, no doubt about it. The crewmates murmured among themselves. Though they were weaker than most, being around someone like Ryunosuke exposed them to things most people never even dreamed of. System, Ryunosuke said again, designated recruitment, Maki. Her abilities were exactly what the ship needed. Her nen-based healing techniques could patch up anyone, and that was worth more than gold out at sea. In a flash, another figure appeared before him, short pink hair, tight-lipped, cold aura. Maki, from Hunter x Hunter, transmutation type Nen user, Phantom Troop member, 6th strongest in arm wrestling. Abilities: Nen thread stitching, tracking, telepathic communication. Ding! Extracting abilities. Ding! Congratulations! 3 squads have been formed with at least 2 special members in each. Unlocking Dragon Hunt Order. Special reward: Life Essence 5 drops for Captain Ryunosuke, 3 drops for each squad leader, 1 drop per member. Ryunosuke couldn't help but smirk. This recruitment session was worth it. Not just the rewards and abilities, but Pain and Maki themselves. Their presence massively elevated the Dragon Hunt pirates' power level. Life Essence contains highly condensed life force, permanently increases cell regeneration speed and grants advanced healing. Dragon Hunt Order, a captain-exclusive artifact, can be fused into the body, allowing instant communication with 10 assigned suborder holders. One by one, new ability descriptions and item details filled his vision. And then, something strange began happening inside his body. A pressure, unseen, intangible, but overwhelming, started leaking from him. Is this Conqueror's Haki? Ryunosuke looked at his panel with wide eyes. A slow smile formed. He didn't expect to awaken it like this. He figured the system would just give it to him at some point. But no, this felt natural. Earned. This wasn't just a strength boost. This was a massive leap forward. Anyone at the top of the food chain in this world needed it, had to have it. Sure, people like the Navy admirals didn't use Conqueror's Haki, but that was only because they paid for that gap with insane levels of physical ability, swordsmanship, and devil fruit mastery. Awakening Conqueror's Haki was rare and hard to explain. No one knew the exact trigger, just that it represented the will of a king. And now, Ryunosuke had taken a big step towards standing atop this chaotic, lawless world. He was one step closer to becoming a true king of the sea. The moment the new crew members arrived, Najenda and the others gathered on deck. Captain Jigokudo was the first to step forward, his expression respectful as he stood before Ryunosuke. Even now, his loyalty ran deep, etched into his bones. Though Tendo Pain wasn't from his village originally, once he became Pain, his shadow had been burned into Jigokudo's spirit. Ryunosuke gave a small nod. Let me introduce everyone. He pointed to the newcomers. This is Tendo Pain, real name, Yahiko. He'll be leading the 3rd Division. And this young lady here is Maki, a member of the Phantom Troop's 2nd Division. Najenda stepped forward with her usual calm smile. Looks like we've got more monsters joining the crew. She extended her hand. Najenda, 1st Division Captain of Night Raid. I'm Akame. 1st Division, too, Akame added quietly, her voice as sharp as her blade. One by one, the rest introduced themselves until everyone was familiar with each other's names and divisions. Then Maki tilted her head, looking puzzled. Captain, did you just say, Phantom Troop? What do you mean by that? Of course she knew what the Phantom Troop was. She'd been one of its original members. That's what confused her. Ryunosuke smirked. Chrollo's with us too. He's just not here yet, should be arriving soon. Maki froze. Her eyes widened, and her voice trembled. Chrollo, isn't he dead? Tears welled up in her eyes. A calm, familiar voice spoke from the side. Nope, I'm alive. Everyone turned. Sure enough, it was Chrollo. Standing on the deck, a soft smile on his face. Long time no see, Maki. He had arrived earlier than expected, thanks to the stolen Celestial Dragon warship. Far faster than the old one. If it had been the previous ship, he probably wouldn't have made it until the afternoon. But here he was, just past noon. Chrollo. Maki didn't wait for another word. She rushed into his arms, the tears in her eyes now joined by a joyful smile. No wonder she never gave Hisoka the time of day, Ryunosuke whispered. So this was the connection. Both from Meteor City. Both joined the Phantom Troop together. Makes sense they'd be close, he added. Ryunosuke smiled as he watched the emotional reunion. The others were all looking at the pair too. After all, Chrollo had been sailing solo since he joined. But the results he'd brought back, both intel and loot, were nothing short of impressive. It was clear the Phantom Troop had adapted to this world's rhythm even faster than some of the older members. Just as Crollo opened his mouth to speak, his eyes darted toward the warship. Wait. Is the ship already eating? Ryunosuke chuckled. Yup. Our special partner's got quite the appetite. The warship, infused with malevolence and spirit, had already begun devouring the celestial dragon ship. Unlike standard pirate vessels, this one had top-tier materials and high-tech components, making it an absolute delicacy to the living warship. Of course, if it were a ship with a soul, like the Going Merry, things would be different. Anything with a spirit wasn't just an object anymore, it had a will of its own. Nagenda's gaze sharpened. Did anyone follow you here? Ryunosuke's smile faded. I know it's a bit of a mood killer, but we have to be cautious. We're messing with the celestial dragon's assets now. That's serious heat. Everyone knew the truth. The world's nobles might be trash in the eyes of many, but their power and wealth were undeniable. That kind of status attracted powerful subordinates, like the elite celestial guards, or those deeply tied to the arms trade. Crollo shook his head. Nothing so far. I even beat my crew back here. They won't arrive until this afternoon. Ryunosuke nodded, then turned to the others. Alright. Let me explain what we're doing next. Tendo Pain, Yahiko, you'll lead the 3rd Division. I'm assigning you half of the Odd Jobs Squad. Your main task is intelligence gathering. He turned to Jigokudo. You'll go with him. I don't want large-scale battles. Focus on staying alive and collecting information. That's priority 1. Understood, Captain, Yahiko replied, his face unreadable as always. Once Crollo's crew gets back, pick a few ships and split up. He looked at Crollo. You'll continue moving independently, just like before. Spread out. Stay mobile. If something goes down and I need support, you need to be able to move fast. He gave a short laugh. Last time, if it wasn't for your positioning, Jigokudo probably would have summoned all the statues and nuked the place. We'd have been screwed. Crollo nodded. I'll handle it. Oh, and Captain, Crollo added with a grin, on this trip, I found 8 devil fruits. A few gasps sounded from the crew. Crollo continued, but I don't plan to use them. I want to store them. Mind giving me a personal cabin on the evil warship to start a collection? His tone was almost childlike with excitement. Ryunosuke raised an eyebrow but smiled. Sure. Kuroro, like any true thief, had a love for treasures. Devil fruits were trophies to him, valuable, rare, and worth hoarding. Though the Phantom Troop had once dabbled in collecting people, Ryunosuke had made it very clear. That wasn't acceptable anymore. Crollo respected that. 1st Division stays on the evil warship, Ryunosuke continued. Also, everyone, don't neglect your training. No matter what powers you've got, your body needs to keep up. With that, Ryunosuke opened his palm. Drops of glowing, emerald green liquid floated into the air. Life essence, rich with vitality. He didn't keep any for himself. Following the system's guidance, he distributed the drops to everyone. Even without knowing what it was, their instincts told them this substance was powerful. Their bodies responded automatically, hearts quickening with anticipation. Crollo didn't hesitate. He popped the drop into his mouth. Immediately, a wild surge of energy exploded from his body. A visible layer of telekinesis shimmered around him like an aura. Akame and the others stared, shocked. They had never seen or even sensed telekinesis before, but now they could feel it pouring from Crollo. All of that, from just a single drop, everyone's eyes lit up. Check my Patreon for advanced chapters. After sensing the changes in Crollo, Akame and the others immediately consumed the life essence in front of them. One by one, they began entering the process of digesting it. Watching the shifts in their aura, Ryunosuke smiled with satisfaction. As the life essence began strengthening their bodies and enhancing their physical power, Ryunosuke could feel it too. The moment their strength grew, he received a feedback effect through the system. With this, he released his armament haki for the first time. As it spread across his body, he could feel the haki itself evolving, not just in quantity, but in quality as well. Soon, pitch-black armament haki covered Ryunosuke completely. And then, something changed. The black haki began to shimmer with a purple metallic luster. Ryu Sakura? He felt the transformation and quickly formed a theory. After all, when one's armament haki reaches a certain threshold, it begins to evolve into Ryu Sakura. Ryu Sakura not only enhances attack, speed, and defense, it also allows for penetrating strikes, bypassing defenses entirely. And in this world, against monsters like the Four Emperors, basic armament haki just isn't enough. Not even Luffy with his gear powers and haki could break through someone like Kaido's defenses without it. So, mastering Ryu Sakura wasn't just progress, it was necessary. Although his current haki only showed sporadic signs of purple metallic shine, Ryunosuke believed that advancing further wouldn't be difficult. Now that he'd begun, it was just a matter of time. It was wild to think how far he'd come in under a year. The rise in system reputation, the increasing power of the evil warship, the strengthening of his recruited crew, the expansion of the Dragon Hunter pirates. Things others might spend their whole lives chasing, he'd already achieved. It almost felt like a dream. Brother, just as Ryunosuke was lost in thought, Ace approached him, with a strange, mischievous look in his eyes. Ace, Ryunosuke blinked. What's up with you? Ace never looked like this. That smirk on his face, full of mischief and some heavy intentions. Well, Ace scratched his head. I have a favor to ask. Please, you have to say yes. Before Ryunosuke could reply, Ace dropped to his knees. The atmosphere instantly changed. Ryunosuke's expression turned serious. What the hell was going on with him? Did Garp finally knock some wires loose after all those years of smacking him upside the head? Something was off. Ace, if you really see me as your big brother, get up. Whatever it is. If I can help, I will. Ace stood up without hesitation. I want life essence. For my dad, he didn't beat around the bush. Hearing Ace's words, Ryunosuke relaxed and let out a quiet breath. That was it? He thought it was something major, but it was just a drop of life essence? Seriously? Ryunosuke didn't even hesitate. Here. He pulled out a small vial containing a single drop of life essence. Though the rich vitality was sealed within the glass, Ace could immediately sense the overwhelming life energy radiating from it. It was the same thing they had just used moments ago. Thank you, big bro. I'm thanking you on behalf of my old man. My dad's body, it's really not gonna hold out much longer. Ace's voice trembled, and his eyes grew wet with emotion. He'd watched Whitebeard deteriorate over the years. As the old man aged, the damage caused by the tremor fruit became harder to suppress. The strain on his body had worsened dramatically. Nowadays, Whitebeard had tubes running through him just to stay alive. Without those medical supports, he would have collapsed long ago. Even as one of the Four Emperors, Whitebeard had no clear successor. He wasn't like Kaido or Big Mom. Kaido was a monster. He could jump from Sky Island and still get up like nothing happened. Thanks to his mythical zone fruit awakening, his vitality was off the charts. Big Mom had the soul fruit. She could literally steal people's lifespans and use them for herself. But Whitebeard, the tremor fruit wasn't like that. It was powerful, but it came at a steep cost to the user. Back in his prime, the strain was manageable, but now that he was older, it was catching up fast. And yet, to maintain the Whitebeard pirate's reputation, he had no choice but to keep fighting. Because right now, no one in his crew could carry that torch. And that was the most painful part of all. Of course, it was a consequence of Whitebeard's own choices too. You don't have to thank me, Ryunosuke said, shaking his head. Uncle Whitebeard is your family. That makes him my family too. This is the least I can do. But, Ace, you realize this isn't a permanent fix, right? Ryunosuke gave it to him straight. He shared all the thoughts he'd just had. If they kept relying on Whitebeard like this, the same problem would come up again. Why do you think the red-haired pirates managed to become one of the Four Emperors so quickly and earn that recognition? Because their crew is balanced. Strong. Even if Shanks disappeared tomorrow, they wouldn't fall into chaos. You only need to look at what happened with Weevil. He hunted down Whitebeard's commanders, took over their territories. The Whitebeard pirates had no one who could stop him. I know, big bro, Ace nodded, fists clenched. That's why I'm gonna get stronger. Strong enough to carry my father's will, and protect our family. Flames ignited around his fist as he made the vow. Ryunosuke's eyes narrowed with amusement. Already improving again, huh? I can already picture it. A few years from now, the new overlord of the sea, fire god Ace. He grinned. "Come on, bro, you're exaggerating." Ace laughed, scratching his cheek. "I'm still a long way off. But, if I can reach your level in the next few years, maybe then I'll be worthy. There's still a lot of work to do. Every step I take from now on, I'll make it count." He turned to the sea, eyes burning with purpose. Ryunosuke watched him, smiling silently. With him around, there wouldn't be a Marineford war. Ace wouldn't fall into Blackbeard's hands, and now, Ryunosuke began planning. He had to eliminate Blackbeard, the unpredictable wildcard. Because someone that cunning, with ambition and patience? That kind of guy always becomes a problem. It'd be best to take him out now, before it's too late. By the time evening rolled around, everyone had nearly finished absorbing the energy from the life essence. It wasn't completely refined yet, but at least it wasn't interfering with their actions anymore. Meanwhile, Chrollo's crew had returned. No tails, no enemies tracking them. Ryunosuke stood tall on the deck, his voice booming across the ship. "Alright, everyone, it's time to split up again, but before that, let's have a damn party." Cheers erupted immediately. "We're almost at Kaya Island, so let's find a nearby uninhabited island and celebrate properly. The Dragon Hunter pirates have come a long way, and it's all thanks to every single one of you. Captain's the man, haha, another party? Count me in? Yo, can we drink as much as we want tonight or what? All you think about is drinking." The joy quickly snowballed into wild excitement. They soon docked at a small, secluded island. With the new recruits Chrollo had brought along, setting up the party took no time at all. Fires lit up, food was passed around, and barrels of booze were cracked open. At the same time, somewhere in the same stretch of ocean, a massive pirate ship sliced through the waves. "Dad, this should be the area Ace mentioned," Marco said, standing beside Whitebeard, a puzzled expression on his face. "But why do we need to come see some rookie crew in person?" Marco, Ace's sworn brother and the 1st Division commander of the Whitebeard Pirates, wasn't convinced. He'd heard of the Dragon Hunter pirates, sure. They'd made waves recently, but they were still newcomers. Greenhorns charging around like they owned the sea. He frowned. "With your health like this, any unnecessary conflict could be dangerous for us. What if this is just another group of hot-headed kids causing trouble?" Whitebeard let out a deep laugh. "Gurararara, Marco, you're still a brat. The Dragon Hunter pirates aren't just any rookie crew. If Ace looks up to someone that much, it's not just brotherly admiration. Trust me, they're special. You'll see for yourself soon enough." Whitebeard raised his massive jug and took a deep swig, his hearty laugh echoing across the ship. Marco sighed, rubbing his temples. As a doctor, and a phoenix fruit user, he had powerful healing abilities. But even he couldn't reverse the damage in Whitebeard's aging body. Drinking like that only made things worse. Still, there was no stopping him. And now, with the whole Blackbeard incident still fresh, Marco couldn't afford to let his guard down. Another betrayal like that could be catastrophic for their crew. The sudden rise of the Dragon Hunter pirates, it was too suspicious. They didn't just make a name, they skyrocketed, outpacing even the Straw Hat pirates. It was unnatural. And then, out of nowhere, an older brother of Ace appeared. Someone Ace had never mentioned before? Marco's gut told him something didn't add up. "Captain Marco," a lookout shouted, rushing over. "There's a strange ship approaching. It's not a merchant vessel, not a pirate ship either. And it's definitely not a Navy warship." Marco's eyes narrowed. "Then what the hell is it? It's heading straight for us. No signs of slowing down." Marco's jaw clenched. "Sound the alarm. Wake everyone up. Tell those lazy bastards it's not nap time anymore." Even though they'd had a party earlier in the day, the crew should have still been alert. He gritted his teeth. Something felt off. Just then, his den mushi started ringing. "Perurururu, yo, Ace. Bad timing. We've got a situation here. Strange ship headed our way. If you've got something to say, make it quick." "Wait, you're being attacked?" Ace asked sharply. "Where are you right now?" "We just entered the sea near Jai Island. We're probably close to you, but I gotta go, we need to be ready." Marco hung up without waiting for a reply. Ace stared at the now drooping den mushi and tucked it away. "Brother," he began. but Ryunosuke was already moving. Dragon Hunter pirates, all hands, battle stations. Hell yeah. Finally, a real fight. Captain Ryunosuke, can I go all out this time? Perfect timing. Let's show these bastards what we're made of. Excitement replaced the party mood in an instant. No one complained about the interrupted celebration. In fact, most of them looked eager to throw hands. Yahiko, you're in charge of guarding the extremely evil warship, Ryunosuke ordered. Everyone else, we're going in. 3rd Division. Keep a low profile. If you don't need to be seen, don't be seen. Let's move out. With a powerful leap, Ryunosuke landed back on the ship. Since absorbing the previous battleship, the extremely evil battleship had grown even more monstrous in size and power. Under the pale moonlight, it looked like a warship straight out of hell. Within 10 minutes, everyone had boarded and were ready for action. Najenda, using a recording pointer, quickly confirmed the direction. They were close. Ryunosuke stared ahead, his eyes sharp. The sea around Giant Island wasn't vast, and tonight, it was about to become a battlefield, off the coast of Giant Island. The enemy's target has been confirmed. It's us. The lookout rushed up to Marco, reporting urgently. But despite the warning, there wasn't a trace of panic on his face. After all, they were the Whitebeard pirates, one of the 4 emperors. They faced challenges like this every year, hell, every month. And they dealt with all of them without fail. Besides, all the captains were aboard this time. There was nothing to worry about. Even if someone powerful showed up, with Dad around, it'd only take a single punch. I figured as much, Marco replied calmly. First. Marco, what's going on? Whitebeard himself stepped forward before Marco could finish. Dad, relax. We've got this, Marco said with a reassuring smile. Yeah, Dad, leave these small fry to us, added Flower Sword Vista, grinning. We'll handle it no problem. That guy's just looking for a death sentence, Diamond Jozu scoffed. Whitebeard watched his sons with pride. Their confidence wasn't arrogance, it was earned. All right then. I'll leave it to you, he said, settling down on the deck with a massive barrel of wine in his hand. He didn't even bother standing. He was calm, immovable like a mountain. Seeing Whitebeard so relaxed gave everyone strength. It felt like nothing could go wrong. Meanwhile, on the enemy ship, Captain Dave, our mission was to eliminate the Dragon Hunter pirates. Why are we targeting the Whitebeard pirates now? Liam, one of Dave's subordinates, frowned in confusion. He knew his captain well. Dave wasn't the type to get distracted from a mission. Every task was priority number 1. This sudden shift was unexpected. The mission's changed, Dave said without hesitation. Whitebeard's body isn't going to hold out much longer. If we take him down now, and bring back his head, our standing with St. Valrona will skyrocket. But, the Whitebeard pirates just regrouped their captains after the Blackbeard incident. If we move now. Captains, Dave cut him off with a sneer. They're not weak, sure, but they're not strong enough to make us hesitate. These so-called sons of Whitebeard are only as fearless as they are because of their father. The truth was harsh. Blackbeard killing Thatch to steal the dark fruit had exposed the Whitebeard pirates' biggest weakness. The gap beneath their top fighters. Their elite power was fine, but below that? It was a mess. Even with Whitebeard's influence and empire, they hadn't managed to track down Blackbeard quickly. That had been enough to show the world that without Whitebeard, they were just another pirate crew. That's why Dave was ready to risk it all. Back when he first entered the New World, Whitebeard was the first person he challenged, and he lost. But Whitebeard didn't kill him. Instead, he insulted him by offering to make him a son. To Dave, that was worse than death. He fled, humiliated, and never forgot it. Joining the Celestial Dragons and using their vast resources to strengthen himself wasn't just for power, it was for revenge. He had been waiting for this moment. Now, finally, the time had come. Whitebeard's just sitting on the deck. No sign he plans to fight, the lookout reported. Their captains are preparing to intercept us. So they're using the sons as the front line, huh? Dave chuckled. Perfect. Let's show them how weak their backbone really is. With a twisted grin, he pulled out a long sword from his side. As the distance between the two ships closed, the battle erupted instantly. Artillery? Useless. Both sides were filled with devil fruit users and high-level combatants. They quickly shifted the battlefield to a nearby island to avoid sinking the ships. Marco faced off with Dave directly. "Who the hell are you?" The face in front of him seemed vaguely familiar, but Marco couldn't quite place it. "You don't remember?" Dave grinned. "Figures. Losers don't get remembered. But don't worry, after today, you will remember my name, Dave." Without waiting for a reply, he lunged. Marco immediately took to the sky, blue phoenix flames bursting from his wings as he blocked the incoming slash, but the power behind it was massive. That slash, "Wait, you're the guy who once challenged Dad." Memories clicked into place, but before Marco could say more, Dave's blade suddenly opened its mouth. Boom! An explosion erupted, kicking up a massive cloud of smoke and debris. Marco barely evaded, flying higher to regain his bearings. "That weapon. It bit me." "What's the matter?" Dave called up at him. "You haven't improved one damn bit all these years." Still coasting by on Daddy's name, huh? Suddenly, Dave leapt into the air, meeting Marco mid-sky. As he rose, his skin began to shift, scales covered his body. A zone type, before Marco could finish his thought. Crash! He was slammed out of the air. Across the island, the rest of the Whitebeard pirates were also being pushed back. Dave hadn't come alone. The warriors backing him were the newest military creations of the Celestial Dragons, enhanced soldiers with advanced weapons and strength far beyond any regular pirate. Even Whitebeard's crew was struggling, and Dave? He was thriving. With every blow, he grew more confident. Today he would destroy the Whitebeard pirates. Once Whitebeard fell, he'd shatter the balance of the four emperors and take that title for himself. And with the backing of the world government, he'd be more than just an emperor. He'd be the true ruler of the seas. Just the thought of it made him tremble with excitement. He launched another series of attacks. Explosive strength, endurance, speed. Marco could barely keep up. Even with his insane regeneration, he was overwhelmed. The tide of battle had shifted. The Whitebeard pirates were being suppressed. At this moment, some of the Whitebeard captains began to sense something was wrong. The enemies they were fighting weren't going all out. They were holding back, carefully restraining their own abilities. Take the one fighting Vista, for example. A powerhouse with overwhelming armament haki and incredible muscle strength. Yet instead of attacking, he used his haki purely for defense, sacrificing speed and offense to become an impenetrable wall. Vista found it frustrating. His elegant swordsmanship was being rendered useless. Though he himself wielded armament haki, none of his slashes could break through the man's ironclad defense. In Jozu, he had it worse. The opponent facing him was absurdly fast. Jozu's famous diamond-hard body could take hits, but he couldn't land any of his own. All he could do was endure blow after blow. The other division commanders were in similar predicaments. It was like this whole enemy force had been assembled specifically to counter the Whitebeard pirates. And the scariest part, they knew exactly who they were up against. This wasn't the result of some hasty strategy thrown together overnight. No, this was well-researched, methodical planning. Why hasn't Pops made a move yet? Maybe he's testing us, trying to see how we handle ourselves. Don't let him down. Kill them. Push back. Even as things grew more intense, the Whitebeard pirates' spirit remained unshaken. Their pride ran deep. But Marco wasn't so sure. He hovered above the battlefield, a frown etched on his face. Something wasn't right. If these enemies still had hidden trump cards, or worse, someone strong enough to restrain Whitebeard himself, then they were in serious trouble. If that happened, the Whitebeard pirates could be wiped out. Marco, shouldn't you be worrying about yourself right now? A cannon blast roared. After I kill you, I'll personally send your brothers, and your father, down to hell. Boom! The blast shook the air as Dave used the explosion to launch himself skyward, aiming straight at Marco. Until now, Marco had kept the upper hand thanks to his flight advantage, but Dave had found a way to close the gap. Time passed. The sky began to pale at the edges, dawn was breaking. And Whitebeard's forces were starting to fall. Some of the division commanders were barely standing, others had already fallen. Casualties began to pile up. Still, Whitebeard stood motionless. He was waiting. waiting for Marco, Vista, Jozu, and the others to fully grasp the reality of their situation. Whitebeard knew he could end this battle swiftly. But what about next time? What if another powerful force appeared? What if someone strong enough to stall him stepped in? If that happened, and his sons weren't ready, the Whitebeard pirates would be finished. Whitebeard had understood this long ago. But watching his children suffer, watching them bleed, even die, and doing nothing? That was a burden even the strongest man alive could barely endure. And still, he hadn't found the right moment to act. Not yet. Besides, the world was watching. He couldn't let the enemy, or the world, see weakness. Even if it tore him apart inside. Dad? Jozu's voice echoed across the battlefield as he was flung back once more. Even with his indestructible diamond body, he was starting to break. He couldn't take it much longer. He cried out, not from pain, but desperation. And still, Whitebeard didn't move. Eyes closed, fists clenched, waiting. Marco's heart sank. Something was wrong. Dad's body, don't tell me. That's when Marco spotted them, several figures approaching Whitebeard. And in the distance, pirate ships sailing toward the battle. No way. Reinforcements. Move. Marco transformed into a blazing phoenix, wings cutting through the air as he darted toward Dave. The flames roared as he slammed Dave back, forcing him to retreat. Marco didn't waste a second. He turned to rush back to the Moby. If his fears were right, if Whitebeard was weakened, then the entire crew was in danger. Yo, Marco! What's got you in such a hurry? A blaze of flame streaked across the sky, headed straight for the battlefield. Marco's eyes widened. Ace, he hadn't recognized him at first in the chaos, but now that he saw clearly. It was Portgas d'Ace, and standing beside Whitebeard was none other than the captain of the Dragon Hunter pirates. Ryunosuke. Ace was here. That meant reinforcements had come. The tide was about to turn. I'll handle the guy with the blade. You help the others. Ace's voice was calm, but fire blazed from his body as he shot back into the fray. Blue-white flames surged behind him, crashing into the battlefield and igniting the air. The enemy's coordinated assault, up until now so precise and effective, was shattered instantly. Fire Fist Ace. A man covered in a strange black material stepped forward to meet him. It wasn't standard armament hockey, and it wasn't armor. Big bang. Ace wasted no time. A massive wave of fire exploded from his fist. Ha! This little flame won't do anything against my fire fur. Fireproof material. Before the man could finish, Ace was in front of him. There was no hesitation. Ace's hand shot out and grabbed the man by the face. You came here to kill my family, so why do you look so scared? Sky flame explosion. Blue-white fire poured from Ace's palm, straight into the man's mouth. His body began to shake. Smoke leaked from his eyes, ears, and nose. Then silence. The man's body crumbled, charred from the inside out. He was dead before he hit the ground. Ace clenched his fist, flames flickering around him. So this is the power my brother gave me? The corner of his mouth curled into a smile. He remembered the fire fur armor. If it were the old him, not even the fire fist could have burned through it. But now, with enhanced physical techniques and his evolved flames, Ace had annihilated the enemy in a single blow. It wasn't just power, it was trust, it was belief. And it all came from his elder brother, as expected. Ryunosuke is the best. As the man was instantly killed by Ace, shock rippled through the surrounding crowd. Though the man hadn't been the strongest among them, he wielded the flame resistance, a natural counter to Ace's own flames. Yet even with that advantage, Ace had obliterated him in a single blow. That was a terrifying statement of power. Even Dave, in the middle of battle with Marco, was so stunned that he nearly took a direct hit. What the hell, he growled, retreating dozens of meters. His eyes locked onto Ace, whose body now burned with a mix of blue and white flames. When did the 2nd Division captain become this strong? He had kept close tabs on the Whitebeard pirates. There had never been any report of Ace wielding flames this intense, so powerful that even Fire Fur couldn't defend against them. You've already lost. Marco's voice rang out, calm and steady now. Give up. Let the Whitebeard pirates deal with you. For the first time, there was a glimmer of ease in Marco's expression. Ace's breakthrough had shifted the tide. But Dave only laughed. Lost? His shoulders shook as his grin twisted into a snarl. Hee, ha ha ha, Marco, you sure know how to joke. Since you think you've won, let me drag you all into despair. He threw his arms wide. Liberation. As the word rang out, the atmosphere changed instantly. Everyone on Dave's side began to transform. A powerful, unnatural aura surged from their bodies. What the hell? Ryunosuke narrowed his eyes, watching from the distance. Looks like some kind of enhancement tech, Whitebeard said grimly. Could be something developed by a scientific research unit. You mean, Vegapunk? Ryunosuke chuckled. Uncle Whitebeard, things are getting spicy up front. Want us to jump in? He had noticed something odd about the enemy's ship. There were no markings, but the design was unmistakable. It was from the same place Crollo had returned from. These weren't random pirates. They might have been sent to hunt down the Dragon Hunter pirates, or maybe they planned to deal with Whitebeard first and then come after them. Either way, Ryunosuke felt involved. And judging by the eagerness burning in Crollo and the others, they felt the same. No need, Whitebeard replied, calm as ever. Let's see how long they can hold out. If things get bad, then step in. He looked Ryunosuke in the eye. I've always been curious, what kind of power does the captain of the Dragon Hunter pirates really hold? To Whitebeard, Ryunosuke reminded him of someone, not just Gold Roger, but a version of Roger that could have overwhelmed even him in his youth. Had Ryunosuke existed back then, perhaps there would have been no Pirate King. Now, this young captain had become the nightmare of both pirates and the navy. Got it, Ryunosuke said with a small grin, then sat cross-legged on the deck. Uncle Whitebeard, don't forget what Ace gave you. You can use it now, don't worry, he's not weak anymore. Besides, we're all watching. Despite his laid-back tone, his eyes never left the battlefield. He was deeply interested. Nothing Vegapunk created was useless, and if these people had already been giving the Whitebeard pirates trouble, their upgraded forms would be even worse. Could Marco and the others really handle them? Boom, boom, boom. A massive tremor erupted from the island ahead. Dave's body had transformed. His long sword fused entirely with his arm, turning his right hand into a gleaming blade wrapped in armament hockey. His other hand morphed into a massive cannon barrel, and his skin had turned a sinister dark red. Like Luffy, is he burning through his life force? Ryunosuke muttered. This kind of enemy isn't good. Marco had likely never faced anything like this. And Dave was the type to seize any opportunity with brutal efficiency. If Marco made even the slightest mistake, he wouldn't walk away. Get ready. Ryunosuke stood, his voice became firm. If anyone falls behind, step in and help. I'll deal with the guy fighting Marco. With that, he vanished from the deck in a blur. Finally, time to fight. Crollo grinned, his tone deadly. Maki followed close behind, disappearing alongside him. Now this is my kind of battle, Najenda smirked. Akame, begin. She summoned Susanoo, and the rest, Kuina, Hawkins, and the others, charged forward as well. From the rear, Whitebeard chuckled deeply. The Dragon Hunter pirates, not bad. Every one of those little brats has potential. Especially Ryunosuke, Ace's big brother. He looked down at the small vial Ace had given him earlier. The single drop of emerald green liquid radiated a warmth that mended his old injuries just from holding it. What would happen if he used it? Still, he didn't take it. Ace had said it belonged to Ryunosuke. And Whitebeard respected that. He'd wait until Ryunosuke returned, so he could use it in front of everyone, showing proper respect to the man it came from. By that time, Ryunosuke had already appeared beside Marco. Marco was breathing heavily. His regeneration had helped, but his stamina was flagging after a long night of fighting. And Dave had noticed. Time to die, Birdbrain, Dave roared, swinging his massive cannon fist down like a meteor. The ground exploded. Dust and smoke swallowed the battlefield. Hee, Dave stood over the wreckage, shoulders shaking. I got you, Phoenix Marco. You're nothing but fried chicken now. He could barely contain his laughter. After all these years, he finally had his revenge. But then, a lazy voice called out from behind him. Yo, what's with the shakes? You having a seizure? If so, shouldn't you be resting at home instead of running around bombing people? Dave froze, eyes wide. Why you? Bang! Before he could finish, a punch slammed into his gut and sent him flying. He crashed through the air, right into the arms of Tsukuyomi, who had been waiting. Ryunosuke of the Dragon Hunter Pirates. He walked forward slowly, eyes cold. Be honored that you'll die by my hand. Before Dave could react, his sword flashed through the air, piercing clean through his body. His armament haki may as well have been paper. Staring at Ryunosuke standing in front of him, Dave still couldn't process what just happened. They had clearly held the upper hand just moments ago. So, how had it come to this? This is impossible. Moonlock. Just as Dave's energy surged violently, Ryunosuke immediately activated Tsukuyomi's special ability, Moonlock. Moonlock imprisons any target, draining their life force to fuel the seal. The more they resist, the more energy is absorbed. A technique designed to kill with certainty. Don't struggle. Can't you just watch quietly? Tsukuyomi, take him to Uncle Whitebeard's ship. I still wanted to fight here, Ryunosuke muttered. Captain, don't hog the fun. Before Ryunosuke could finish, Chrollo had already dashed forward. His short blade slashed like a whirlwind as he dove into the enemy lines. Empowered by potent armament haki and the razor precision of his weapon, Chrollo paralyzed multiple foes within moments. Maki followed silently behind him. Threads of silk extended from her fingers, piercing into the limp bodies of the fallen enemies. In seconds, their central nervous systems were destroyed. Well done. Demon Dance. Chrollo smiled warmly, then summoned his bandit's secret. Suddenly, the downed enemies stood again, staggering like zombies. They were now puppets, wielded by Chrollo as living weapons, spreading chaos throughout the battlefield. Oh my god, who are these people? I heard Ace say they're the Dragon Hunter Pirates. This is a new pirate crew? They're this fierce? No way. I couldn't even scratch the guy's defense earlier, and he was killed in seconds? What's with that black-haired girl? Every cut she lands is a kill. That's Akame, one of their combat specialists. She kills in a single strike. One by one, the Whitebeard pirates fell into stunned silence. Doors slammed shut across the battlefield. They had never seen a crew fight like this. Their methods, their ferocity, it all sent a chill through their spines. A brand new pirate crew. And yet, they had already slain the very enemies that had been giving them headaches just hours ago. That brutal contrast sparked something within the Whitebeard pirates, a cold, undeniable sense of crisis. They had always believed in their strength, believed that as long as their father, Whitebeard, was with them, there was nothing they couldn't handle. But now, this upstart crew had arrived, dismantled their enemies with ease, and forced them to reevaluate everything. Could they really survive the rise of a new age? Take a break, boys. The battlefield now belongs to the Dragon Hunter Pirates. I'm not too familiar with your faces yet, so I might kill the wrong person. Do me a favor. Get your crew to back off. Akame approached Jozu with a carefree smile, her long sword still dripping with blood. Ryunosuke had already introduced her to the captains earlier. Recognizing her, Jozu blinked in a daze. Right. Got it, everyone, fall back. Jozu barked the order. The Whitebeard pirates retreated immediately. None of them wanted to test their luck against Akame's one-hit kill blade. It only took one misstep, and you'd end up in hell with the rest of the bastards. Soon, the Dragon Hunter pirates had completely taken control of the battlefield. Ryunosuke simply stood back and watched. He trusted his crew. They didn't need his help here. Marco eventually approached him. Captain Ryunosuke, we of the Whitebeard pirates don't. I'm not here for your crew. Ryunosuke cut him off. I'm only here to help my brother, Ace. As for forming any kind of alliance with the Whitebeard pirates, not yet. But when this is over, your crew will owe the Dragon Hunters a huge favor. Marco froze. He'd come to ask something, but now, with Ryunosuke being so direct, there was nothing left to say. This battle had arrived like a storm, and vanished just as quickly. The enemy had been prepared and enhanced to fight Whitebeard's crew. But they were utterly unprepared for Ryunosuke's Dragon Hunters. And with Dave, their backbone, captured, there was no one left to give orders. The enemy lines completely collapsed. Crollo, Najenda, and the rest of the crew rampaged through like reapers. Dave's capture was enough. The rest were just cleanup. Those who had fought the Whitebeard pirates through the night were all slain before dawn. They fight well, Crollo said, stepping forward, but they're still far from good enough. Behind him, an eerie army of zombie-like puppets shuffled forward, every one of them a former enemy now turned into cannon fodder. Crollo's ability was terrifyingly efficient. Brother Ryunosuke, the burial's finished. Akame skipped over cheerfully, eyes shining as she waited for praise. You did great, Akame. All right. Let's head to Uncle Whitebeard's ship. We've still got work to do after this. Ryunosuke leapt up and landed cleanly on the deck. In contrast to the high spirits of the dragon hunters, the Whitebeard pirates looked like vegetables hit by frost, heads bowed, shoulders heavy. They'd won the battle, sure, and their losses weren't too high. But without the dragon hunters, they'd still be locked in a brutal fight. And in front of their father, they'd been made fools of. Even the boldest among them felt shame. Whitebeard looked over his children and sighed. These were his sons. Are you planning to live with your heads down for the rest of your lives? Whitebeard's voice thundered across the ship. Even Marco immediately looked up at the old man. Dad, we lost. Marco's voice was low, trying to contain the pain burning inside him. Lost? Who hasn't lost before? When I roamed the seas in my youth, I suffered losses too. But did you ever see me bow my head? If you can't face your own failures, how the hell are you supposed to grow stronger? How are you going to survive on these seas? Whitebeard's roar shook their hearts. One by one, the crew slowly raised their heads. If it weren't for the presence of the dragon hunters, some of them might have broken down crying then and there. After being reprimanded by Whitebeard, the captains wore stubborn expressions. With outsiders present, none of them wanted to lose face for their father. So, they bottled up all their emotions. No matter how they felt, now was not the time to show it. Ace, come forward, Whitebeard said slowly, turning to the young man at his side. Tell them what they did wrong. Among all the captains, Ace alone had stood with pride after the battle. Though he hadn't defeated the enemy on his own, he had fought back hard. But if Ryunosuke and his crew hadn't arrived in time, the fight would have dragged on longer. And in that delay, many of their crew might have died. That's why Whitebeard didn't stop Ryunosuke from joining the fray. He also wanted to see what kind of growth Ace had achieved during his time with the Dragon Hunter pirates. From the confidence in Ace's posture, Whitebeard could already tell. He hadn't just grown stronger, he had matured. Under Pop's protection, we rose to the ranks of the 4 emperors, Ace began. But that protection should come with responsibility. We should use our own hands to protect the honor of the Whitebeard pirates. Pops, you're getting old, he said, his voice heavy with meaning. You all know about his health now, don't you? Ace's eyes swept across his brothers. But during that battle, how many of you still waited for Pops to come and save you? The words cut through the air like a blade. Jozu, Vista, even Marco of the 1st Division, all froze. They had all thought the same thing in that moment. Pops will come. Pops will take care of this. They knew full well that Whitebeard's health had deteriorated. Every battle only wore him down more, yet they still, by instinct, looked to him. Shame flushed across their faces. They didn't dare lower their heads, not because of pride, but guilt. Pops told us to face our failures, Ace continued, and that's what we're doing now. We're family, brothers and sisters under one flag. But it's time we stepped up. Pops can't carry us forever. Vista. Remember when you first joined? Ace turned toward him. You practiced swordsmanship every day. You'd be so excited about improving your hockey, showing off like a kid. Joe's. Your 153,259 shield. You trained constantly to strengthen your devil fruit powers. He paused, then turned to the rest. All of you, we used to work so hard, because we wanted to be worthy of the Whitebeard pirates. But what about now? Ace stepped back beside Whitebeard, saying nothing more. A heavy silence settled on the deck. What he said was true. They had given up trying. They told themselves it was useless, that no matter how much they trained, they could never surpass Dad. They relied on his name. They survived under his shadow. People didn't say, look, it's Vista, the swordsman. They said, it's Whitebeard's son, Vista, they had stopped growing. Stopped striving. Not because they didn't want to, but because human nature made it easy to get comfortable under absolute protection. They were blinded by the illusion of power, power they hadn't earned. I was wrong, Pops, one captain admitted softly. Ace, so this is how you got stronger? I need to start training again. Ha ha ha, so that's why I lost my drive. It all makes sense now. Pops, we get it. We'll do better, from now on, we'll start training again. One by one, the captains spoke up. Even the regular crew began to feel a burning fire reignite in their hearts. Yes, Whitebeard was aging. It was time for them to carry the burden. To protect him. To protect the legacy of the Whitebeard pirates. Gurararara, Whitebeard let out a hearty laugh. That's more like it. These are my sons. To thank the Dragon Hunter pirates for their help, we're throwing a party. Let's welcome our most sincere friends, party. Wait, Pops, you're not mad anymore? Ha ha ha, another party? Oof, my wound still hurts? Laughter spread like wildfire across the ship. The crew jumped into action, preparing food, drinks, and music. The captains all gathered again, sitting around Whitebeard in a circle. Marco, Whitebeard said, his voice dropping, I've got 3 years. He held up a small vial in his hand. This thing here can return my body to its prime, for 3 years. But after that, it'll be irreversible. Time will catch up with me. This isn't about injuries anymore. It's age, nothing can stop that. You've got 3 years to become strong enough to carry the name of the Whitebeard pirates. Marco's eyes widened as he stared at the vial. As the ship's doctor, he understood Whitebeard's condition better than anyone. But if something in that bottle could suppress his decline for 3 full years. That was a miracle. This is called life essence, Ace said, stepping forward. My big brother gave it to me. All eyes turned to Ryunosuke. I've been rude, Ryunosuke said with a calm smile. Let me introduce myself properly. I'm Ryunosuke, captain of the Dragon Hunter pirates. These are my crew, my partners. He kept his tone friendly, but casual. He didn't expect warmth in return. After all, his arrival had helped them, but also brought shame. No one liked to lose face, but just as he was thinking that. Bang! 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 All the captains, except Ace, dropped to their knees in front of Ryunosuke. They bowed low, foreheads knocking hard against the deck. Thank you, Captain Ryunosuke of the Dragon Hunter pirates. Thank you for the gift you brought to save our father. Ryunosuke blinked, stunned. What the hell? He had expected cold glares, maybe resentment. Not this. Not kneeling. Remember, he said with a grin, trying to ease the tension. This makes 2 favors you owe my Dragon Hunter pirates. His words brought laughter, breaking the seriousness of the moment. But inside, Ryunosuke was trying to stay calm, because in his ears, system notifications kept ringing. These were captains of the 4 Emperor's crews. Each one had immense reputation on the seas. And now, they had just bowed to him. His reputation points were skyrocketing. Could he hide his excitement? No way. After hearing Ryunosuke's words, everyone stood up and turned their attention to Whitebeard. Whitebeard looked back at Ryunosuke and said firmly, from now on, the business of the Dragon Hunter pirates is the business of the Whitebeard pirates. Then, as if remembering something, he turned to a man nearby. By the way, Whitebeard asked, pointing at Dave with a puzzled expression, why'd you capture this guy? Given the Dragon Hunter pirates' usual ruthlessness, and the way they'd fought just now, it was surprising Dave was still alive. Ryunosuke chuckled. He's just a tool. I want to know why a celestial dragon is targeting me. Celestial dragon? Someone exclaimed. What do you mean targeted by a celestial dragon? Those bastards should have been dealt with ages ago. Hell, let's just storm Mary Joie's. The room exploded with chaotic suggestions, each more outrageous than the last. One even shouted, let's ride on the 5 elders' head and take a dump. It was clear, these guys weren't known for their subtlety. Whitebeard raised a hand to quiet the room. If they're really with the celestial dragons, getting intel won't be easy. He let the silence hang for a beat before continuing. Mary Joie's isn't some place you just stroll into. If it were that easy, the celestial dragons wouldn't still be ruling the world. Ryunosuke nodded. Relax. I got my own way. I don't need him to talk." He turned and shouted, "Jigokudo!" A moment later, Shangjing sprinted over from the deck of the extremely evil warship and dropped to one knee. "Captain," Ryunosuke pointed at Dave, "I want everything he knows." Jigokudo immediately approached Dave. "You with the Dragon Hunter pirates?" Dave snarled. "Kill me if you dare. I serve the celestial dragons, if you even think." Smack! Jigokudo's hand lashed out, cutting him off mid-sentence. A crack rang out as Dave staggered from the blow. The energy of hell began to flow. Hell Road, Judgment. Hell Road. Soul Surge. Without hesitation, Jigokudo summoned the King of Hell statue. Placing one massive hand over Dave's head, Jigokudo extracted a glowing, translucent soul from his body. The King of Hell statue opened its mouth, and Jigokudo tossed the soul into its jaws. Moments later, all of Dave's memories and knowledge flowed into Jigokudo's mind. "Captain," Jigokudo reported, "he's the captain of Valrona Saint's personal pirate crew. All the enemies we fought earlier had been transformed by Vegapunk's bloodline factor into special combat units. We still don't know the exact method of transformation, but their mission was to capture the Dragon Hunter pirates." As for Dave, he wanted to kill Whitebeard and become one of the new 4 emperors. He believed that by doing so, he gained the celestial dragons' trust and received their full support. Jigokudo gave a short bow before returning to the ship. Ryunosuke stood quietly, processing everything. Valrona Saint. Among the celestial dragons, males were titled saints, females palaces. So, Valrona was a male celestial dragon. And judging from when they departed from the Sabodi archipelago, this Valrona Saint might still be there. Unfortunately, that was all the useful information they had. It sounded like a lot, but in practice, it wasn't much to go on. Suddenly, thud! Whitebeard's huge hand clapped Ryunosuke's back. "Enough thinking. The banquet's ready. Come have a drink with me." With that, Whitebeard downed a bottle of life essence. A glowing aura of life burst forth, engulfing his towering body. Despite the intensity, Whitebeard absorbed it effortlessly, his aging body still holding strong under its power. Ryunosuke smiled and stood up. "Uncle Whitebeard, do you know anything about Raftel? Can you tell me what kind of place it is?" He couldn't hide his anticipation. Ever since Erwin mentioned it, Ryunosuke had been eager to uncover the mystery of Raftel. If the Dragon Hunter pirates were the ones to find it, their name would be etched into history. Sure, some powerful crews already knew of them, but compared to the Pirate King? It wasn't even close. "Raftel, huh?" Whitebeard murmured, stroking his beard. "Roger told me a few things back in the day." He paused, then added, "The One Piece. Yeah, it's real. But Roger didn't create those treasures. They were already on Raftel, long before he got there." Ryunosuke frowned. "The treasure was already there?" Whitebeard chuckled. "In the end, it's not that important. To me, my family matters more than any treasure." Then, with a nostalgic sigh, he recounted Roger's words. There was no map, no eternal pose, but there was one important clue. Raftel wasn't in the Grand Line or the New World. Ryunosuke was stunned. What? But all the clues Roger left, the road poneglyphs, they're all in the Grand Line and the New World. "So he thought," Whitebeard said, "but those clues may just be descent pirates searching across the seas. The real Raftel is hidden. Even the world government hasn't found it after all these years." That revelation left Ryunosuke deep in thought, but soon, the atmosphere changed. The banquet began. Yahiko didn't attend. He and Jigokudo had already left. After all, the identity of the 3rd Division had to remain secret. This kind of event wasn't the right place for them. The celebration lasted 3 days. Afterward, the Whitebeard pirates and the Dragon Hunter pirates went their separate ways. Of course, Ace remained with Ryunosuke. The official reason was to find Blackbeard. But everyone knew the truth. Ace wanted to be by Ryunosuke's side. And the blue-white flames burning from his body said more than words ever could. "Pops," Marco said quietly as he walked up beside Whitebeard, "this Dragon Hunter pirate." Whitebeard smiled with pride in his eyes. He's the real deal. One day, he'll stand at the top of the world. Looking at the horizon, Whitebeard knew deep down. His era was ending. At the same time, in Marineford. "What?" The celestial dragons want us to assign personnel to protect them. Sengoku frowned as he listened to the Den Mushi, confused by the request. Yes, came the calm voice of Commander-in-Chief Kong from the other end. Saint Valrona is currently in the Sabaody archipelago. His guards and personal pirate escort have been wiped out by the Dragon Hunter pirates. We suspect they intend to attack the celestial dragons directly. I want admiral personnel assigned immediately for protection. Kong now held the highest position in the world government's military, overseeing all three branches of the armed forces. Usually, the celestial dragons wouldn't get involved in operational matters. But this time, they'd made a direct request. Understood, Sengoku replied tiredly. Send me the full details. I'll assign someone as soon as possible. As Fleet Admiral of the Navy, Sengoku had no choice when the celestial dragons demanded something. But that didn't make it any less frustrating. The weight of it all, another burden on his already exhausted shoulders, was almost too much to bear. Just then, Vice Admiral Suru walked into the office. Sengoku, I believe it's time we consider mobilizing the entire Navy against the Dragon Hunter pirates, she said bluntly. If we let this group continue to grow, they'll eventually become a threat we can't handle. Suru had spent the past few weeks analyzing everything the Navy had on the Dragon Hunter pirates. The more she uncovered, the more disturbed she became. These powerful individuals had seemingly come out of nowhere, and their young captain was the most dangerous of all. Even the defeat of the 7 warlords of the sea in Alabasta had been tied to them. If things continued down this path, the Dragon Hunter pirates could evolve into something far worse. A new emperor of the sea. And what made that thought even more terrifying was that this new emperor was still young. He still had room to grow. If left unchecked, he could one day surpass the current 4 emperors. The world government might be facing its greatest threat yet. Attack them? Sengoku sighed. Last time we sent both Kuzan and Garp. He still walked away without a scratch. And the person who was supposed to be dead came back to life. With powers like that, how many men would we need to actually take them down? It wasn't that Sengoku didn't want to eliminate the threat. They'd already launched a full-scale operation once. And the Dragon Hunter pirates had slipped away. The Navy had been humiliated. If they failed again, it wouldn't just be another loss of face. It would destroy their reputation entirely. If we let them roam unchecked, Suru countered, we'll lose control of the situation. The longer we wait, the more dangerous they become. It's better to act now, before they grow into something beyond our reach. Suru's stance was firm. She was always a tactical thinker, but in this case, she favored swift and decisive action. She knew that if an admiral had been sent the moment the Dragon Hunter pirates appeared in the East Blue, their name might never have reached the Grand Line. Of course, that was unrealistic. New pirate crews sprang up every day. If the admirals had to handle every one of them, they'd collapse from exhaustion. Sengoku let out another heavy sigh. They were stretched thin. The Whitebeard pirates, one of the 4 emperors, had entered the Grand Line. A confrontation was inevitable, and Sengoku dared not underestimate them. At least 2 admirals needed to remain in Marineford at all times, just in case. Now, the celestial dragons were demanding an admiral to protect them as well. Where was he supposed to find enough men? Pururu, Pururu. The Den Mushi rang again. Fleet Admiral, we have someone requesting to see you, came the voice of a communications officer. He claims to be a pirate. Says he has a plan to deal with both the Whitebeard pirates and the Dragon Hunter pirates. He came alone. Sengoku's eyebrows twitched. A pirate? And he dares show up at Marineford? He snapped. But the offer intrigued him. Just when they were at their wits' end, someone appeared claiming to have the solution. Send him in, Sengoku said after a moment of silence. His pride was already buried under exhaustion. If this pirate could help them strike a blow against both threats, then personal pride no longer mattered. A few minutes later, a tall, thin man entered the office, wearing a courteous smile. Navigator Lafitte of the Blackbeard Pirates, he said, bowing slightly. It's an honor to meet the Fleet Admiral in person. Blackbeard Pirates. Sengoku narrowed his eyes. You're with the man who killed his captain and fled Whitebeard's crew. Teach, isn't it? Sengoku had kept a close eye on the Whitebeard pirates. Naturally, He was aware of Blackbeard's betrayal. Yes, Lafitte confirmed. Marshal D. Teach is our captain. I'm here to deliver a message on his behalf. He's requesting a position among the 7 warlords of the sea, after completing a certain task, of course. Lafitte then laid out the entire plan. As Sengoku and Suru listened, their expressions gradually grew serious. The proposal was bold. Blackbeard wanted to lure the Whitebeard pirates, and possibly the Dragon Hunter pirates, into Marineford itself. A direct confrontation. We'll consider it, Sengoku said after a long pause. Tell Blackbeard we'll contact him with our decision. Leave a den mushi. Lafitte complied and quietly took his leave. After he was gone, Suru turned to Sengoku. This could work, she said. If we can prepare in advance and fight them on our home turf, we might wipe out both pirate crews in one decisive battle. I know, Sengoku muttered. But Blackbeard, cooperating with someone like him feels like raising a tiger that will eventually turn on us. Blackbeard, Ryunosuke, Whitebeard. It was all too much at once. The headache was unbearable. No wonder Garp had refused promotion for so long. At this rate, Sengoku was starting to understand why. But still, he wasn't Garp, he had to see it through. Being Fleet Admiral wasn't about comfort, it was about enduring hell. A week later. Is this the legendary land of gold? Najenda muttered, looking around with narrowed eyes. But why does it look so poor? She unfolded a weathered map of Jaya Island and skimmed through a brief introduction written on the back. This was supposed to be the legendary land of gold, rumored to be overflowing with riches. And yet, after spending a few days here, Najenda was unconvinced. The place didn't feel rich at all. Well, the food's pretty good, Akame said casually, strolling up while sucking on a lollipop. And there are a lot of pirates around, just none worth fighting, too weak. Ever since she arrived in this world, the darkness that once lurked in Akame's heart had gradually faded. What remained was an almost childlike innocence. The land of gold isn't here on Jaya Island, Ryunosuke said, pointing toward the sky with a faint smile. It's up there, in the sky, Akame blinked in disbelief. How could that be? How can there be an island in the sky? She tilted her head, gazing up at the clouds in wonder. Sure, this world had many things that defied logic, but the idea of an island floating in the sky still sounded ridiculous. But then again, this was the world of One Piece. Alright, it's not time yet. Let's wait a bit, Ryunosuke said calmly. When the knock-up stream appears, we'll go meet the man who can help us. That was right. Ryunosuke hadn't come to Jaya in search of the Golden Country. His goal was Sky Island, more specifically, Enel. That guy was a literal bug in this world's system. If Ryunosuke could enhance Enel's armament haki and physical combat abilities, he'd become a terrifying trump card. It was a waste for someone like that to be written off and shipped to the moon. Let's go, Ryunosuke said. There's someone I need to visit. He led the group toward a small wooden house nestled deep in the forest, a place etched into his memory. The man he sought was Mont Blanc Cricket, the descendant of the infamous liar, Mont Blanc Noland. Driven by the desire to clear his ancestor's name, Cricket had spent years diving into the sea in search of the Golden City that supposedly sank beneath the waves. But the truth was, the Golden City wasn't underwater. It had been launched into the sky by a massive current. Of course, no ordinary person would ever guess such a thing. Sky Island? Ace raised an eyebrow. Wait, are you talking about that legendary place above the clouds? He glanced at Ryunosuke, curiosity flickering in his eyes. I heard the Revolutionary Army's been trying to find that place, he added. Are you trying to help Sabo? Ryunosuke fell silent for a moment. It was true. If the Revolutionary Army could establish a base on Sky Island, it'd be almost impossible to find, let alone attack. But if they were discovered and surrounded, escape would be near impossible. Still, that wasn't Ryunosuke's concern. If Sabo weren't involved, he wouldn't care about the Revolutionary Army at all. Sure, their mission sounded noble on paper, but in the end, they were no different from pirates. Soon, the group arrived at a modest little house. Ryunosuke stepped forward and knocked on the door. Mont Blanc Cricket. I'm Ryunosuke, captain of the Dragon Hunter pirates. Sorry to bother you. He kept his tone polite. After all, he was here to ask for help, not start a fight. "Pirates?" came a gruff voice from within. The door opened, revealing a rugged man with a confused expression. Mont Blanc Cricket eyed the group warily. He didn't recognize them. For the past few years, Cricket had spent most of his time diving in the ocean in search of clues. His body had developed barometric sickness from the constant pressure changes. He barely kept up with the world's news. Even though the dragon hunter pirates had grown famous recently, he hadn't heard a thing about them. "We're not here to rob or fight," Ryunosuke said with a friendly smile. "We'd like to ask for your help, and of course, we'll compensate you for your time." Najenda and the others blinked in surprise. Ryunosuke, the man who was usually more ruthless than any of them, was smiling? Even Ace was stunned. This was not the big brother he knew. "Compensation?" Cricket frowned. "I'm not interested in money. I want to know what exactly you need help with first. Then I'll decide if I'm in." Fair enough. At least the man wasn't hostile, and in his condition, he wouldn't have been able to resist anyway if Ryunosuke had come with violence. "We want to know the exact time and location of the next knock-up stream," Ryunosuke said. "In return, I'll tell you where the Golden City actually is." "I think that's a fair trade, don't you?" Cricket's eyes widened in disbelief. It was the first time anyone had spoken of the Golden City without mocking him. In fact, this stranger had brought it up on his own. Most people laughed at him. Some ridiculed him to his face. Others dismissed him as a madman. "That's why he lived out here alone. I hope you're not messing with me," Cricket said in a low voice. "If you really know where the Golden City is, I'll do anything you ask." Ryunosuke knew then that the deal was sealed. "The Golden City isn't beneath the sea," he said quietly. "It was launched into the sky by the knock-up stream. I'm headed to a place called Sky Island. That's where it is now." Cricket fell silent. He had heard whispers of Sky Island before. But if what Ryunosuke said was true, then everything he'd done all these years had been for nothing. His hands trembled slightly. Was this really the end of his lifelong pursuit? "Frustrated?" Ryunosuke asked. "Feel like your life's purpose just collapsed?" He stepped forward and raised his voice. "Mont Blanc Cricket, are you trying to prove yourself, or prove history right?" Cricket's head snapped up. His lips trembled. He couldn't finish the sentence, because deep down, he realized, his obsession had clouded his judgment. He couldn't even face failure with dignity. And what kind of man did that make him? Seeing Mont's reaction, Ryunosuke knew things were finally falling into place. "Hey, who are you? Why are you here? Are you trying to hurt my brother?" "Don't make me punch you into the ocean." A loud, angry voice interrupted the moment. Masira had arrived, and he was shouting with everything he had. "Whoa, brother Ryunosuke, there's a talking monkey over here." Akame tilted his head in curiosity, staring at Masira. Despite the threatening tone, he didn't feel any danger coming from him. "I'm not a monkey. I'm the Salvage King, Masira. If you lay a hand on my brother." Bang! Before he could finish, a heavy fist slammed into his head. Najenda lowered her raised hand calmly while Susano stood beside her, his fist still extended. "Captain, you want me to finish this clown off?" she asked, raising an eyebrow. Masira lay on the ground, unconscious. Normally, such a small fry would have been dealt with instantly, but it was clear this guy had some connection to Mont Blanc. Najenda had pulled her punch. "Don't hurt him," Ryunosuke said casually. "He's just an idiot." "I understand. I'll help you however I can." Mont dropped to his knees in front of Ryunosuke, his voice trembling with emotion. "If the City of Gold really is on Sky Island, then please, let me hear the sound of the golden bell again. I beg you." "I told you," Ryunosuke said with a smile, "we need your help too. If we can't reach Sky Island, we can't ring the bell. In other words, we need each other." Mont looked up, stunned. Wasn't Ryunosuke the one helping him? Yet, he made it sound like he was the one doing the favor. And the way he spoke, so warm, so sincere. How could he possibly say no? "I see," Mont nodded. "First, we need to catch the South Bird, then." "We already caught it." Kuina and Hawkins walked over, holding the bird Mont had been talking about. Most of the pieces were falling into place, but there was still one problem: accurately locating the knock-up stream in this turbulent sea. The rising current formed so fast that if they missed the initial surge, they'd plummet back down. That's why they needed Mont's expertise to track it precisely. For now, let's wait for the next step, Ryunosuke said. I'll check on the sea conditions. You guys take a break. He turned to the unconscious Salvage King and nudged him with his foot. Hey, stop playing dead. Go make something to eat for our guests. All right, boss. Masira scrambled to his feet and rushed off. Naturally, the only thing he cooked up was bananas. Captain, Najenda said, chewing thoughtfully, can we use Sky Island as one of our bases? In the future, maybe, Ryunosuke replied, shaking his head. But right now, it's too unstable. We don't need a base like that yet. He thought back to the eternal pose Uncle Erwin had given him. Compared to the unknowns of Sky Island, that compass might lead to a far better location. Brother, I got in touch with Sabo. Ace suddenly ran over, panting. He said he's testing your strategy right now. He's busy and can't come. If your plan works, they might not even need a base anymore. Ryunosuke nodded. Makes sense. Ace, he added after a beat, head over to Jaya. See if you can find Blackbeard. Blackbeard? Ace's eyes widened. No way, Pop's ship just left. There's no way that coward would show up here. Ryunosuke smiled faintly. That's exactly why he would. It's dark under the lamp. And besides, there's food here he likes. Ace looked doubtful. He couldn't imagine Blackbeard risking it all for food. But Ryunosuke had never been wrong so far. Without another word, he sprinted off. If he could find Blackbeard here, Ace might finally accomplish one of his personal missions, and earn the freedom to grow stronger, preparing for the trials of the sea ahead. He couldn't stay in the Dragon Hunter pirates forever. Captain, are we just waiting here now? Hawkins asked, puzzled. Mont Blanc had gone out to check the sea, and the rest of them were just sitting around eating bananas. Let's train, Ryunosuke declared. Hawkins, physical training. Kuina, Rolki, you're with him. Akame, grab something to eat in town, then go find Ace and give him backup. Najenda, you and Susano, fight me. The orders came quickly. Hawkins went pale. The dread of physical training hit him like a ton of bricks. But he had no choice. If he disobeyed, Ryunosuke would just use him as a sparring partner. And that would be way worse. Training began. At first, Kuina and Rolki didn't feel much, but after a while, Kuina began to struggle. She was used to conditioning for swordsmanship, not this all-around physical torture. 3 hours later, all three were soaked in sweat. Rolki gritted his teeth and kept going. Hawkins and Kuina were visibly trembling. No, Rolki growled. I have to keep going. My foundation's weak. If I don't push past my limits, I'll fall behind. His determination burned like fire, and suddenly the fatigue faded, his spirit surged. Bang! Hawkins was sent flying with a kick. Look at Rolki, Ryunosuke said, shaking his head. He breaks through every time. You, bang, 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 bang. Ryunosuke didn't let him finish. He just beat him into the dirt. Hawkins didn't even have the strength to protest. Sure, Rolki had a weak foundation, so every small gain felt like a breakthrough. But he, Hawkins, already had high endurance. Breaking his limits meant enduring far more pain. And why didn't Kuina get hit? Of course, Hawkins didn't dare say a word. If he did, Ryunosuke would definitely beat him even harder. 2 hours later, Mont Blanc finally returned to his residence, looking visibly exhausted. Mr. Mont Blanc KC, your body. Ryunosuke paused, noticing the man's soaked clothes. You went into the sea again, didn't you? It was obvious. Judging by his drenched appearance, he must have stayed underwater for a long time to find the precise location of the upwelling current. It would explain why he was gone so long. I'm fine. Just need a bit of rest, Mont replied with a faint smile. The next upwelling current will be in 3 days. There'll be several big ones coming up soon too, so even if we miss one, no worries. Despite his physical fatigue, his face was full of hope and excitement. He had done exactly what Ryunosuke asked. Now, he only had to wait. When the golden bell rings, he would finally prove to the people of Jaya Island that his ancestors had spoken the truth. With anticipation in his eyes, he looked up. Ryunosuke, meanwhile, pulled out his dragon hunting order to contact a crew member. Maki, can you come to Jaya Island now? On the other end, Maki sounded confused. "Captain, where exactly is Jaya Island?" Chrollo's voice chimed in next. "Tell the captain we can reach it in a day, it's nearby." "Good," Ryunosuke responded. "I need Maki's ability." He ended the call. It was rare for their ship's doctor not to be on board, probably the first time ever for the Dragon Hunter pirates. But a day would be enough. In the meantime, he could tidy up internal matters. "Captain, are we really going to do this kind of training for 3 days?" Kuina approached him with shaky legs. She could barely stand, her thighs clearly worn out from rigorous drills. "Training takes persistence, Kuina. You should know that better than anyone." "Hawkins, I've had to force him to train more than a few times, and he still slacks off." Ryunosuke let out a heavy sigh. Kuina nodded with a resigned smile. "All right, then can we move on to physical training after last night's sword work?" "Of course," he agreed. Then, raising his voice, he called out, "Rolke, take a quick break. Then round up all the handymen. Hawkins, help Mr. Mont Blanc get some rest." Rolke's face lit up. He was too excited to even think about resting. With a few deep breaths, he dashed off to gather the handymen, who were probably busy with supply duties. Even if he didn't understand why the captain wanted to see them, it didn't matter. Orders were orders. Within an hour, the place was packed. There were so many people, they had to clear some trees just to make space. So many, Ryunosuke was stunned by the sheer number. He remembered there only being a few dozen handymen. When did so many show up? Then again, he rarely interacted with them. Hawkins and Rolke usually managed that side of things. With their help, he never needed to worry. Reporting to the captain, Rolke stepped forward. "First Division of Dragon Hunter Handymen, 468 people. Second Division, 582, Hawkins added. More than 1,000 handymen. No wonder there were suddenly more pirate ships under their name. It all made sense now. "Rolke, Hawkins," Ryunosuke said, "today your task is to test the combat capabilities of all handymen. Choose 3 standouts. I'm raising the number of handyman captains to 5. 3 of those 5 will sail independently as representatives of the Dragon Hunter pirates. Choose people with reliability and talent. It's time to expand our reach. We'll need more trusted hands to protect our growing territory." The handymen erupted into chatter. "Captain, if we become handyman captains, does that mean we can officially join the Dragon Hunter pirates?" "Captain, are you only looking at combat strength?" "Captain, I've got a sharp mind for sailing, can that count?" The buzz of excitement spread quickly. They all knew that Rolke used to be just like them, a handyman. His strength back then was average, nothing special. But after becoming an official crew member, he improved by leaps and bounds. Now, no handyman could challenge him. "We'll evaluate strength, intelligence, and special skills," Ryunosuke said firmly. "And as the first batch of handymen to join the Dragon Hunter pirates, you already rank higher than those who come after. There'll be evaluations every year. I hope many of you will rise to the ranks of formal crew. Join us and carve out an era for the Dragon Hunter pirates. Let's share in the glory, together." As he finished, Ryunosuke realized his speech sounded a little too heroic. But it worked. The atmosphere shifted. The handymen straightened up, their eyes filled with determination. Their goal was clear. Become one of the 5 handyman captains. "Captain is mighty, Captain is the best, Captain Ryunosuke." Ah, here came the praise again. The 666 crew was back at it. But Ryunosuke didn't mind. High morale meant high loyalty, and loyalty brought reputation. While the handymen began their evaluations, Akame came running back. "Brother Ryunosuke, I couldn't find Ace," she looked worried and anxious. After eating, she had wandered around Jaya Island looking for him. No sign of Ace anywhere. "What?" Ryunosuke frowned. "Were there any signs of battle?" Akame shook her head. "Nothing at all. Do you think Ace got lost?" Ryunosuke raised an eyebrow. "Getting lost? Only Zoro would pull something like that." "I'll go look." In a flash, he disappeared. He began sweeping Jaya Island carefully. Then he noticed something strange. A wall of fire? Ryunosuke stood at the edge of the island, staring at the blazing barrier. No wonder Akame hadn't found anything. The flames had blocked her observation haki. Without hesitation, Ryunosuke dashed through. On the other side, he spotted Ace, battered and bloodied. And nearby, Blackbeard knelt on the ground, wheezing heavily. Ryunosuke, Blackbeard's eyes widened. Without warning, he activated his power, Dark Acupoint. The ground beneath him warped and swallowed him up, and he vanished. Ryunosuke considered using his Rinnegan to switch Ace and Blackbeard's positions. But the shadowy portal might be a trap. He didn't risk it. Instead, he rushed to Ace and picked him up. This Blackbeard, he's hiding more than I thought. He stared at the fading black mist before disappearing into the trees, carrying Ace to safety. After returning to Mont Blanc's residence, Ryunosuke placed Ace onto another boat to rest. What kind of battle did Ace have with Blackbeard? A few hours earlier, Ace had just arrived in Valley Town. It had to be said, this place was a mess. Of course, that was from a normal person's point of view. For Ace, who had traveled all over the New World, this kind of chaos was child's play. He didn't think much of it and casually strolled through the streets. Before long, the local snacks caught his attention. While still searching for Blackbeard, he couldn't help but grab a few bites. Cherry pie, I'll take all of these, zahaha. Just as Ace was about to continue his search, he heard a familiar laugh in the distance. His eyes narrowed. Dropping the food he had just bought, he dashed toward the voice. Blackbeard, relying on his strong observation haki, immediately sensed Ace approaching, and was shocked. Ace was supposed to be with Ryunosuke. Blackbeard wanted nothing to do with that monster pirate who could go toe-to-toe with admirals and Garp alike. Hugging the cherry pie tightly, he bolted. That was how the two of them ended up fighting on the outskirts of the island. To prevent Blackbeard from running away again, Ace immediately unleashed a barrage of flames the moment they arrived. This was also why Akame couldn't find Ace in the town or nearby. He had moved to the edge of the island. The fight itself was fairly straightforward. Blackbeard started by pretending to be weak, making Ace underestimate him. Ace even thought Ryunosuke had exaggerated Blackbeard's strength. But just as Ace got close, Blackbeard caught him off guard with the power of the dark fruit. What followed was a brutal hand-to-hand brawl. Ace, despite his strength, was no match for Blackbeard when it came to pure physical combat. He was beaten until he was dazed and barely conscious. Of course, thanks to Ace's flame-powered punches, Blackbeard didn't walk away unscathed either. The pain he experienced was immense due to his unique body. That was why, by the time Ryunosuke arrived, both men were lying on the ground, panting, bruised, and barely able to move. Back in the present, Ryunosuke pulled out a vial containing a drop of life essence. He hesitated. Truthfully, he was reluctant to use it on Mont. After all, this man was just a business partner. Ryunosuke wasn't Luffy. He didn't give things away out of pure goodwill. Still, he carefully dropped the essence into Ace's mouth. A wave of life energy surged from Ace's body, overflowing into the room. Even Mont, still asleep nearby, subconsciously absorbed some of the excess. Let him rest for a while, Ryunosuke said as he stood up. We'll talk when he wakes. He stepped outside, where several crewmates were waiting. He's fine. Just got beat up a little. Keep training. Strength is our only law on the sea. Clapping his hands, Ryunosuke moved aside to spar with Najenda. The rest of the crew resumed their tasks, following his lead. The next day, around noon, Captain Maki appeared, her eyes scanning the area with concern. Is everyone okay? She asked. I mean, if you called me over in such a hurry, someone had to be seriously hurt, right? No one in the crew's injured, Ryunosuke replied. Ace and a guest got a little roughed up, they're inside. Just as he finished speaking, Ace, now fully recovered thanks to the life essence, stumbled out of the house yawning. He looked around, confused to see so many people gathered. Don't mind him, Ryunosuke sighed. Maki, go check on Mr. Mont. Understood, Captain. Maki nodded and headed into the house without another glance at Ace. If the captain said to ignore it, she would. Captain, Crollo stepped forward, do you need my help? Ryunosuke gave him a brief rundown of the current situation. Sky Island? Crollo's eyes lit up. There's treasure there? The excitement on his face reminded Ryunosuke of Nami. Yep, treasure hunters never change. Come with us, Ryunosuke said. You're coming to Sky Island too. Yes, Captain. So, what's next? More training? Krollo looked over at Hawkins and Rolke, who were completely exhausted. Meanwhile, a group of handymen were still desperately trying to keep up. He tilted his head in confusion. What's the plan here? I was about to explain, Ryunosuke said, then briefed him on the situation with the handymen. Captain, leave that part to me, Krollo offered with a smile. Seeing the state Hawkins and Rolke were in, Ryunosuke nodded. Krollo walked over to the two and said a few words. They thanked him, then limped over to the grass and collapsed. They had trained, fought, and now had to screen thousands of recruits. It was no wonder they were half dead. The screening process turned out to be much harder than anyone had expected. And then, kill, Krollo's voice boomed, filled with murderous intent. A wave of invisible pressure exploded from him, sweeping through the crowd of over 1,000 handymen. Bang! 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 People dropped like flies. When the dust settled, only 11 remained standing. You're going to regret not fainting when you had the chance, Krollo said coldly. Next, bang! 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 Before he could finish, 9 more fainted. Only 2 remained, standing awkwardly with blank expressions. It wasn't that they didn't want to faint, they just couldn't. They were terrified, but they had trained near the crew long enough to resist this kind of pressure. Now they were starting to regret their dedication. All right, Captain, Krollo said, turning back. These 2 are qualified. Oh, and these 4 are spies planted by someone. No idea who brought them on board. He casually used telepathy to drag 4 unconscious bodies forward. Ryunosuke raised an eyebrow. Krollo, you brought all of them. Kuroro blinked and smiled innocently. Ryunosuke couldn't help but laugh. He turned to the 2 remaining handymen. What are your names? The 2 straightened up. Great and respected Captain, I'm Ganato. Great and respected Captain, I'm Urzi. You're now official members of the Dragon Hunter Pirates, Ryunosuke declared. You'll be the captains of the 3rd and 4th Division's handymen. Their faces lit up with excitement, but the joy didn't last long. A wave of unfamiliar energy surged into their bodies. Their expressions twisted in confusion and panic as the transformation began. Upon sensing the rising energy fluctuations coming from the 2, Ryunosuke immediately pulled up his system panel. Ganato, current strength. V potential value. S. Urzi, current strength. V potential value. S. The moment he saw their names displayed, Ryunosuke understood why they'd experienced such a change. Their potential had reached S level or higher, triggering the system's recognition. At the same time, they were both affected by the Halo's buff, directly boosting their combat strength up to an A rating. As for Devil Fruits, Ryunosuke turned his gaze toward Krollo, who was standing quietly nearby. Krollo instantly felt a chill crawl down his spine as Ryunosuke stared at him with a calculating expression. He knew that look. Ryunosuke was definitely planning something, and it involved him. Captain, is there something you need me to do? Krollo asked, stepping forward without hesitation. After all, he was Ryunosuke's crew member. If his captain needed something from him, it was an honor. Hand over 2 Paramecia-type devil fruits, Ryunosuke said bluntly. Krollo looked visibly annoyed, letting out a deep sigh. He had just gone through hell to collect 9 devil fruits, and now Ryunosuke was asking for 2 of them? Even for someone like Krollo, devil fruits weren't easy to come by. They were still rare and highly sought after across the seas. Understood, Krollo nodded and disappeared. When he returned a moment later, he was holding 2 devil fruits in hand. He didn't know their exact effects yet, but in this world, there were no useless devil fruits, only people who failed to master them. Ryunosuke firmly believed that. After all, Katakori's Mochi Mochi fruit had been developed to such an extent that he was able to overpower Luffy. It just went to show, no matter how weird a fruit might seem, if you mastered it properly, it could become terrifyingly powerful. Ganato. Urzi, Ryunosuke called out, holding up the 2 fruits. These are devil fruits. You don't have to eat them if you're unsure. Their advantages are clear, but so are the drawbacks. The choice is yours. Without hesitation, the 2 immediately dropped to one knee in front of him and spoke in unison. Thank you, Captain. Seeing their sincere reaction, Ryunosuke handed each of them a devil fruit. Without wasting a second, both men took a bite. "Captain, mine is the bomb fruit," Ganado exclaimed, holding out his hand as a small black orb materialized in his palm. He tossed it a short distance. Boom! The explosion that followed was loud and powerful, even though Ganado had just awakened the ability. "Strong, and that's just the first use." Ryunosuke nodded approvingly. "It's got room to grow." "Ganado, you'll need to increase your training in armament hockey and basic physical combat. Crollo," he said, turning to the man in question, "teach him every type of explosive you know, how they work, how they're used, everything." While Ryunosuke himself knew a good deal about bombs, even nuclear ones, it was difficult to explain all the technical details. Crollo, as the Phantom Troops leader, had a deep understanding of weaponry. He was the better fit for the job. "Captain, mine's a Paramecia Type 2, the slice fruit," Urzi announced. He pressed his palm against the ground. Swish, a sharp cut suddenly appeared across the floor without any noticeable buildup or energy wave. Ryunosuke's eyes lit up. "Nice, Akame, get over here." Akame stepped forward silently. "Urzi, try channeling your ability through a blade. Akame will train you in swordsmanship and teach you the assassination technique of the one-strike kill." Ryunosuke's voice was calm but confident. Combining the slice ability with Akame's lethal assassination techniques was a terrifying combination. For an assassin, the biggest issue wasn't getting close, it was making the kill. But with this fruit, one good slash up close could be game over. The two of them had clearly drawn lucky straws and obtained some powerful fruits. With their training sorted, Ryunosuke moved toward another room in the ship. Inside, Maki was still undergoing treatment. Ryunosuke glanced at her, saw the medics working with full focus, and silently backed out without disturbing them. Outside, Ace approached him. "Hey, big bro," Ace said, scratching his head. "What the hell happened in that fight earlier?" Ryunosuke sat on a nearby chair and looked at him with calm eyes. "You tell me. What happened to you?" Ace took a deep breath and explained everything about his battle with Blackbeard. "He's developed his dark fruit way faster than expected," Ryunosuke said thoughtfully, "and I doubt he showed his full hand." He looked at Ace with a serious expression. "So what do you think about that fight? What did you learn?" "Failure wasn't the problem. The problem was refusing to learn from it." "I underestimated him," Ace admitted, clenching his fists. "His physical strength, that weird fruit ability, if you hadn't shown up, I'd be dead right now." He gritted his teeth. The loss still stung. Truth be told, Blackbeard had the upper hand. Whether in raw combat or through the ability's natural counter to his own, Ace was outmatched. But part of the blame was on himself. He let his guard down. If he'd gone all out from the beginning, maybe the outcome would have been different. At the very least, he could have escaped. "Good," Ryunosuke nodded. "Then it's time to level up. You're joining the physical training camp, no excuses. Also, you need to push your devil fruit further. Your flame fruit should be burning the sky itself." Ace raised an eyebrow. "Burn the sky? What do you mean?" He grinned awkwardly. "That sounds badass, but what does it actually mean?" Ryunosuke smirked. "The most dangerous part of your fruit isn't just the fire, it's the temperature. If you increase the heat of your flames, everything else, impact, explosions, will follow naturally. You need to push it to the limit, think awakening." Ryunosuke leaned in. "If you master it, your flames will be able to scorch the heavens and incinerate the underworld." Ace's eyes widened. "Damn, that sounds insane." He was fired up now. "All right, big bro, I'll figure it out." Ryunosuke smiled. "I'll give you the theory, but the rest is on you." Ace nodded, eyes burning with determination, and left to begin developing his fruit ability right away. With the help of the essence of life, his body had already grown stronger, and so had his comprehension. And now, it was time to turn potential into power. Another day passed. Last night, Maki finished stitching up Mont Blanc's injuries. His internal organs had been healed through Maki's delicate telekinesis. Of course, this kind of internal work had taken a heavy toll on Maki's stamina. After completing the surgery, she headed back to the boat to rest. That morning, Ryunosuke sat in front of the recovering man. "Mr. Mont, when's the best time for us to set sail?" he asked straight to the point. Mont had mentioned that an upwelling would occur in 3 days. Now, 2 of those days had already passed. If they didn't move soon, they might miss the opportunity. "I'll need to head out and check things myself before I can say for sure," Mont replied as he stood up slowly. "I never imagined I'd be healed like this. Thank you, Ryunosuke." He turned toward his boat. "I'll head out first, you guys wait here." For this part, Ryunosuke and the others couldn't do much to help. After all, reading the complex movements of the ocean was impossible without years of experience. Meanwhile, on a deserted island somewhere out at sea, Blackbeard lay on the ground, completely motionless, his body surrounded by flies and crawling insects. He'd clearly been there for a while. "Damn, it hurts," he groaned, trying to move. The moment he did, searing pain shot through every inch of his body. Blackbeard wasn't like normal people. The pain he experienced was several times more intense than what others felt. And that wasn't just a figure of speech. Pain that might be tolerable to others felt like death to him. If it weren't for his incredibly resilient body, he probably would have passed out from the agony already. The damage came not just from his battle with Ace, but also from the backlash of using his dark acupoints technique. The dark fruit was, like the tremor fruit, one of the most powerful paramecia class abilities. With that level of power came a heavy toll on the user's body. Just look at Whitebeard. Years of using the tremor fruit left his body in a wreck. Shit. If Ryunosuke hadn't shown up out of nowhere, I'd have Ace by now. With Ace as a bargaining chip, dealing with the Navy would have been a breeze. Blackbeard clenched his jaw, seething. Just thinking about it made his blood boil. One day, he swore, he'd wipe out the dragon hunter pirates. Parururu. His den mushi began to rain. "Lafitte, what is it?" he answered gruffly, irritation lacing his voice. He wasn't in the mood for chit-chat. "Captain Teach," Lafitte replied, voice slick with amusement, "I found something interesting. You know Crocodile? One of the 7 warlords in Alabasta? He got taken down?" Blackbeard raised an eyebrow. "And guess who did it?" Lafitte continued. "A newcomer. But not just any rookie. He's Garp's grandson." "What did you say?" Blackbeard sat up suddenly, gasping in pain. "Garp's grandson?" "Yes. And from what I've heard, he and his crew are heading toward Jaya Island. If we grab him, the Navy will lose their minds," Lafitte said, chuckling darkly. Blackbeard scowled. Jaya Island, huh? He had no idea what Ryunosuke and his crew were doing there, but if they were still on that island. He shook his head. Bad memories, he didn't want to run into them again. "Not now. I need to recover first," Blackbeard muttered. "Pass the word along. Tell everyone to steer clear of Jaya Island and the surrounding waters. That dragon hunter crew is no joke." "Got it," Lafitte replied. "I'll handle my own thing for now." The call ended. Blackbeard sat quietly for a moment, although he believed Ryunosuke wasn't quite on Whitebeard's level of strength. The sense of danger he felt from him was much worse. In fact, Blackbeard couldn't shake the feeling that, if he hadn't used the dark acupoints technique to escape, he'd be dead already. Just thinking about it sent a shiver down his spine. Eventually, he pulled himself to his feet and limped toward the shore. A flock of seagulls soared above as Blackbeard bought a stack of newspapers from a news coup. Flipping one open, his eyes widened. 100 million berries? There it was. Straw Hat Luffy's face, plastered right next to a massive bounty figure. The Navy didn't just hand out bounties for fun. Their bounties reflected a pirate's power and their threat to the world. A high bounty meant you weren't just strong, you'd done something that pissed off the world government. Some pirates got high bounties for their brutality, wiping out towns during raids, for instance. Others, like Luffy, earned them by upsetting the balance of power. Taking down Crocodile, a warlord of the sea. Yeah, that alone justified the triple-digit bounty. Blackbeard stared at the paper for a while. "Should I go after him instead?" he muttered. But after a moment, he crumpled up the newspaper and tossed it aside. A strange smile crept onto his face. Then, without another word, he stepped back onto his ship and sailed off. Meanwhile, at the Sabaody archipelago, those bastards. Crash! Saint Valrona hurled his wineglass across the room. shattering it against the wall. His face was twisted with rage. All his life, he'd gotten whatever he wanted. But this time was different. Not only had someone stolen the weapons shipment he was supposed to trade, they'd also wiped out his precious personal pirate crew. And to a celestial dragon? That was unforgivable. Borsellino, he barked. Take me with you. I want to destroy the dragon hunter pirates myself. Across the room, Admiral Borsellino, Kizaru, was calmly trimming his nails. No, he said lazily, without even looking up. Lord Valrona, even Admiral Kuzan and Vice Admiral Garp failed to bring them down. Do you really think taking you along would help? Valrona froze. He didn't care much for logic, but even he knew Borsellino had a point. If those monsters had already evaded the Navy's best, tagging along with a single admiral would only get him killed. Still, he wasn't done. Then what the hell do we do? He snapped. There's got to be a way to kill those bastards. For that, Borsellino replied coolly, you'll need to speak with the fleet admiral. I'm just doing my job. And this trip's purely business. He said it so nonchalantly, it made Valrona even angrier, but what could he say? The dragon hunter pirates weren't just dangerous, they were becoming a real problem for everyone. And Saint Valrona had just learned the hard way. Not even a celestial dragon was safe anymore. Purururu. At that moment, Saint Valrona's Den Mushi rang. Hello? Saint Charlos, what is it? Valrona asked bluntly. I heard you've run into some trouble. Want me to lend a hand? Charlos's smug voice came through. As long as you share the spoils over there with me. Saint Valrona scoffed. Do it yourself. I've already paved the way for this. Why should I hand it over to you? I'm not like you. I'm not some useless parasite. In Valrona's eyes, Charlos was nothing more than a leech among the celestial dragons, completely incompetent and only capable of abusing his title to rob and plunder. Even among their own kind, Charlos was widely looked down upon. And Valrona was one of those who held him in contempt. Charlos's voice sharpened. I can summon the celestial dragon guard once, you know. I'm sure you're aware what that means. Valrona's expression shifted slightly. That offer had weight. Though each celestial dragon had their own guards, the celestial dragon guard under the world government was on an entirely different level, mysterious, elite, and more formidable than even the CP organizations. If you can actually pull that off, Valrona said slowly, I'll let you into this deal. I'll even hand over the sales channels of 2 kingdoms. But the rest, you're on your own. Deal? Charlos replied without hesitation. Wait for it. I'll make sure the dragon hunter pirates disappear from the seas within a month. With that, he hung up. Valrona stared at the Den Mushi in silence, a trace of helplessness in his expression. He too had the right to call on the celestial dragon guard, but only once, freely. After that, any request would require layers of approval and justification. The world government wouldn't dispatch them over a petty grudge. For personal vendettas like his, the answer was usually a firm no. Yo ho ho. Borsellino watched from nearby, amused. He kept filing his nails, utterly uninterested in the matter. This was overtime, and he didn't give a damn about overtime pay. Meanwhile, on the Navy's side, similar movements were underway. The dragon hunter pirates had stirred up trouble again, and now the Whitebeard pirates were back on the Grand Line too. It was giving Sengoku a massive headache. Baki baki. The crunching sound of Garp eating senbei echoed from the side, loud and annoying. Garp, why didn't you finish them off last time? Sengoku snapped. He was clearly stressed, and Garp's carefree snacking wasn't helping. They took the kingdom hostage, Garp replied casually. If I pushed too hard, the entire kingdom would have been wiped out. Sengoku nearly choked on his own breath. Forget it, he muttered, trying to calm down. Do you think we should work with Blackbeard? His voice held a mix of uncertainty and concern. Blackbeard had stayed aboard Whitebeard's ship for years just to get his hands on the dark fruit. And he'd succeeded. Sengoku didn't trust him. He couldn't predict what Blackbeard was planning next, and that made him dangerous. Blackbeard, huh? Garp mused. You know, Ryunosuke might be right. The dragon hunter pirates haven't done anything truly insane. They only fought back when we hunted them first. So what are you suggesting? Sengoku asked, raising an eyebrow. I'm saying maybe we should consider offering them the position of Shichibukai. Make them a warlord of the sea? Sengoku repeated. You think he'd even accept that? With Crocodile gone, we need a strong enough pirate to fill that role, Garp said plainly. And Ryunosuke's crew fits the bill. I fought him. You can ask Kuzan, too. They've got real power. Better to have them under some form of control than letting them run wild. Sengoku rubbed his chin, deep in thought. If we could get Ryunosuke to cooperate, the sea might become a little more stable. And maybe we could even use this to finally deal with the Whitebeard pirates. He glanced at Vice Admiral Suru. What's your take, Suru? I don't like it, but I have to admit, Ryunosuke fits, she said. And let's not kid ourselves. Even if he becomes a Shichibukai, he might still attack kingdoms. Crocodile did. But Ryunosuke's already doing that without the title. So either way, the risks are the same, she concluded. Might as well gain something from it. Sengoku nodded slowly. Communications officer, he said firmly, get me Blackbeard. Tell him we're accepting his proposal. Yes, sir. The officer stood and left immediately to contact Blackbeard. Sengoku leaned back in his chair, another thought forming in his mind. And once we've used Blackbeard, maybe it'll be time to get rid of him too. Someone like him left unchecked was a ticking time bomb. Decision made, Sengoku felt a rare moment of clarity. You want me to handle the recruitment? Garp asked suddenly, grinning. Ryunosuke is my grandson, after all. Ha ha ha. Sengoku stared at him. Your grandson? None of your grandsons are normal. Ace. Luffy. Ryunosuke. Every last one of them was a handful. Still, Sengoku had to admit, Garp was the best person for the job. You go, he said, and Garp, if negotiations fall through. Don't worry, Garp interrupted confidently. Still munching on his senbei, he waved and left the room, laughing all the way. Sengoku watched him go with a sigh. Why'd I feel like this is going to be a disaster, back on Jaya Island? Mr. Mont Blanc, are you alright? Ryunosuke looked at the drenched man in front of him, speaking calmly. He had to admit, this guy was seriously dedicated. Maki had just finished patching up his body, and now he was already diving straight back into the sea. I'm fine. Mont Blanc muttered weakly. Fine? You think you're qualified to say that? Maki walked up without hesitation, her eyes sharp. A stream of thread-like aura extended from her hand, piercing into Mont Blanc's body with practiced precision. With a flurry of intricate movements, she began scanning his internal condition. After more than 10 minutes, the tense expression on her face finally eased. There's no major issue. Seems like your body has fully adapted to the underwater pressure. She nodded, retracting her thread. That's a good thing. You won't have to worry about barometric sickness anymore. A small smile curled at her lips. Healing someone like Mont Blanc wasn't just a task, it was a point of pride. Thank you, Miss Maki. No need to thank me. Maki waved him off. Just remember to bring me the treasure when you come back. I charge a very steep fee, you know. With that, she casually returned to stand behind Crollo. Don't worry, Mr. Mont Blanc, Ryunosuke said with a grin. We appreciate your help. No, I should be the one paying this fee, Mont replied earnestly. The timing's been confirmed. Based on my calculations, the upwelling current should appear around 11 a.m. tomorrow. We can start prepping now. Ryunosuke's eyes lit up. Finally, they were heading to the Sky Island. He was looking forward to meeting his new little brother Enel. It would be pretty cool to show him off, too. The next morning, the Dragon Hunter pirates set sail at sunrise. As for the crew doing odd jobs, they were now under the leadership of Hawkins and Rolke, gradually getting used to working in smaller groups. The original 2 squads had now expanded into 4. Even the handymen had a critical mission now. Out at sea, not far from Jaya Island, they followed the direction indicated by the compass bird until they reached the marked spot. This compass bird. Is it ours now? Crollo asked, staring at the creature with a sparkle in his eye. Can I keep it? I want it for my collection. Sure. Ryunosuke chuckled. Oh, and Crollo. Besides the treasure buried in the upper yard, there's also a giant snake. I figured you'd like that too. A giant snake? Crollo's excitement grew. Can I go see it first when we get there? Oh, and there are people on the Sky Island, right? Are they rare species too? Can I add them to my collection? Ryunosuke gave him a helpless look. Chrollo's obsession with collecting strange things was getting out of hand. But then again, there were plenty of pirates like that. Buggy and the treasure hunters were the same breed. Captain, it's already past 10, Najenda said as she walked over. Why hasn't anything happened yet? They were expecting the current to appear around 11, but usually, there'd be some kind of warning beforehand. Yet now, the sea was as calm as ever. The sun was even shining. Just wait, Ryunosuke said, eyes on the horizon, it'll happen soon. This is one of the wonders of the Grand Line. Once it appears, you'll understand just how insane this world can be. Najenda nodded slowly. If the captain said so, then they'd wait. Suddenly, bubbles started rising from the sea, and then, just like that, the atmosphere changed. The once clear skies turned dark. Wind howled across the waves. The sea was no longer calm. A storm was coming. So this is the Grand Line, huh? Ace smirked. Changes faster than a woman's mood swings. Ryunosuke couldn't help but laugh. Everyone, get ready, he shouted. The upwelling current's coming. We'll ride it all the way to the sky. Captain, Najenda called, holding up the log pose. The needle's pointing straight up. Is that because of the Sky Island? Exactly, Ryunosuke nodded. We can make an eternal pose here. That way, next time we won't have to use the current. He walked toward the bow of the ship. By now, the sea had begun swirling violently, pulling the ship into a massive vortex. Hey, hold on, Ace said, alarmed. Aren't we supposed to be going up? What's with this vortex? The center of the whirlpool is where the upwelling current appears, Ryunosuke explained calmly. We follow it, and it'll launch us skyward. This would be his first time sailing through the sky. He couldn't wait. Suddenly, a ship appeared behind them, Mont Blanc's. Captain Ryunosuke, Mont's voice was urgent. You need to pull out of the vortex. The upwelling current is far stronger than I anticipated. Your ship won't hold. This was bad. He'd seen ships torn to splinters in currents like this. But Ryunosuke stood firm. It's stronger, huh? He muttered, then shouted back, Mr. Mont, fall back now. I know how to ride this current safely, and don't worry about our ship, she's a reliable partner. As Ryunosuke gave his order, the crew scrambled into position to help steer and balance the ship. No matter how violent the current was, so long as they didn't lose control, they'd be fine. Now, all they could do was wait. Mont Blanc, seeing the determination on their faces, didn't dare go any closer. If his ship got caught in that whirlpool, there would be no escape. All he could do now was hope Ryunosuke's words were true. As the storm intensified, the vortex on the sea grew even larger. At this point, relying on manpower alone was no longer enough to control the evil warship. The crew had no choice but to furl the sails and wait for the upwelling current. Once it appeared, they would unleash the sails immediately, letting the powerful rising air carry them up, toward Sky Island. Captain, something's out there. Najenda walked to Ryunosuke's side, her eyes fixed warily on the sea. What a massive creature, murmured Chrollo, who had also come over. Hearing their concern, Ryunosuke immediately activated his observation haki, focusing his senses on the center of the vortex. What is that? A massive life form pulsed below. Its overwhelming aura surged into Ryunosuke's perception. It was so immense, even his haki couldn't cover the entire creature. He furrowed his brows. This didn't happen when Luffy and his crew came to Sky Island. Rinnegan. Ryunosuke activated the power of the Rinnegan, unleashing its powerful detection ability. Within moments, he saw it. A dragon-like beast. A monstrous creature lurked beneath the vortex. Boom! Before he could analyze further, a tremendous upwelling current erupted. Akame and Kuina swiftly lowered the sails. The evil warship, caught in the surge, shot upward, clinging to the rising column of water as it climbed toward the sky. Captain, did you see that? Chrollo asked, trembling with excitement. That thing, it's nothing like the Sea Kings we've seen before. Its aura, its body. I saw it, Ryunosuke replied calmly. I'm not sure what it is. Maybe a super Sea King. We'll uncover its identity one day. But for now, let's focus on making it to Sky Island. With wings extended on both sides, the evil warship soared up the current. Something's falling. Kuina leapt up, blade drawn. Isshin Ryu. Leaping dragon roar. Her slash cleaved a massive piece of shipwreck in two as it plummeted toward them. Debris from sunken ships. Dragged up by the current, she muttered. If we miss our chance, will we end up like them? No way, Akame said firmly. We'll reach Sky Island, no question. Though they chatted, no one slacked off. Susanoo and Tsukuyomi hovered above, guiding the ship's course with precision. Chrollo and Maki used telekinesis to form a streamlined, shuttle-like shield around the hull, cutting through turbulent air with minimal resistance and boosting their speed. Kuina and Akame managed the sails. Najenda manned the helm. And Ryunosuke, naturally, stood at the bow, letting the wind whip his coat as he posed like a hero. Ace tried to imitate him, but yeah, it just didn't hit the same. The ship pierced through the clouds and burst into the White Sea. And it kept going. Moments later, they broke through the upper layer and arrived at the first level of Sky Island, the surface of the White Sea. This is the world above the sky? Akame gasped, finally relaxing as he took in the view. Totally different from the ocean below, Najenda added. It really feels like another world. Captain, Maki and I are gonna start looking for the big snake, Chrollo said. If you need anything, hit us up, Maki added casually. Hold on, Ryunosuke said. We need to pass through the gate of heaven first. This is just the White Sea, the sea within the sky. Chrollo nodded. As expected of you, Captain. Alright then, we'll split up after we reach the island itself. He sat at the bow, eyes calmly scanning the horizon. He didn't act as childish as the others, but even he couldn't hide his curiosity about the strange new world around them. Tsukuyomi, go scout ahead. See if, Captain, someone's coming. Najenda cut in, sharp and alert. Everyone instantly tensed, ready for combat. This was unknown territory. Anyone who rushed in out of nowhere probably didn't come with good intentions. Yo! A strange figure zipped toward them, riding what looked like an impact dial, his face hidden behind a bizarre mask. Die! The masked man lunged at them. Bang, bang, bang. He was fast, really fast. Using the impact dial, he maneuvered around like a damn hummingbird on jet fuel. TCH. Buzzing around like a damn gnat, Maki muttered. Line of thought. Big hunt. Invisible threads spread from her hands, forming a wide net. It snapped shut around the intruder, dragging him down onto the deck of the evil warship. Bang! He landed hard. Chrollo picked up the dial device from the guy's feet. This thing, is this what lets them move through the White Sea like that? This guy has wings. Maki pointed out, intrigued. Not decorative either. They're real, even if they're tiny. PFF'd. Those stubs? Chrollo snorted. The captured man squirmed, clearly uncomfortable with being stared at like a lab rat. He reached for a cannon-like weapon strapped to his back. Clang! Akamdi unsheathed Murasama and smashed the cannon in one smooth move. Brother Ryunosuke, what do we do with this guy? He asked, voice light and playful. Didn't he say he was gonna wipe us out? Pirates from the White Sea, Ryunosuke muttered, eyes narrowing. This guy's not alone. He turned toward the horizon. More figures were approaching, quickly. A whole group was headed their way. They must be his crew, he said. Looks like we're getting a proper Sky Island welcome. Chrollo, don't kill. He stopped mid-sentence. Chrollo and Maki had already started. The masked guy now looked very different. His wings had grown massively, and he radiated a strange, almost angelic energy. Though, frankly, the guy was still ugly as hell. If a cute Sky Island girl got that transformation, sure. But this dude? Hard pass. Captain, these guys are surprisingly tough, Chrollo said with a grin. Physically strong too. Might make decent handymen. Ryunosuke put a hand to his face, slightly embarrassed. Handymen, huh? Not a bad idea. Besides, wouldn't it be cooler to strut around Sky Island with a few local minions? Yeah, it was time to show off in style. Soon, more than a dozen masked individuals rushed over, armed with various weapons and shields. Their masks seemed to be the reason they could survive in this environment. Likely a necessity for life here. And more importantly, they were allowed to exist thanks to Enel's tacit approval. To Enel, the White Sea wasn't worth much attention. As long as the people of Sky Island treated him like a god, he didn't care what else they did. More than a dozen handymen should be enough, Ryunosuke muttered. Captain, I'll grab them first. Then Maki can use her ability to grow their wings out a bit, Chrollo suggested. Tiny wings just aren't aesthetically pleasing. Without waiting for a reply, Chrollo stepped onto a jet dial and shot off. The guy really was a genius. He'd already mastered the Sky Island tech after just touching it. Soon after, more than a dozen masked residents were brought onto the deck. With Maki's help, they all had large, angel-like wings sprouting from their backs. Take us to your stash, Ryunosuke ordered. You've been robbing people for years, haven't you? Let's see what you've hoarded. He didn't bother sugarcoating it. He had a massive pirate crew of thousands now. Keeping them fed and supplied was no small task. Learning about Sky Island was one thing, but grabbing some loot along the way? Definitely a bonus. Understood, Captain, the leader replied without hesitation. He was smart enough not to resist. One of Ryunosuke's crew had wiped out their whole group in seconds. Just being allowed to live was a blessing. As for the wings, uncomfortable, sure, but they'd have to get used to it. Soon, they arrived at what looked like a giant marshmallow, or rather, a massive ball of clouds. Several people dove in and began hauling out boxes of treasure. Ryunosuke raised an eyebrow at the pile. Damn, how many people did they rob to get this much? Captain, this is all we've got, the leader said. I also know a few other thief gangs on Sky Island. If you want, I can take you to them. My name's Keyless. Keyless, huh? Alright. You're the captain of this crew of handymen now. Ryunosuke nodded, then turned to Chrollo. No need to ask, I'm leaving them to you. Handle your business, then come back up. Got it, Captain, Chrollo grinned. Alright, little handyman, let's move out. Chrollo jumped off the ship. A daughter ship was released from the evil battleship, and Chrollo, along with Maki and Keyless, headed off to deal with the other thief groups. Honestly, those thieves had no idea what kind of hell they were about to walk into. Meanwhile, Ryunosuke and the rest made their way to the Gate of Heaven. It wasn't hard to find. There was a massive waterfall suspended in the sky, a pretty iconic landmark. I am the guardian of the Gate of Heaven. My name is Amazon, said a wrinkled old woman standing by the entrance. To pass through, each person must pay 1 billion Agus coins. Without missing a beat, she raised a camera and started snapping pictures. We refuse, Ryunosuke said casually. Let Enel know we're here, we'll go on ahead. This whole entrance fee was a joke. Whether you paid or not, you were gonna be targeted by the high priests anyway. Ryunosuke wasn't here to follow the rules. He was here to find Enel. No way in hell was he paying a made-up fee. Besides, they were pirates. Since when did pirates care about rules? With that, the evil warship surged up the massive waterfall and into the sky. Back on the White Sea below, a knight riding a Pegasus with odd pink spots gazed toward where Ryunosuke's ship had vanished. Another pirate from the Blue Sea, huh? Gonfall muttered. To suddenly appear here, they must have come from that terrifying upwelling current. He narrowed his eyes, strong and fearless, but that man, he's too dangerous. Gonfall patted his Pegasus and flew into the air, hot on their trail. Of course, Ryunosuke and his crew had no idea they were being watched. After rising through the waterfall, they arrived at the Upper Sky Island. So this is the Upper Island? Najenda asked, marveling at the scenery. There are actual plants up here. And those buildings in the distance, are those where the Sky Islanders live? She smiled. For them, this journey wasn't just about confronting Enel. It felt more like an adventure, almost like a vacation. What would happen next was anyone's guess. Brother Ryunosuke, someone's coming, Akame said, pointing to the starboard side. Ryunosuke turned to look. In the distance, a huge skyfish was chasing 2 Sky Islanders riding a viper boat. The skyfish was catching up fast. The 2 locals had spotted Ryunosuke's ship and were clearly trying to lead the creature toward them, hoping to use the pirates as bait. Whether Ryunosuke's crew could handle the skyfish or not, they didn't care. Just classic human behavior, selfish and opportunistic. Ryunosuke narrowed his eyes. He had no interest in saving them. He already had the info he needed. Gurgle. A soft rumble echoed. Akame clutched her stomach. Hee hee, I'm starving, she said, embarrassed. Ryunosuke smirked. Still hungry? Alright then, ask those two if they've got enough meat to feed us. If they do, we'll help. Got it. Akame nodded. I'll go ask. Strapping on a jet dial, she launched off the ship and glided down toward the chaos. Seeing someone jump down, the two locals instantly lit up. Salvation had arrived. Bang! Akame landed right in front of their Viper boat. Get out of the way, one of them shouted, panicking. We can't turn at this speed. Thud! Akame calmly extended her hand and pressed down on the Viper. The speeding boat screeched to a halt, completely blocked by her small frame. Clearly, it wasn't just Ryunosuke who'd been training. The entire crew had leveled up. Hey, Akame said with a cheerful smile. You need help, right? We're hungry. Got any meat? If you can feed us, I'll save you. Food? The man blinked, stunned. Who is this girl? She could use Jed D, technology unique to Sky Island. She stopped a speeding Viper with one hand. And now, she wanted food in exchange for saving them? Roar! The deafening cry of the skyfish snapped him back to reality. Yes, we're willing, he shouted. We'll give you all the food you want. Just help us. 10 minutes later, everyone had arrived at the island. By now, the massive skyfish had already been cut up and roasted over the fire. As strange as the fish looked, it tasted surprisingly good. Combined with the food provided by the Dover siblings, it made for a solid lunch. Dover, one of the two rescued by Ryunosuke earlier. Thanks again for saving us. If it wasn't for you, my sister Kelly and I would have been skyfish food, Dover said, scratching his head awkwardly. These supplies and drinks. They're nowhere near enough to repay you, but it's all we have. Really sorry, ha ha ha. No worries, Ryunosuke replied mid-bite. This stuff's amazing. These spices, and Susano's cooking, it's delicious. For a foodie like Ryunosuke, having a good meal and restoring energy was a big win. Kelly suddenly ran over, clearly flustered. You're not from Skypia, are you? You're from the Blue Sea, right? She asked anxiously. What's going on? Najenda stepped forward and asked bluntly. I just saw God's guard coming this way, Kelly said, eyes wide with panic. If you came from the Blue Sea and didn't pay the entrance fee at the gate of heaven, then you'll be judged by God. In Skypia, God was considered an all-powerful being. Most people wouldn't even dare utter his name in vain, let alone disrespect him. Over the years, those who dared to question or defy him had all met a swift and brutal punishment. Judged? Ryunosuke raised an eyebrow. With thunder, I assume? He chuckled, unfazed. Hey Kelly, I need you to do me a favor, he said, giving her a gentle smile. He had to admit, Skypian girls had a certain charm to them. Still, Ryunosuke couldn't help but wonder what Oda had been thinking. No matter how stunning the women in this world were in their youth, they somehow aged into absolute goblins. Maybe it was just a weird artistic choice. Me? You need my help? Kelly asked, flustered by the warmth in Ryunosuke's eyes. He wasn't just handsome, he had a kind of natural aura that drew people in. Kelly, like most, wasn't immune. Yeah, the so-called God of Skypia, his name's Enel, right? She nodded slowly. I want you to curse him, Ryunosuke said calmly. Okay, wait, what? Curse? God? She'd agreed without thinking, but once his words registered, panic set in. Shush, Ryunosuke hushed her softly. With a sudden flash, he unsheathed aim no Habakiri and slashed toward the distant White Sea. A massive cut split the sea in two, so powerful that the water didn't even rush back together right away. Just one strike was enough to leave Kelly speechless. Don't worry, he said with a grin. I'll protect you. I'm pretty damn strong. Kelly took a deep breath, placing her hands over her chest. She had to calm herself down. After all, what he'd just done was no small feat. Enel, you bastard, you useless piece of trash, Kelly began shouting curses at the sky. She wasn't exactly a pro at swearing. She just mimicked how her brother fought with people. Still, the sight of her angrily shouting insults was oddly adorable. Boom! A bolt of lightning crashed from the sky, but before it could reach Kelly, Ryunosuke sliced it in half effortlessly. Oi, Enel! He shouted, glaring at the sky. "Come out already, I know you're listening." Ryunosuke had a feeling Enel was holed up in that so-called temple of his. Or maybe he was chilling in the location of the proverb, if he'd finished with it. Either way, Ryunosuke didn't care for tracking him down himself. That would be a waste of time. Easier to get Enel to come to him. Boom boom boom. Lightning bolts began raining down. "In such a hurry to die, huh?" Ryunosuke muttered. "Fine, let's play." He raised his hand and activated telekinesis, transmutation type. Thin iron needles formed in the air, absorbing the incoming lightning with ease. Science, baby. If you study physics and chemistry, you really can walk the world without fear. "I've got your location," Ryunosuke smirked. "We'll leave the small fry to you guys. I'm going for the main event," and with that, he vanished. Thanks to the direction of the lightning strikes and his powerful observation haki, he now knew exactly where Enel was. Naruto, watching him go, took charge. "The captain's already making his move. Time for us to do the same," she said, eyes sharp. "Susanoo, stay and protect the siblings. Everyone else, with me. We're clearing out the guards." The Dragon Hunter pirate's reputation won't be sullied, not even in Skypia. As First Division captain, Naruto had the authority to lead when Ryunosuke wasn't around. You're going to challenge God?" Dover stammered. "That's insane. God can't be defeated." He was still reeling from watching his sister curse Enel. Now these people were marching toward him like it was nothing? Who were these lunatics? Oi, you guys really started without us," a familiar voice called out. Crollo stepped out from the trees, grinning. "Dragon Hunter pirates handyman. It's showtime. Go take out the rest of those guards. And don't worry, I've already prepared the perfect battlefield. Dark absolute space." He raised his hand, and a dome of darkness swallowed the area. As Enel's next volley of thunder rained down, Crollo ability blocked it entirely. "Ah, this guy's seriously annoying." Crollo licked his lips, eyes gleaming. "Captain, do we really have to let him live?" He looked like he was itching for a fight. Meanwhile, Enel sat lazily on his throne, completely unconcerned. Well, looks like we've got some interesting visitors. Every year, some fool thinks they can beat God," he yawned, a smirk tugging at the corner of his mouth. How boring. Although Crollo wanted to kill this so-called God, that target already belonged to the captain. So, he had no intention of stepping on his toes. This is the guard of God? How weak. And this divine punishment, it's just another ability. You think you can stop our Dragon Hunter pirates with this crap? Crollo scoffed, clearly unimpressed. They really underestimated us. He turned to Maki. "Come on. Let's go." He still had to find the giant snake Ryunosuke mentioned, a monster, apparently. If he could collect it, that'd be a hell of an addition. "Man, what a strange guy," someone muttered behind him. "Clean up the battlefield." Naruto took a long drag of her cigarette, exhaling slowly. "Hey, Brother Dover, can you take us to the rest of these so-called guards of God?" she asked coolly. "The captain left them for us to handle. If we can't even deal with them, that's on us." Dover had one thought at that moment. This crew was nothing like the pirates he'd heard about before. They might actually be able to bring change to this country. "I know where they're hiding," Kelly said, stepping forward with unexpected fire in her eyes. "Please, let us fight." The words surprised even her. Under her gentle exterior, there was a rebellious streak waiting to break free. The oppression from Enel's rule, the fear, the suffocation. It had stolen everyone's freedom and dreams. She was done with it. "I want him too," said a familiar voice. Gonfall rode up on his Pegasus. Actually, it looked more like an ugly donkey with wings. "That weird old guy again," Naruto muttered. "Didn't think he'd follow us." Ryunosuke called it. Said he'd show up. "But sorry, old man, Brother Ryunosuke already said he'd turn you down." "Let's go, Kelly." Akame grabbed Kelly and leapt back onto the warship. The rest of the group followed, disappearing into the skies. Gonfall stayed where he was. He'd been rejected, and his pride wouldn't let him chase after them. Meanwhile, Ryunosuke had already arrived at Enel's temple. So, this is where the self-proclaimed god lives. He looked around with an amused grin. Seriously, It's like watching a frog at the bottom of a well trying to talk about the sky. Suddenly, boom! A massive bolt of lightning struck down. Still trying that? Ryunosuke said calmly. You haven't figured it out yet, have you? Enel, you're just hiding here in the sky, clinging to a false sense of power and glory. You enjoy it, don't you? As soon as he finished, Ryunosuke vanished. Enel, despite using his mantra, Heartnet, lost track of him. What? I'm God here. Everything that moves on this island should be within my grasp. Why can't I sense him? A voice answered from right in front of him. Ever thought about using your actual eyes instead of just relying on the Heartnet? Ryunosuke stood inches away, smirking. You. Who the hell are you? Enel demanded, panic creeping into his voice. He'd ruled over Skypia for years. No one had ever disrespected him, let alone gotten this close. I'm Ryunosuke, he said casually, and I came here to make you my little brother. So, what's it gonna be? You wanna decide now or after I beat the crap out of you? That smug tone hit Enel's pride like a slap in the face. You dare mock me? No one says that to me, not here, not ever. You're already dead, Enel roared, unleashing a storm of lightning at Ryunosuke. Really? Ryunosuke said lazily, dodging with ease. Discharge again. This is getting boring. I'm actually starting to wonder if you're even worth recruiting. My dragon hunter pirates don't need useless baggage. He had expected more from Enel. But after a few exchanges, Ryunosuke realized that just by manipulating his transformation-type telekinesis to sync with the lightning, he could negate most of it easily. In pure physical combat, Enel stood no chance. There were plenty of ways to counter lightning-based powers across the sea. If Enel didn't develop his body and powers beyond the basics, he was just another overrated punk with a flashy fruit. Still, the ability itself had its value, useful for clearing out grunts or making a dramatic entrance. If it weren't for the lightning fruit, Ryunosuke would have already lost interest. Dragon hunter pirates? Enel sneered, sparks flickering around him. So, you're one of those pathetic fools from the Blue Sea? You think I became a god just because of some power? I am God. A real one. Let me show you. His rage boiled over. For years, he'd ruled unchallenged. And now this man, this mortal, mocked him? But just as he prepared to strike, something changed. Ryunosuke's eyes shifted. The Rinnegan. A chilling aura spread around him. Alright, that's enough. Calm your goddamn ego. I'll give it to you. You got potential. I can see that. But if you think you can just act like a punk because I'm going easy on you, you've got the wrong idea. Ryunosuke walked forward. You want to be my little brother? Then act like it. Enel screamed, unleashing his strongest technique. Raigo. Thunder God. Lightning surged across the sky as Enel transformed into a massive being of thunder and rage. He hurled the attack straight at Ryunosuke, crash. But the moment it struck, it disappeared. The thunder evaporated, and before Enel could react, Ryunosuke's fist slammed into his jaw. Bam! Enel was sent flying like a rag doll. Yep, Ryunosuke muttered, as I thought. The Rinnegan can suppress elemental abilities, just like Blackbeard's fruit. He looked down at Enel's unconscious body and cracked his neck. I tried it on Ace. Worked. But with Kuzan, I struggled a bit. Guess Ice is trickier to negate. He smirked. Still, you'll make a decent mascot. After defeating Enel, Ryunosuke casually dropped into a chair nearby. He wasn't done yet, just waiting for this stubborn bastard to wake up. Ice. Water. Ryunosuke raised both hands, and the air shimmered as he conjured ice and water from thin air. While his control over psychic power wasn't refined enough to weaponize these elements yet, materializing them wasn't an issue. Splash! He dumped the ice water right onto Enel. The jolt was instant. Enel jerked awake, sputtering from the cold. Enel, Ryunosuke said, his tone calm but menacing. Are we done here? You got two choices. Become my little brother, or die. As he spoke, he unsheathed Aim no Habakiri, its sharp edge catching the light. Enel flinched. He could feel the deadly aura radiating from the blade. Even as lightning, he knew, if he tried to fight again, he'd still be cut down. For the first time in his life, Enel felt powerless. Impossible, he shouted. I'm a god, how could I be your little brother? But Bam! Ryunosuke cut him off mid-sentence. Literally. With a brutal punch that sent him flying into a pillar. TCH. Still talking back. If words don't work, I'll just beat the submission out of you. Murderous intent practically bled from Ryunosuke's body, dense and suffocating. From the moment he blocked Enel's devil fruit powers, this was never going to be a fair fight. And in every other aspect, speed, strength, combat instinct, Enel was completely outclassed. Was he really going to die here? No, he hadn't even made it to the infinite continent. His grand dream of conquest wasn't even close to starting. And for the first time, death genuinely scared him. Wait. Don't fight anymore. I'll be your little brother. Bam. 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 I mean it, don't hit me, I really mean it. Bam. Brother, I was wrong. I give up, just let me be your little brother. Enel was practically sobbing now, face bruised and swollen. He finally understood what Ryunosuke meant when he first landed. Should have just agreed from the start. Now, he was too broken to even agree properly. All he could do was cry and beg as Ryunosuke continued his beatdown. Finally, when Enel was barely able to breathe, Ryunosuke stopped. He looked down at him, cold and composed. Tell me, what makes you think you're even qualified to be my little brother? Ryunosuke's kingly aura radiated outward, bearing down on Enel like a mountain. Enel stared up at him, stunned. It felt like he was looking at his true king. The pressure wasn't something Ryunosuke was forcing out, it was natural. A real king didn't need to act like one, he simply was. Unlike Enel, who had to use terror, murder, and manipulation to force people on Skypiea to worship him as a god. In contrast, Ryunosuke commanded loyalty without a single word. So this is what a king truly looks like. Boss, I know I'm not that strong right now, Enel said weakly, dragging himself up on one knee. But I can take care of small fries. I've also got a mountain of gold, and if you're the captain of a pirate crew, well, I can hand it all over to you. Oh, and I built a flying ship, the Arc Maxim, powered by my lightning fruit, it can even reach the moon. Please, boss, let me be your little brother. He was fully surrendered now, desperate. Even afraid that if he didn't say something useful fast enough, he'd be killed anyway. Ryunosuke raised an eyebrow. Sounds useful. Alright then, I'll allow you to be my little brother. But let me ask, your priests up on Sky Island, do they have any real combat strength in the Blue Sea? Enel perked up, relieved. They're not bad. If you need them, I can bring them all with me. Don't call me boss anymore. Ryunosuke gave him a look. From now on, you're a member of my crew. Start as an apprentice. Your priests can be your underlings. They can mop the deck or whatever. Soon, Ryunosuke finished wrapping things up on Sky Island. Crollo had also successfully taken down the Lord of the Sky. And thanks to that creature having hoarded a ridiculous number of treasures inside its body, Crollo scored big. Using his telekinetic ability, Thief's Hand, he extracted every last piece of treasure from the beast's gut. Then, Ryunosuke walked up to the golden bell. With one firm strike, gong, the sound echoed across the skies. Far below, on Jaya Island. My ancestors were right, the Golden Land. It really exists, it's up in the sky. Listen, that's the sound of the golden bell. Mr. Ryunosuke. Thank you so much. Mont Blanc fell to his knees, overwhelmed with emotion. For decades, people laughed at him, ridiculed his beliefs. But now, standing under the toll of the bell, all those years of doubt and struggle had finally paid off. Even his monkey and gorilla companions hugged him tightly, crying along with him. They were proud that their boss had proven the truth. Meanwhile, Najenda had dealt with most of the priests and guards. Those who surrendered quickly were spared, at least for now. As for the ones who charged in arrogantly, they were dead within seconds. The survivors were all bound and awaiting judgment when Ryunosuke returned. Soon, the Arc Maxim ship appeared, approaching the evil warship. At the bow stood Ryunosuke, arms crossed, cape fluttering. Behind him, Enel, now completely subdued, was acting as both the ship's engine and its helmsman. Whoa! A flying ship. Captain Ryunosuke, you're incredible. Our captain's got style. This ship is sick. Yo, you done up there, bro? I just woke up from a nap. Everyone on the evil warship was in a good mood. This Sky Island mission? A perfect victory. Every obstacle had been crushed under their feet. But the most shocking moment came right after. The Ark Maxim docked, and then the evil warship ate it. Yes, ate it. The ship physically consumed the Ark Maxim, absorbing its structure and materials into its own hull. Enel stood there in pure disbelief. He'd spent years building that thing. And now? It had been devoured like a snack. Ships can eat other ships. He was too shocked to even be angry. A few hours later, the island ship Ark Maxim was completely devoured by the evil warship. The hull of the evil warship now shimmered with gilded lines. The golden circuits and control consoles once embedded in Ark Maxim had been strengthened and fully integrated into the new ship systems. Enel, you're the helmsman and power source of the evil warship for now, Ryunosuke ordered coolly. Consider it both training and a test to push your powers to the limit. Just then, Crollo approached. Captain Ryunosuke, this is our new crewmate, Enel. You brought the golden bell? Ryunosuke asked, eyeing the small box Crollo held in his hand. It was his storage ability at work again, compressing large objects into portable form. Otherwise, there was no way Crollo could have hauled around so many trophies in one cabin. Crollo nodded. Yeah, and I found a stone beneath it, covered in inscriptions. You mean the poneglyph, Ryunosuke said with a slight grin. With both the golden bell and the poneglyph secured, Sky Island's main loot had been completely cleared. By the time Luffy arrived on Sky Island, there might be nothing left to fight for. But that was fine. Ryunosuke already had some plans to help Luffy grow stronger. Enel, now part of their crew, could beat some strength into him, provided they got Enel's physical endurance up to par. The guy was a monster with his devil fruit, but his body was weak as hell. Captain, what's next? Najenda stepped forward, her expression calm but curious. Enel, formerly called God, was already on board. The island's treasure had been swept clean by Crollo. What else was left? They weren't the kind of pirates to bully ordinary citizens. The dragon hunter pirates weren't that petty. Ryunosuke didn't answer immediately. Instead, he turned toward the clouds. Gonfall, you've been tailing us long enough. Time to show yourself. Puff, hoo, a cloud burst apart, revealing an old man riding a ridiculous pink bird-horse hybrid. Gonfall, the former god of Sky Island, had been spying from the clouds. He'd been observing Ryunosuke's crew in secret, watching everything unfold. As a former god, he couldn't ignore what was happening. And what he saw left him shocked. In just over a day, this crew had utterly crushed Enel, who'd once ruled the island like a god. Now Enel was a crewmate. Gonfall, Ryunosuke said, how about we make a deal? If you're up for it, I want you to manage Sky Island on our behalf. How you run things is up to you. But starting today, this island is no longer called Skypia. It's Timaeus now, and it's the territory of the dragon hunter pirates. Gonfall blinked, stunned. He had thought this crew came here for Enel, defeat him, take some treasure, and leave. But now, they were claiming the entire island. Is this a request or an order? Gonfall asked quietly. If you find it difficult, Ryunosuke replied calmly, I'll assign a few priests to govern in your place. But if you resist or act against us, it'll be seen as a challenge to the dragon hunter pirates. And we'll deal with you as enemies. That settled it. This wasn't a negotiation. It was a declaration. Ryunosuke didn't want Gonfall's permission. He was offering him a role. Gonfall exhaled slowly, then nodded. I understand. I accept. Please, Captain Ryunosuke of the dragon hunter pirates, allow me to serve as the god of Timaeus. He had made up his mind. If he took charge, at least the island's people wouldn't suffer. Tyranny wouldn't rise again. He couldn't say the same if it were the priests running things. A wise decision, Ryunosuke said with a nod. This is our flag. Raise it atop the temple. From now on, Timaeus belongs to the dragon hunter pirates. In return, we'll protect this island, but you'll provide us with supplies when needed. Here's a Den Mushi. Use it to contact me if anything goes down. With that, Ryunosuke handled the formalities quickly. The residents of Sky Island soon noticed the changes. Word spread fast. Sky Island had been occupied by pirates from the Blue Sea. But oddly enough, they didn't bring fear, they brought protection. Enel, the so-called god, had been taken away. Gonfall was quick to act. He convened the Sky Island Assembly, requiring all citizens to attend. Everyone, Gonfall addressed them, you all helped shape Sky Island into what it is today. But our strength is limited. Today, the Dragon Hunter pirates have claimed Sky Island as their territory. Enel has been defeated and taken away. Gasps filled the air. God, defeated? Our old god, has returned? Pirates? What are they exactly? They come from the Blue Sea, a powerful kind of warrior tribe, one villager explained. The crowd buzzed with confusion and disbelief. Gonfall raised his hand. Quiet. From this moment, I resume my position as the island's god. Sky Island will be renamed Timaeus. We will become vassals of the Dragon Hunter pirates. For those of you worried, don't be. This crew defeated Enel. They are powerful, but not cruel. I will ensure your lives are peaceful. I'm fine with it as long as we're safe, someone in the crowd shouted. Brother Ryunosuke seems like a good man. I trust him. They beat Enel. That alone is reason enough to follow them. Long live the Dragon Hunter pirates, long live Timaeus. The cheers grew louder. Truth was, the people had suffered long under Enel's rule. Their expectations had dropped to rock bottom. Now, just being safe was a blessing. Ryunosuke didn't even need to show himself. They were already placing their hopes on him. I think we should build a statue of Brother Ryunosuke, Kelly suddenly proposed. Put it in the temple, him holding the Dragon Hunter pirates flag. Not a bad idea, another chimed in. It shows our respect for the ones protecting us. Yeah, let's build it. What if they forget about us someday? Gonfall smiled as he watched the people celebrate. At least for now, they had peace. With the strength of the Dragon Hunter pirates behind them, Timaeus would be safe. For as long as Ryunosuke remained undefeated. Ding! Congratulations to the host for earning the trust and respect of the people in your governed territory. You have received 10,000 reputation points. Going forward, you'll receive 10,000 reputation points annually, based on the population of the territory. On board the extremely evil warship, Ryunosuke, preparing to return to the Blue Sea, heard the system's notification. That's right, his controlled territories had just increased again. And this one? Twice as valuable as Whiskey Peak. Even better, the rewards were recurring, every single year. This is just too damn good, Ryunosuke muttered with a satisfied grin. It made sense though. Compared to Whiskey Peak, this new territory had more people, more land, and stronger overall strength, even in combat capabilities. The Justice Points boost was only natural. Captain, now that we're back at sea, are we heading to the so-called New World? Najenda asked calmly. Or do you have other plans? Ryunosuke shook his head. The New World? Not yet. We're going to secure all the unclaimed territories along the Grand Line first. The four emperors already have a foothold in the New World. If we jump in now, it'll definitely stir things up. No need to clash with them just yet. He smirked slightly. I'm not scared, but picking a fight too early would be pointless. By now, their actions must have already caught the attention of the celestial dragons. Between disrupting the slave trade and their defiant stance against the Navy, the Dragon Hunter pirates were now officially seen as one of the most dangerous crews out there. But if Ryunosuke wanted to make the most of that infamous reputation, he had to play this carefully. Let the world government dance a little, and in the end, he'd rack up a mountain of reputation points. Meanwhile, near the waters of Jaya Island, Luffy, we're almost at Jaya Island, Nami said, checking the map and logging the pointer's new direction. Can we eat meat now? Luffy asked, eyes sparkling. Ha 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 ha. He laughed excitedly. Supplies had been running low for a while. The crew had resorted to fishing, but it wasn't enough. Nami sighed in exasperation. All you ever think about is meat. Just then, another pirate ship appeared in the distance. Teach, I've spotted the Straw Hat Pirates, Van Augur reported, lowering his telescope and glancing at Blackbeard. He supported Blackbeard's plan. If they attacked the Straw Hats now, the chaos that followed could shift the entire balance of the world. Let's go after them, Blackbeard ordered, a twisted smile forming. That kid. Grandson of the Navy hero Garp, younger brother of that bastard Ryunosuke, and sworn brother to Ace. If we catch him and toss him into impel down. Zee-ha-ha-ha-ha, Blackbeard let out his signature laugh. He wasn't stupid enough to challenge the dragon hunter pirates directly. Their strength already exceeded what he had expected. Ryunosuke alone gave him the chills the last time they crossed paths. Instead, he'd use the navy to wipe out both the dragon hunters and the Whitebeard pirates. Teach. A navy ship just appeared. It's Garp's ship, Burgess called out urgently. Blackbeard's face soured. He had just decided to capture the Straw Hats, but now, with Garp involved, things got complicated. Still, an idea flickered in his mind. No, this could still work, he muttered. We'll attack the Straw Hats and push them toward Garp's warship, he declared, grinning darkly. With his command, his crew sprang into action. Bang! Clang! Van Augur's sniper shot whizzed through the air, but Zoro, quick as ever, drew his blade and deflected it midair. The impact was strong. It made his hands numb. Usopp, Zoro growled. Check who's attacking us. He couldn't sense any enemies nearby. Must have been a long-range sniper. Usopp quickly raised his telescope, scanning the sea. His face went pale. This is bad. Really bad, he stammered. There's a pirate ship and navy warships headed our way. Should we run? Are we gonna die? TCH. We'll just kill them, Zoro said coolly, pulling out his 3 swords and stepping to the railing. Ha ha ha, another fight? Hell yeah, Luffy shouted, cracking his knuckles. Wait, wait. You idiots don't even know who it is yet. Nami shouted in frustration. Run, avoid the damn fight. Robin chuckled softly. Hee hee hee. She'd seen enough to know the crew would be fine. Ryunosuke was right. Despite their chaos, they trusted each other deeply. When push came to shove, they always pulled through. But it was too late now. The Navy's cannonballs had already started falling. Vice Admiral Garp. We've spotted the Blackbeard pirates and the Straw Hat pirates. We've already ordered an artillery strike. Should we capture them all? A rear admiral beside Garp asked. Technically, a rear admiral should be leading his own fleet, but Garp was, well, unpredictable. So HQ assigned someone to keep him in check. Straw Hat. Garp laughed heartily. Ha ha ha. We found that brat again. Capture them all. His main target was Blackbeard. Anyone who dared manipulate the Navy into fighting the Dragon Hunter pirates and the Whitebeard pirates wasn't someone Garp trusted. And if Blackbeard really pulled off that plan, it'd be a bloodbath, especially for the Navy. Sure, Ryunosuke and Whitebeard would take hits, but the Navy would suffer even more. Garp clenched his fist. He wouldn't let that happen. He'd eliminate Blackbeard before he had the chance. And Whitebeard? He was nearing the end of his life anyway. Let him go out in peace. There was no justice in sacrificing thousands of young Marines just to reap hollow glory. That wasn't Garp's kind of justice. As Garp gave the command, the Navy ships moved out without hesitation. Soon, the very scenario Blackbeard had hoped for unfolded before his eyes. The Straw Hat pirates found themselves cornered, surrounded by the Navy with no path of retreat. And worst of all, Garp was here. There was no way Luffy's crew could hold their own against him. After all, Garp was a man who could overpower even someone like Ryunosuke. This was the Garp who once chased the Pirate King Roger across the entire world. Grandpa, Luffy shouted, stunned, after being sent flying. Grandpa, Sanji, Zoro, and the others froze in disbelief. The man who had just beaten them so mercilessly was Luffy's grandfather. Ha 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 ha, Garp laughed, casually picking his nose. So you really went and became a pirate? Huh? Caused trouble in Alabasta, too. Your bounty's already over 100 million. Come back to Navy headquarters with me. I'll try to make you a Marine. Grandpa, no, Luffy shouted back. I don't want to be a Marine. I want to be the Pirate King. Garp paused, then chuckled again. Pirate King, ha ha ha. Roger really left a hell of a legacy behind. Can't believe my own grandson's chasing that dream now. He turned away and cracked his knuckles. Don't move. I'll go kill Blackbeard first, then we'll talk. With that, Garp left the Going Merry, jumped back to his warship, and began his assault on Blackbeard. What the hell is this guy doing? Blackbeard shouted in shock. He had fully expected Garp to capture the Straw Hats first, then maybe come for him. But instead, Garp was coming for his head, full force. Cannon fire erupted, shell after shell flying toward Blackbeard's ship. Each shell was infused with armament hockey, gleaming ominously in the air. Even Blackbeard and his crew didn't dare try to intercept them directly. "Teach, this ain't what you planned," Luffy yelled, eyes wide. "If we don't get out of here now, we're gonna die." Garp had clearly been in a bad mood lately, probably thanks to the dragon hunter pirates. Judging by the fire in his eyes, he was planning to use the Blackbeard pirates to vent his rage. "Don't panic," Blackbeard growled, though even he was starting to sweat. "Garp might not actually kill us, Doc Q, do it." He was bluffing, trying to hold his crew together, but even he knew how dangerous this was. No one underestimated Garp. Even Whitebeard himself wouldn't confidently say he could kill Garp. And now, here they were, the Blackbeard pirates, facing him head-on. "Got it. Teach." Doc Q nodded and tossed out several vials from his bag. Puff, 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 as the glass shattered mid-air, thanks to Van Auger's sharpshooting. A thick, colorful mist spread across the sea. A toxic fog blanketed the battlefield. "Now what?" Doc Q asked. "Should we take advantage of the cover and attack?" "Attack? Are you out of your damn mind?" Teach snapped. "Burgess, start the engine. We're getting the hell out of here." Their crew was full of arrogant maniacs. Sometimes even Teach couldn't deal with them. There was no time to waste. Escape was the only option. Meanwhile, on the Going Merry, Luffy and his crew saw Garp charging Blackbeard and quickly seized the opportunity to escape. Of course, Garp let them go. If he hadn't, there's no way it would have been that easy for them to slip away. "Vice Admiral Garp, should we pursue them?" a high-ranking Navy asked, eyeing the dense fog ahead. "No need," Garp replied casually. "That fog will hurt our own men too. That crap's dangerous just looking at it." He turned his ship away from the mist and steered toward Jaya Island. Given Luffy and his crew didn't know these waters well, Garp figured they'd head there next. He still wanted to talk to Luffy, and if the kid still refused to listen, well, Garp wouldn't press him. Luffy was still his grandson. No matter what path he chose, marine or pirate, family was still family. Looking out toward the retreating Blackbeard pirates, Garp's expression darkened. He already had a rough idea of what Teach was planning. Clearly, Blackbeard had been trying to capture Luffy, probably to lure out Ace and Ryunosuke. It was safer that way, from Blackbeard's perspective. Garp let out a heavy sigh. If Luffy had been captured, he honestly didn't know what he would have done. Justice? Or family? The thought made his blood boil. For a moment, he seriously considered hunting down Blackbeard and wiping them all out right then and there. But instead, he picked up a Den Den Mushi and called Marineford. This needed to be reported to Sengoku, Marineford, Marshal's office. "Suru, Garp forced Blackbeard to retreat," Sengoku said, his face grim. "That's his grandson, after all. I suppose it's to be expected." Suru raised an eyebrow. "You're relieved, though, aren't you?" Sengoku didn't reply, but his silence said everything. If Blackbeard had actually brought Ace into this, if it had come down to executing Garp's grandson, that would have crossed a line. It could have driven Garp away from the Navy forever. Even as a fleet admiral, Sengoku didn't want to go that far. His friendship with Garp wasn't just professional. They were comrades, brothers in arms. "Hey, let's stick to Blackbeard's plan for now," Sengoku finally said. "If it lets us lure out the Whitebeard pirates, maybe we can eliminate one of the biggest threats to the world." Suru nodded slowly. Blackbeard is dangerous. And the Whitebeard pirates aren't pulling back. They've been aggressively expanding. Some islands have already been absorbed into their territory. Their division commanders are attacking strategic points, too, she continued. There haven't been heavy casualties yet, but it's a direct challenge to the Navy's authority. If things kept going like this, justice would become a joke. And the world government wouldn't sit quietly for long. "Accelerate the operation," Sengoku said after a pause. "Borsellino just sent word. There's going to be a massive slave auction in the Sabaody archipelago in a few months." He trailed off, the implication hanging heavy in the room. Even within the Navy, there were dark truths they had to tolerate. For the sake of maintaining peace on the surface, sometimes they had to let the filth slide, At this moment, Ryunosuke and his dragon hunter pirates had finally arrived at the Blue Sea. Honestly, having Enel around as a walking super generator really sped things up. Going up to Skypia and back down again barely took any time. That's one of the main reasons Ryunosuke chose to claim Skypia as his territory. After all, Enel could fly the Maxim directly to the endless land, the moon. That kind of distance? It's nothing to him. Enel, Ryunosuke ordered, standing at the bow and grinning as he stared out at the vast sea. Take your people and attack any ship flying a pirate flag. Loot their supplies and take anyone useful. He continued, voice cold and calculated, merchant ships, rob them too. Kill anyone who resists. I need you to form a proper pirate crew. Big, fast, got it? Enel crossed his arms, eyes glowing faintly with electricity. Other things might be tough, he replied calmly, but if you just want chaos and destruction, that's easy. Anyone I'm not supposed to kill? Ryunosuke nodded, tossing a rolled-up list to Enel. Here's info on the heavy hitters. People you probably can't beat just yet. Don't pick a fight with them. Just get out if you cross paths. He paused, then added, also, these are the flags of the Whitebeard pirates and Straw Hat pirates. They're allies. Don't touch them. Ryunosuke gave Enel a quick breakdown of the major players on the seas. Navy admirals, special vice admirals, other pirate crews. As for ships flying the world government symbol? He didn't say anything, because in his mind, even government ships were fair game. I understand, Enel said with a nod, then frowned slightly, but I don't have a ship. Right. Devil fruit user. No boat means no travel on the sea. No worries. One's on the way. Ryunosuke smiled knowingly. He'd already contacted Rolki before descending from Skypia. Sure enough, by the afternoon, Rolki showed up. In the past year with the Dragon Hunter pirates, Rolki had gained more than just power, he'd gained confidence. To him, the Dragon Hunter pirates were already one of the top crews in the world. They had the strength, the backing, the reputation. So naturally, he developed a rare condition, social bull syndrome. In no time, he and Enel hit it off. When Enel found out Rolki was a formal crew member, he couldn't help but feel a little jealous. After all, he was only listed as a trainee, according to Ryunosuke, anyway. In reality, on Ryunosuke's panel, Enel had long been promoted to full crew status. He just hadn't been told yet. Ryunosuke was waiting until Enel came back from his mission before making it official. Rolki, since you two get along, go with Enel, Ryunosuke instructed. Show him the ropes. Hawkins will handle the odd jobs in the meantime. Make sure Enel learns the basics of our crew. I'm counting on both of you. Got it, Captain. Rolki saluted, then led Enel off. Enel didn't bring much, Rolki had all the supplies. A while later, another figure stepped forward. Captain, said Crollo, Maki and I will head out too. If you need us, just call. As for the folks I recruited earlier, I'm leaving them behind. This sea's crawling with talent. We'll pick up better ones as we go. Crollo's job was to gather wealth for the crew, something he was extremely good at. Go ahead, Ryunosuke nodded. But if you run into trouble you can't handle, don't hesitate to call. Dragon Hunter pirates move as one. Yes, Captain. Crollo placed his hand on his chest and bowed before leaving with Maki. Suddenly, only a few people were left on the ship. Bro, why do you accept the Shichibukai offer? Ace asked, confused. The Navy invited me once too, but I turned him down. Other than the whole legal looting thing, it doesn't offer much. People strong enough to be Shichibukai don't care about legal or illegal plunder anyway. Ryunosuke grinned slyly. Exactly. But imagine this. What if the Navy tries to hunt me down and then realizes all my subordinates are also Shichibukai? Enel's role isn't just destruction, it's to show off. But first, he needs the title. Ace blinked, speechless. Only his big brother could say that kind of thing with a straight face. Okay, fair, Ace chuckled. But back to business. Where the hell is Blackbeard now? Is he even still on the Grand Line? He hadn't forgotten why he set out in the first place, to hunt Blackbeard. But after their last encounter, he wasn't so confident anymore. Teach's strange abilities and brutal strength left him feeling helpless. Blackbeard, huh? Ryunosuke's eyes narrowed. What do you think is the best way to draw him out? Or get his location quickly? Ace paused, then offered, Morgans? If anyone has info, it's him. But there was a problem. We kinda pissed him off with our last stunt, Ace added. I doubt we'll get anything out of him now. Ryunosuke raised an eyebrow. Morgans, huh? Not a bad call. He turned to Ace. Hey, Uncle Whitebeard got Morgan's number? Mind asking? Pops, Ace blinked, caught off guard. I'm not sure, but I'll call and check. He pulled out his Den Mushi and made the call. He'd been away for a while. If he kept following Ryunosuke without any real progress, it would feel like a betrayal. To Whitebeard and to Thatch. Yeah, got it, we'll be there soon. I got wrecked by Teach, Pops. If I don't bring something back, I might as well have died. Alright, thanks. Ace hung up and turned to Ryunosuke. Big bro, Pop said they're on Kahalo Island. We can reach it in a day if we head out now. Ryunosuke nodded. Then let's move. The next day, Ryunosuke and his crew arrived at Kahalo Island. The island's climate was surprisingly pleasant, neither too hot nor too cold. However, the soil didn't seem very fertile. If someone tried farming here, they probably wouldn't harvest much. Just as Ryunosuke had imagined, there was a small town nestled on the island. The locals made their living primarily through farming. This was Whitebeard's territory, so other pirates didn't dare cause trouble here. As a result, the townspeople lived peaceful, content lives. It had to be said, while the so-called righteous navy claimed to maintain order across the seas, the presence of a powerful pirate like Whitebeard often provided even more security. In many places, it was the pirates who actually brought stability. As Ryunosuke and his group entered the town, a familiar face came to greet them. Captain Ryunosuke, my father sent me to bring you in, said Vista with a smile. Vista? Ace blinked, looking him up and down. You look stronger than before. He wasn't joking. Vista's entire presence felt sharper, more refined, like a blade that had been honed. We've been training like mad lately, Vista replied with a chuckle. Come on, Ace, Pop's waiting. He's got something to tell you. They followed Vista through the town until they reached a large, secluded courtyard, Whitebeard's base on the island. Only a few captains were present, Marco, Jozu, and Vista. The others were away on assignments. Uncle Whitebeard, you're looking more energetic than ever, Ryunosuke grinned as he approached the old man. Whitebeard no longer had IVs hanging from his arms. Clearly, the life essence potion Ryunosuke had given him was doing its job. Gu rah rah rah, thanks to your potion, brat, Whitebeard laughed heartily. By the way, you saw the battle with Teach, didn't you? What do you think of his strength? Teach, Ryunosuke raised a brow. Weaker than me. If we fought, I'm confident I could kill him. He paused, then added, that said, your commanders might give him more of a challenge. Marco, for instance, could probably go toe-to-toe with him in hand-to-hand combat. Ryunosuke spoke calmly, but a hint of uncertainty crept into his voice. After all, Blackbeard was an enigma. From the fight with Thatch to his duel with Ace, Teach had always held something back. He never went all out, making it hard to judge his true strength. But the fact remained. He had defeated Ace. You're saying Teach is that strong? Vista asked, skeptical. Back on the ship, Teach had been a nobody, a wallflower. He rarely stepped into the spotlight, and even when he did, his performances were mediocre at best. Listen, Ryunosuke said, his tone serious. Ace lost. And not barely. He was completely defeated. Can you say with confidence that you could do what he couldn't? Vista fell silent. He knew the answer. Even in a straight fight with Ace, a full victory wouldn't be guaranteed. TCH. Vista clenched his fists but didn't argue. Whitebeard changed the subject, tossing Ryunosuke a Den Mushi. This is Morgans' line. If you need to reach him, use this. But tell me something, Ryunosuke. What exactly are you aiming for? My goal? Ryunosuke smirked, raising his head. To stand at the very top of the world, he declared. I want to live free, unbound, untouchable. No one will restrict me. And when they hear my name, they'll know it's the Dragon Hunter Pirates. As he finished, Ryunosuke's conqueror's haki burst forth like a tidal wave. Whitebeard's eyes widened in shock. This presence, he didn't have this the last time we met. In just a short span of time, Ryunosuke had grown again. And when Whitebeard looked at his own sons, he felt a pang of frustration. Under his protection, they had grown complacent. Ryunosuke, if I remember correctly, you use a sword too, right? Whitebeard suddenly said with a grin. Why don't you spar with Vista? Show them that the new generation has already surpassed the old. Pops! Vista cried, startled. He hadn't fought Ryunosuke before, but from Ace's stories, and from what he'd seen of Ryunosuke's crew, it was clear the young captain wasn't weak. Fighting him here would be like asking to be humiliated. Well, swordsmanship isn't really my specialty, Ryunosuke replied casually. I dabble, but my real strength lies elsewhere. He glanced over his shoulder. Kuina, you handle this. Show them what real swordsmanship looks like. From behind him, a calm, composed young woman stepped forward. Hello, Uncle Whitebeard, Kuina greeted politely. She held a long sword by her side. One look was enough to tell she was a seasoned swordswoman. The sharp aura around her was undeniable. Whitebeard raised an eyebrow, visibly impressed. For a woman to reach this level with a blade, she must have put in an incredible amount of time and effort, perhaps more than most men. Vista, Whitebeard said, locking eyes with him, don't embarrass me. Well, Vista sighed, chuckling awkwardly, if I get to spar with a beautiful lady, I guess it's not so bad. He drew both swords and held them respectfully in front of him, his school's signature stance. Please, Kuina said softly, drawing her sword. A soft breeze picked up around her, and her hair fluttered in the wind. The presence she exuded was razor sharp. Shish. Without warning, Kuina dashed forward. Her Isshin Ryu sword style, combined with the wind-infused sword, elevated both her speed and strength. She moved like a storm, fast, clean, and precise. Vista responded, but not with a slash. Instead, he reached into his pocket, pulled out a handful of rose petals, and tossed them into the air. Ryunosuke blinked, confused. Wait, that's why he's called the flower sword. He thought the petals came from some special sword technique, not that Vista just threw them by hand. Even Whitebeard turned away for a moment, clearly embarrassed. As Kuina's wind-infused blade slashed downward, a turbulent force field formed around her. With every swing, the force field intensified, each strike feeding power into the next. Before long, her attacks grew sharper, faster, more devastating. Vista, standing across from her, was no longer as relaxed as when the match began. He was starting to feel the pressure. This girl, she's just a crew member, not even a captain? If he actually lost here, in front of Whitebeard no less, it would be more than just personal embarrassment. It would bring shame to the entire Whitebeard pirates. Clang! Another of Kuina's strikes was deflected, metal ringing loud through the air. Vista countered, readying himself for a strong counterattack. But Kuina had already leapt back, sheath in hand, blade now stilled. I concede, Kuina said calmly, cupping her hands in a traditional gesture of respect. That last blow was my strongest. If this were a real fight, it wouldn't go much further. Vista nearly coughed up blood on the spot. What kind of concession is that? She made it sound like if this were a real, no-holds-barred fight, he'd already be dead. And honestly, she wasn't wrong. She had pressured him the entire time. Of course, he hadn't used his full strength. They weren't enemies, just sparring. But her little declaration basically gave him a hollow win. Victory in name, defeat in spirit. You really are a super rookie from the Grand Line, Vista muttered. Your ship's full of monsters. He turned to Ryunosuke. Captain, I'd like to spar with you next. Before Ryunosuke could respond, another voice chimed in. Let me go. Ryunosuke, Akame stepped forward, grinning as she held the sheathed Murasama in her hand. Can I fight next? Vista raised an eyebrow. She was cute, looked harmless, but after Kuina, he wasn't about to underestimate anyone. You can fight, Ryunosuke nodded, but not with the Murasama. He handed over his own blade. Use this instead. Akame smiled brightly. Got it. She gave the blade a few test swings, adjusting to its weight. Her fighting style wasn't brute strength like Kuina's, it was all speed and precision. Alright, Vista said. Come, clang. Before he could finish his sentence, Akame blurred forward, her strike already crashing down at a sharp, unconventional angle. Vista reacted instantly, bringing his swords up to block the blow just in time, right in front of his neck. A cold sweat ran down his back. Shit, that was close. She looked innocent, but this girl was trying to kill him. The sword didn't just carry energy, it carried intent. Akame's aura was different from Kuina's. Less elegant, more vicious. Her killing intent was thick in the air. I'm not used to this sword yet, but it'll do. She looked at the blade, then lunged again. Speed, speed, more speed. Each of her attacks came faster than the last, aimed directly at his vitals, throat, chest, heart. She wasn't playing around. Vista was forced into a full defensive stance, gritting his teeth under the rapid pressure. Watching from his throne-like seat, Whitebeard's expression darkened. What the hell is this? What was supposed to be a light sparring session had turned into a public beatdown by Ryunosuke's crew. Both girls weren't even captains, just crew members, and they had Vista on the ropes. Shht. A sudden tear split through the fabric on Akame's arm. She stopped, frowned, and walked back to Ryunosuke, handing back the sword. I lost, she muttered with a small pout. That guy's no pushover. Vista let out a breath and sheathed his blades. You're strong too, he admitted awkwardly. Now he understood what Marco had been trying to tell them. The new generation wasn't just rising, they were catching up. If they didn't move forward, they'd be left behind. And being left behind at sea meant death. Not bad at all. Whitebeard suddenly laughed, the tension lifting. Gurararara, Ryunosuke, your dragon hunter pirates really are something. You'll stand at the top of the world soon enough. It's only a matter of time. Ryunosuke gave a modest smile. You flatter me, Uncle Whitebeard. Stay for a banquet, Whitebeard said, waving him off. I'll call the other captains over too. Let them feel your crew's strength for themselves. Are you sure? Ryunosuke asked, grinning. My time's pretty valuable, you know. Whitebeard laughed again. I'll make it worth your time. One request, any request, and I'll fulfill it. Consider it a thank you gift. The air fell still. Marco and Vista both froze. Whitebeard's promise wasn't something to take lightly. He wasn't a man who spoke carelessly. If Ryunosuke asked to borrow the Whitebeard pirates' forces, even temporarily, it could lead to something dangerous. But they understood the reason. Whitebeard wasn't being generous. He was desperate. He wanted Ryunosuke's strength to light a fire under his own crew, especially the captains. They needed to see what the future looked like. Needed to feel the pressure of being overtaken. This wasn't a slap to the face, it was a wake-up call. I get it, Ryunosuke said, nodding, then I'll stay. The last time he helped was to do a favor for Ace. This time, it was to earn a debt. And a promise from one of the 4 emperors? That was more than worth it. Marco, Whitebeard barked. Go prepare the banquet, Gurararara. He lifted a wine jug, red-haired Shanks' signature brew, and downed a heavy gulp. It was clear he'd kept it from their last encounter. The old man still had his pride, but now, he also had a plan. As preparations began, Ryunosuke casually stepped aside, taking out a denmushi. Time to give Morgans a little call. Purururu. Hey, Whitebeard. Why the hell are you calling me this late? What do you want? Morgans sounded irritated. He still held a grudge over the time Whitebeard's crew attacked one of his newsbirds. But unlike with Ryunosuke and the dragon hunter pirates, Morgans couldn't afford to piss off Whitebeard. The man was one of the 4 emperors. If he went berserk and showed up on Morgans' news island, there wouldn't be a damn thing he could do about it. With the connections Whitebeard had, probably no one could. Still, Morgans couldn't hide the annoyance in his voice. Big newsman Morgans, hello there. I'm Ryunosuke, captain of the Dragon Hunter Pirates. The Dragon Hunter Pirates? You've got some balls calling me? The moment Morgans realized who was on the line, his tone flipped, from annoyed to sharp and dangerous. He wasn't afraid of Ryunosuke. Unlike Whitebeard, Ryunosuke didn't have that level of influence or power that demanded caution. Calm down. No need to get so worked up, Ryunosuke said smoothly. I know you deal in intelligence. And you should know our crew's unique position. The folks who attacked us before. Pretty sure that ties back to you. So, let's talk. He was all smiles, voice calm. Ryunosuke had already pieced together most of the picture. Morgan scoffed. No, the last incident between us hasn't been settled yet. Not unless you publicly apologize and pay me compensation. He wasn't backing down. After all, the power of Morgan's intel network was unmatched across the seas. Not even the world government's intel division could claim superiority over the big news Morgans. That was his leverage. I need the exact location of Blackbeard, teach, Ryunosuke said bluntly. As for your demands, I'm not agreeing to them. But if you refuse this deal, I'll bring the Whitebeard pirates and the Dragon Hunter pirates right to your front door. Morgans froze. He could handle the Dragon Hunter pirates. He had enough connections in the New World to bury them if they got cocky. But Whitebeard? No way in hell. Ha 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 ha, you seriously think the Whitebeard pirates would come after me just because you said so? I've got connections with Edward Newgate. Oh yeah? Ryunosuke smirked. Then why do you think I'm calling you with Uncle Whitebeard's Den Den Mushi? That shut Morgans up real quick. The more he thought about it, the more sense it made. Ace had been with Ryunosuke's crew for a while. Their battle records were no joke. And if Ryunosuke was casually using Whitebeard's communication line. Yeah, the connection was real. Morgans may have had an unmatched network, but he wasn't insane. If both pirate groups came knocking, he'd be screwed. I think you get the picture, Ryunosuke continued. We're not looking to be monitored 24/7, and I have a feeling your newsbirds are doing just that. We had to act to protect ourselves. Now, let's talk terms. 1 month. You give me Blackbeard's exact location whenever I ask. 1 billion berries. Morgans paused. 1 billion? That number hit him hard. You could buy a damn devil fruit for that on the black market. But more than the money, it was the implication. Ryunosuke wasn't bluffing. He did have ties to Whitebeard, and if they teamed up. Yeah, he couldn't afford to bet against that. Fine. Deal, Morgan said after a moment. Blackbeard's currently on Lorco's Island. I'll throw in a bonus tip too. He's been in contact with the Navy. The target? Whitebeard's crew, and yours. I'll send a newsbird to pick up the money and drop off a Den Den Mushi. You want intel in the future? Call me directly. Click. The line went dead. Ryunosuke chuckled as he heard the dial tone. Morgans had taken the bait. Blackbeard's working with the Navy, huh? Ace hadn't been captured yet. He was still on the ship. So what the hell was Blackbeard planning? Use himself as bait? No way. That'd be suicide. Blackbeard wasn't the type to take that kind of risk unless he had no other options left. Najenda. Where's Lorco's Island? Ryunosuke turned to his navigator. He knew most of the major islands, but obscure places like Lorco's? Not his thing. Najenda immediately pulled out the massive nautical chart. Ryunosuke looked at the size of it and immediately notepad out. Yeah, no way he could be a navigator. Found it, Najenda said, pointing it out. Lorco's Island is surrounded by the Kingdom of Xyrus and the Kingdom of Yutaka. Just ahead of it is the Florian Triangle, the territory of one of the 7 warlords of the sea, Gecko Moria. And this sea route leads directly to the Sabo di Archipelago and Marineford. She quickly marked the locations and named the nearby nations and notable areas. Ryunosuke frowned. Damn, that's a pretty strategic spot. What the hell is Blackbeard plotting? Ryunosuke didn't trust that crazy bastard for a second. The guy wanted to usher in the era of Blackbeard. Eventually became one of the 4 emperors, only to end up partying on Florian Island. Who knew what was going on in that scheming head of his? But one thing was certain, Blackbeard wasn't giving up without a fight. Send Uncle Whitebeard the intel on Blackbeard's position. Also, prep the billion berries. Let the newsbird take it when it gets here. He gave the order without hesitation. 1 billion berries for intel and a favor from Whitebeard? Ryunosuke figured it was a bargain. Ding! You've gained 7,000 reputation points from Morgan's approval. Ryunosuke blinked in surprise. Approval? From that old bird brain? He didn't think Morgans liked him at all. But hey, free reputation points were free reputation points. He wasn't gonna complain. Whitebeard, after receiving the information, didn't act immediately. The current state of the Whitebeard pirates meant that without Whitebeard himself stepping in, it'd be difficult to take Blackbeard down. So, the old man decided to wait until all his division commanders arrived. In the meantime, it was time for a banquet. 3 days later, Ryunosuke was still feeling a little dazed. The Whitebeard pirates weren't all that powerful in terms of combat, but damn, those guys could drink. No doubt about it, they got that from Whitebeard himself. Captain. At that moment, Tendo Pain's voice came through the dragon hunting order. What's up, Yahiko? Ryunosuke shook off his drunken haze and straightened up, his voice alert. We've found Blackbeard's whereabouts. Should we go after him? Tendo Pain reported calmly. Hearing that, Ryunosuke sobered up instantly. The 3rd Division had been deployed to build an intelligence network, but he hadn't expected results this soon. Try to capture him, Ryunosuke ordered. But if things go south, prioritize your safety. Your identity hasn't been exposed yet, so don't fly the Dragon Hunter Pirate's flag. If anyone asks who you are, tell them you're the leader of Akatsuki. Blackbeard's powers wouldn't be much use against Yahiko, especially not with abilities like Shinra Tensai or his brutal taijutsu. Yahiko could crush him. Understood, the connection ended. On the deck, Tendo Pain stood silently at the bow. What did the captain say? Jigokudo Pain asked as he walked over. He gave the green light, Yahiko replied. Capture Blackbeard if possible. And we're now operating under the name Akatsuki. He turned to face the sea breeze, eyes narrowing. Let the world begin to understand pain. Behind him, a group of eerie figures emerged. Men pierced with black chakra rods. Pirates, guards, and others Yahiko had converted into puppets. If they met the physical requirements, he never hesitated. In Yahiko's mind, people could betray. But puppets never change. They're my permanent army. He cut his palm, offering his blood to the giant summoned king of hell behind him. The beast devoured it without hesitation. They split into 2 squads, heading toward Lorco's island. Meanwhile, on another ship bound for the same island, a colossal 3-masted vessel loomed, like a floating fortress. This was one of Gecko Mariah's ships. And it wasn't even the main one. If the full terrifying 3-masted ship had arrived, Lorco's island might have sunk in shame. Why'd the captain drag us all the way out here? Someone grumbled. Mariah, didn't you say we were getting a teddy bear for me? Perona floated beside Mariah, pouting playfully. Blackbeard wants to team up, Mariah said flatly. We're going after Whitebeard. Once he's dead, I'll claim his shadow. Perona stopped midair. Whitebeard? The Whitebeard? One of the 4 emperors? She paused, then grinned wide. If you get his shadow, you might actually beat Kaido, ho 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 ho. She floated off again, energized. Lorco's island came into view. Whatever Blackbeard's plan was, they were about to find out. Captain, we've spotted several ships ahead. Unfamiliar pirate flags, shouted the lookout. Do we engage? He asked, instinctively leaning toward looting. After all, pirates were pirates. Mariah's mouth curled into a sinister grin. Little ones, full speed ahead. Take everything. Gold, goods, people, it's all ours. The triangular sailboat surged forward. On the other side, aboard Yahiko's ship, the Akatsuki flag fluttered in the wind, a Rinnegan design with red clouds. Chief, pirate ship incoming, one of Yahiko's crew shouted. Flags Gecko Mariah's group? Mariah? Yahiko narrowed his eyes. He wants to rob us? Fine. Let him be the first to feel true pain. He leapt onto the mast, the wind whipping around him. With his Rinnegan's enhanced vision, he spotted Mariah's massive ship in an instant. Both sides relied on undead followers, zombies versus puppets. The moment their ships clashed, so did the armies. The fight exploded into chaos, a violent ballet of bodies. And Yahiko himself charged straight at Mariah. The 3 monsters under Mariah's command charged at Yahiko's puppets, trying to stem the tide. Back on Lorco's island. Teach, Mariah's been intercepted, Van Augur reported. Looks like he ran into some unknown pirate group, and he's losing. Another rookie. Blackbeard's face twisted. What the hell is going on lately? First that Thunder God guy stirring shit on the Grand Line, now this? He grumbled. Even the world government's starting to pay attention to him. Might even make him a warlord. Crocodile had just been ousted over that mess in Alabasta. His seat was wide open. And now another upstart strong enough to beat Mariah shows up? The hell's with these rookies? Van Augur nodded. Should we assist? We need Mariah's power for the plan? Yeah, Teach grunted, standing. And if that newcomer's really that strong, maybe we recruit him. They set sail at once. At sea, Heavenly Shockstar. Just as Blackbeard and crew arrived, a massive meteorite screamed down from the sky. What the hell is that? Blackbeard shouted, eyes wide. Mariah! Who the hell are you fighting? This ain't normal? The meteorite crashed into the ocean, sending a tsunami rolling across the sea. Even Teach was nearly frozen in place. If he'd been hit dead on, he'd be crippled or worse. And this? This came from a pirate group no one had heard of until now? The times were changing. Boom, water exploded everywhere as the meteorite struck. Ships rocked violently. Mariah stared in horror at the black-cloaked figure hovering in the air. Who the hell is that? Yahiko began his chant, voice calm but deadly. Tengen Shinsei, the jutsu known to his world. After unleashing the first meteor, his chakra reserves were already half gone. Now Blackbeard was here too. Yahiko didn't plan to overstay. Fighting both Mariah and Blackbeard wasn't worth it. God! Tengen Shinsei. Let the world feel Akatsuki's presence. 3 massive meteorites locked onto their targets, Mariah's flagship and Blackbeard's warship. Their size and power were apocalyptic. Escape was no longer an option. With the sea erupting in waves and destruction, Yahiko's ship vanished from the battlefield. Blackbeard's newly built ship was reduced to splinters. Mariah and his crew were forced to abandon their flagship, fleeing on a smaller vessel, humiliated and battered. On the island of Lorcos, Blackbeard and his crew sat on the beach, clearly rattled. What the hell was that pirate crew just now? The ones calling themselves Akatsuki. Yeah, why haven't we heard anything about them in our intel? Mariah said irritably, brushing sand from his cloak. It was obvious they came for them, and likely for Blackbeard in particular. If Akatsuki had been one of Mariah's old enemies, he'd definitely have remembered them. But that strange pirate flag, completely unfamiliar. I don't know, Blackbeard muttered, visibly uneasy. That was what truly unsettled him. These strange new pirate crews popping up lately were all terrifyingly strong. After what they had just witnessed from the Akatsuki pirates, who wouldn't panic? Hell, even Marine headquarters, Marineford, would go on high alert if word of this got out. If meteorites like those were dropped on Marineford, the entire place might be reduced to rubble. Buggy-ass devil fruit user, Blackbeard grumbled. Forget them for now, Mariah said, his tone sharper. Tell me your exact plan to kill Whitebeard. It was clear Mariah had started to lose trust in Blackbeard. And after a mess like this, who could blame him? I will, Blackbeard said quickly, launching into the details of his scheme. He promised that once it was all over, whether they got Whitebeard's body or just his shadow, it would be handed over to Mariah without question. Mariah, satisfied for now, agreed. And if it comes down to it, he added, I'll go all out. Meanwhile, high above, a news crew snapped photos of the aftermath and flapped off toward News Island. News Island, New World, Akatsuki pirates? Morgans muttered to himself, scanning the fresh photos. Another new name, are the rookies in this era all this strong? He clicked his beak thoughtfully. The Navy will definitely be interested in this. With a chuckle, he started sorting the files, polishing up the story and giving the Akatsuki pirates a dazzling presentation before sending it off to Marine headquarters. After all, a crew that single-handedly forced Blackbeard and a warlord like Mariah into retreat? That's front-page material. Marineford, Navy headquarters, Sengoku. What happened now? Vice Admiral Suru grumbled, wrapped in a blanket as she walked into the strategy room. It was already late, and being summoned out of bed didn't sit well with her. Look at this, Sengoku said gravely, handing her the latest intel. And this, too. Since it wasn't during working hours, Sengoku didn't mind Suru calling him by name. In fact, she did that even during the day. Their relationship went far beyond the formal superior-subordinate dynamic. The Thunder God pirates? Akatsuki pirates? Suru's brow furrowed as she read. Never heard of them before. According to the reports, the Thunder God pirates had carved a path through the Grand Line using pure thunder. Merchant ships, pirate ships, even Navy warships. None were spared. Ghost Spider had already been dispatched to pursue them, but there was still no trace. Notably, one of the defeated pirate groups had a bounty over 100 million. And apparently, the Thunder God pirates had even passed near the red-haired pirates, without conflict. Could there be a connection? As for the Akatsuki pirates, they'd fought directly against both Blackbeard and warlord Gecko Mariah, and walked away without a scratch. Just what kind of monsters are we dealing with? Suru muttered. The footage of the meteorite crashing down and the divine bolt of lightning that followed. It was unreal. It gave her a genuine sense of unease. With this age of pirates erupting across the seas, new powerful pirates were appearing one after another, and the Navy? They had no standout rookies to match them. Smoker and his team were reliable, sure, but compared to the sheer number and strength of these new pirate crews, it wasn't nearly enough. Even now, there was no Navy recruit capable of matching the Dragon Hunter pirates, let alone these new threats. The situation's getting out of hand, Suru said flatly. What's your take, Sengoku? Sengoku didn't hesitate. We offer them the title of Shichibukai. Suru blinked. You're serious? With Blackbeard's plan in motion, Sengoku continued. We'll unite the Shichibukai and Navy forces. If everything aligns, we may be able to bring down both Whitebeard and the Dragon Hunter pirates in one stroke. He pulled out a classified report already submitted to Commander-in-Chief Kong. The plan was already set in motion. Even if they do accept the title, do you really think pirates like them will follow orders? Suru asked skeptically. They're pirates. They live for freedom. The Shichibukai system already grants them legalized looting. The world government's happy to turn a blind eye, but the civilians suffer for it. I know, Sengoku said with a tired sigh. I'd love to abolish the Shichibukai system too, but the government doesn't have the strength to control the seas right now. After a moment of silence, Suru nodded. Fine, I won't oppose this plan. But who's going to contact them? She added. We can't be sure they'll even want the position. New blood tends to be cocky. Just look at Ace, she continued. He turned us down outright, then went on to join Whitebeard as a division commander. It happens. Some of these rookies would rather challenge the 4 emperors than work under the world government. Hawkeye and the Empress only accepted the role because they hate dealing with trouble. We'll move forward once Commander Kong gives the green light, Sengoku replied calmly. Then we'll send someone to negotiate. Suru gave him a pointed look. You're thinking about Garp, aren't you? You know how he is. There's no point involving him in this mess. That's his grandson you're talking about. With that, she turned and left the room. Sengoku watched her go, exhaling heavily. They all knew the truth. Garp had let Luffy escape. With the strength Garp possessed, there was no way the Straw Hat Pirates could have escaped unless he allowed it. Alone in the quiet room, Sengoku opened a small locked box. Inside was a photograph of a straw hat. So it reappears. Is this your way of telling the world you're back? He sighed deeply, closing the box. But why? Why did it have to be Garp's grandson? He lay back on the bed, staring at the ceiling. No matter how much he wanted to talk to Garp about it, he couldn't bring himself to say the words. Garp had suffered enough already. Stirring the pot would only make things worse. Dang. 3rd Division has repelled Blackbeard and the warlord Gecko Mariah. Gained the attention of Blackbeard, Gecko Mariah, Morgans, and the Navy. 12,000 reputation points. Dane, crew member Enel has attracted the attention of Morgans, the world government, and the Navy. 8,000 reputation points. Just as Ryunosuke finished his daily training and sprawled lazily on the deck, soaking in the sun, the system notifications rang in his ears. He raised an eyebrow, grinning. Didn't lift a damn finger. And I still gained 20,000 rep points, he muttered, amused. Turns out letting his squad act independently was far more efficient than staying cooped up on the ship. There simply weren't many who could pose a threat to him on the Grand Line anymore. Even the Navy couldn't afford to throw everything they had at him. Meanwhile, with Crollo, Tendo Pain, and Enel out in the field, they were not only gathering intel but also racking up reputation points for him non-stop. And even when they got cornered, that just meant more chaos and more attention. System. Show panel. Ryunosuke raised his hand, and his status screen unfolded before him. Host. Ryunosuke, 22 years old, abilities, advanced swordsmanship. Advanced Assassination Techniques, Advanced Armament Hockey, Advanced Observation Hockey, Basic Conqueror's Hockey, Rinnegan Items, Aim no Habakiri, Life Essence, Reputation Points, 84,000 Crew, 1st Division Captain, Najenda, Akame ga Kill, 1st Division Member Akame ga Kill, Recruitment Unlocked, Night Raid, 2nd Division Captain, Krollo, Hunter x Hunter, 2nd Division Member, Maki, Hunter x Hunter, Recruitment Unlocked, Phantom Troop, 3rd Division Captain, Tendo Pain, Naruto, 3rd Division Member, Jigokudoi, Naruto, Hell Path, Recruitment Unlocked, 6 Paths of Pain, Special Crew Members, Enel, Mario, Kuina, Rolki, Hawkins. Affiliations: Whiskey Peak 1219 Reputation, Withdrawable. Sky Island 128 Reputation, Withdrawable, Place of Faith. Alabasta 2192 Reputation, Withdrawable. Title: Captain of the Dragon Hunter Pirates. Total Reputation, 499,000. 500,000, huh? Ryunosuke smiled as he eyed the massive number. He'd spent a ton of reputation points already, unlocking crew and some by appointment. At 200,000 points, he'd been awarded a nice gift pack, so logically. System: extract all withdrawable representative from affiliations and faith. Ding! Withdrawn 3,529 reputation points, ding. Total reputation reached 500,000, reputation gift pack unlocked. Knew it, Ryunosuke chuckled. System: open the gift pack. He never hoarded this kind of stuff. The faster he opened it, the faster he enjoyed the rewards. Ding! Congratulations! You've received 10 drops of life essence, 1 random devil fruit, 1 provocation order. A few new items popped into his panel. Ryunosuke already knew the value of the life essence. Practically a cheat item for healing and strengthening. The random devil fruit. Meh. He wasn't big on eating any more of those. At his level, they weren't really necessary and could even be a liability. But the last item, provocation order, force a specific target to become hostile and attack you at first opportunity. He stared at the description and frowned. What the hell? This is literally asking for trouble, he muttered, rubbing his temple. System really loves giving me weird crap. Still, a gift was a gift. He'd take it. Captain, the Whitebeard pirates just left. No idea where they're headed, but odds are high they're hunting down Blackbeard, Najenda reported as she approached. Ace has also split from us to join Whitebeard. Ryunosuke stayed lounging, hands behind his head. They're moving quick. Guess Blackbeard's still on the run. But now that Whitebeard's personally involved, Blackbeard's little plan isn't gonna be so easy to pull off. Should we keep tracking Blackbeard? Najenda asked. Also, Krollo just sent word. There've been a bunch of suspicious ships lately. No treasure. Just slaves. He raided them all. Slave ships, huh? Ryunosuke's expression darkened. Guess the big auction at Sabaody Archipelago is gearing up. He stood up slowly and cracked his knuckles. Let's join the party. There were still islands between them and Sabaody, but none he really cared about. That's what the handyman team was for. He wasn't just some rookie pirate anymore. His crew numbered in the thousands. He could afford to delegate. Understood. Najenda nodded and left to chart their course. The evil warship started to shift direction and sail full speed ahead. These days, the ship's speed and firepower rivaled the Navy's Buster Call fleet. Who would have thought? Back when he first set out, it was on a beat-up little boat. Even Frankie would have been blown away by what this ship had become. As for the Pluton blueprints, Ryunosuke didn't give a damn. He already had the eternal pose leading to Pluton's wreckage. All he needed was to feed it to his ship, and soon he'd have something even stronger. Peruru. Peruru. His Den Mushi rang. Captain, Rolki's voice came through, panicked. The 4th division of the handyman team was wiped out. Ryunosuke shot up from the recliner, smile gone. Who did it? His voice was calm, but the anger beneath it was like a storm waiting to erupt. It was CP4. The Cypher Pole Unit. They're headed to Water 7, targeting Nico Robin from the Straw Hat Pirates. Other CP teams are also moving across the Grand Line. I see. Ryunosuke said flatly. Are they in Water 7 now? Why yes, they just, keep eyes on them, I'm coming. He ended the call and turned, face cold. Najenda stepped forward. What's wrong, Captain? Akame followed, sensing the shift in energy. Are we moving out? Ryunosuke's voice was low, but firm. CP4 just wiped out the 4th Division. They're in Water 7 right now, full speed ahead. They dared touch my people. Now they'll learn, some people are off limits. Najenda didn't hesitate, she immediately ordered a course correction. The evil warship turned sharply, its new destination clear. Water 7 was about to feel the wrath of a furious pirate captain, 7 Waters. Ha ha ha. You seriously claim to be part of the handyman squad of the Dragon Hunter pirates? That's hilarious. Hell, why not just say you're the captain of the Dragon Hunter pirates? Wait, there's actually a squad for handyman? In the heart of CP4, a tall, gaunt man named Fagula stood with his boot pressed down on Ganado's chest. At that moment, Ganado was shackled by seastone chains. He couldn't use his abilities at all. You'll regret this soon, Ganado growled, blood dripping from the corner of his mouth. The Dragon Hunter pirates will come. And they'll tear you apart. Patui, he spat blood straight into Fagula's face. Not a hint of fear or begging in his eyes. He was a proud member of the Dragon Hunter pirates, 3rd Division captain of Handyman. No matter how small his role might seem, he carried the pride and trust of the crew. Even in chains, Ganado had spine. He had glory. You damn bastard, you're asking for death. Fagula snarled and slammed his foot into Ganado, launching him across the room. He crashed into the wall with a sickening thud, slumped to the ground, and vomited more blood. But the look in Ganado's eyes, still full of ridicule and disdain, stabbed straight into Fagula's pride. And beneath that sting, a flicker of fear, yes, fear. That realization only enraged Fagula more. He stormed over and began pummeling Ganado again in a blind rage. By now, it was clear. Ganado really was a member of the Dragon Hunter pirates. But a handyman? A low-tier grunt daring to mock CP4? Ridiculous. There was no way the Dragon Hunter pirates would risk going to war with a world government intelligence agency, for him. I'll show you who's coming to save you, drag him out, hang him up in the port. If no one comes within 5 days, toss him into the sea as fish food. At Fagula's command, several Navy officers entered, grabbed Ganado, and dragged him out. The next day, aboard the Dragon Hunter pirates ship. Navy. CP organization, perfect. Ryunosuke's voice was ice cold as he listened to Rolke's report. A violent glint flashed in his eyes as bloodlust filled the air. But just as quickly, he pulled it back. He stood up and walked to the ship's bow, face blank but deadly calm. If CP wanted to play games, then fine, he'd play along. He picked up the Den Mushi and connected to Morgan's. Captain Ryunosuke, need information? Morgan's chirped. He loved clients like Ryunosuke, straight to the point, no bullshit. I want the current location of all CP units across the Grand Line, Ryunosuke said coolly, and if you've got the whereabouts of any celestial dragons, send those too. Morgan's froze. CP? Celestial dragons? Was Ryunosuke seriously thinking of going after them? Even mentioning them was forbidden for most pirates. Attacking them? That was practically a death wish. What the hell was backing the Dragon Hunter pirates that gave Ryunosuke this kind of confidence? I won't charge you, but you can broadcast it live. Ryunosuke cut him off. Morgan shot up from his chair. A live broadcast. If this were done quietly, the world government might not even trace it back to the culprit. But a public broadcast? That was a declaration of war. They'd go berserk. Mobilize fleets. Hunt down the Dragon Hunter pirates with everything they had. Was Ryunosuke really that bold? Morgan scrambled through his recent intel. Only one thing related to the Dragon Hunter pirates stood out. One of their handyman captains had been captured and strung up by the CP. All this. Over a handyman? Yeah, Ryunosuke confirmed flatly. Send the intel. Don't worry about the rest. I'll let your newsbird follow me for the next 3 months. And with that, he ended the call. Ryunosuke stood at the bow, wind whipping through his coat. They were setting course for Seven Waters. 3 days later, Seven Waters dock. Ha ha ha. This is who's supposed to come after me. Fagula laughed heartily as he stood by the port, Ganado hanging from a wooden post behind him. They really think the dragon hunter pirates will show up over a damn handyman. They're a myth. Nothing but smoke and stories. It's been 4 days. If they were gonna come, they'd have come already. He turned and spat on the ground. Let's be honest. This so-called dragon hunter pirates probably don't even exist. But just then, Lord Fagula, a Navy officer, sprinted up, panting hard. The dragon hunter pirates ship. It's been sighted just offshore of Seven Waters. Fagula's grin froze. No way, was this really happening? Or just a coincidence? Either way, this wasn't looking good. Should he run? Hey, 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 a broken chuckle echoed behind him. It was Ganado. Despite being bloodied, battered, and chained, he grinned like a madman. What's wrong, Fagula? Getting nervous? He. Ha 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 ha. You CP bastards. I told you. I warned you. No matter what kind of crap you think you are. My captain's coming for you. My dragon hunter pirates don't abandon family. Fagula's fists clenched. Ganado laughter was like nails on steel, grating, mocking, believing. If Ryunosuke asked him to give his life right now, Ganado wouldn't hesitate. That's what real pride felt like. Fagula, get it together, another CP agent barked. This one was massive. Built like a walking wall. So what if it's the dragon hunter pirates? You really think they'll go up against the world government? We're CP, a direct agency. Get the Navy ready. We'll take them down. This so-called legendary pirate crew is probably just hype. Meanwhile, a familiar newsbird flew overhead. See that? Fagula smirked. The newsbird's here. That proves those rumors were crap. Ryunosuke or whatever. He's nothing. A pirate group that can't even scare a bird? He's all bark. The Navy should have wiped them out ages ago. But this time, no one laughed with him. Everyone could feel it now. That pressure in the air. They were coming. The members of CP4 were quickly assembled at the dock. After all, if the dragon hunter pirates really showed up, and if they managed to capture them, they might earn a direct promotion to CP0. Everyone was eager to shine. You really think the dragon hunter pirates would come after us over some handyman? Maki, the captain of CP4, said with a smirk. He'd been in power long enough to know better than to believe a rookie pirate crew could escape from both Admiral Kuzan and the Navy's hero, Garp. This is just the Navy hyping up a threat so they can squeeze more military funds from the world government. Happens all the time. The CP agencies were no strangers to such tactics. It's not certain yet, someone replied. But we do have confirmation that the dragon hunter pirates were spotted just outside Water 7. Whether they're here for the handyman captain or just passing through, there's only one thing we should do. Take them down. Fagula clenched his fists, a vicious grin spreading across his face. He already pictured himself standing in the holy land of Mary Joie, receiving awards from the celestial dragons. Pigs, move out. As for this trash, just kill him, no need to waste time. Maki finished his sentence and vanished with a Soru, reappearing on CP4's exclusive ship. He. Killing him now is a waste, Fagula chuckled darkly. Bring him in front of the dragon hunter pirates and kill him then, crush their morale. I want to see the look on their faces, it'll be delicious. Laughing to himself, he ordered them to be dragged along and boarded the ship with his squad, fully intent on wiping out the dragon hunter pirates. Just after they set sail, a lone figure stood silently atop a nearby rooftop. It was Rob Lucci, the captain of CP9 and one of the agents dispatched to capture Nico Robin. Lucci, are they really going after the dragon hunter pirates? Jabra asked, his eyes narrow with suspicion. Should we follow? Jabra, do you think the world government is stupid? Lucci asked coldly. Or maybe you think the Navy is? This dragon hunter crew, they're called rookies, sure. But if the Navy wanted to fake a threat to boost funding, they wouldn't use no-names like them. They'd use someone like Blackbeard. Or Whitebeard. Someone worth the spectacle. Otherwise, it'd be a joke, and the Navy would lose face. Lucci's tone sharpened. Know these dragon hunter pirates, they're the real deal. Jabra frowned. But they're clearly attacking CP4. Are we just gonna stand by and watch? We report to Spandam. He makes the decisions, Lucci said flatly. If he tells us to help CP4, then I suggest we run the hell away. Jabra blinked, stunned. Run away. He couldn't believe Lucci, arrogant, cold-blooded Lucci, was suggesting retreat before even engaging. You'll die. Lucci's voice dropped. I haven't fought the Dragon Hunter pirates directly, but I have crossed paths with one of their crew, Hawkins. At that time, Hawkins wasn't even under Ryunosuke's command, and still, I couldn't beat him. And Hawkins isn't even a main combat captain, he's just a division head. Then there's Ganado, one of their handymen we caught before. Even their handymen are monsters. If a CP4 agent went one-on-one with Ganado, I'm not sure they'd win. Lucci's eyes hardened. CP4's cocky, but I'm not suicidal. Jabra stood there, mind racing, until he finally snapped out of it and rushed off to report to Spandam. Lucci looked back toward the sea. The waters seemed calm, but he knew better. Then, he vanished. Meanwhile, aboard the Dragon Hunter pirate's ship. Captain, we're approaching the waters near Water 7. We'll be there in 30 minutes. Do you want us to take out all the CP members? There's also a detachment of Navy branch forces nearby. Should we eliminate them too? Najenda came forward with a report. Ever since the crew partnered with Morgan's, things had gotten a lot smoother. The journalist's intel network had proven invaluable. That was Morgan's strength, and the reason he still held influence across the sea. Anyone who stands in our way is an enemy, Ryunosuke said calmly. Kill them all, don't hesitate. Originally, he'd wanted to lay low, grow stronger, and rise gradually. But now, they'd crossed the line, and he wasn't planning to stay silent anymore. Elsewhere, Spandam stood frozen, eyes darting across the intel he'd just received. The Dragon Hunter pirates were en route, and from everything he'd heard, they weren't bluffing. His hands trembled. He knew their style. That crew of lunatics had once used a Navy ally as a bargaining chip against the government itself. If they found out that more CP agents were present, they'd all be dead. He had no idea how to respond. Survival itself felt like a long shot. Then a thought struck him. Jabra, you said the Dragon Hunter pirates' handyman crew. Some of them are still alive, right? Yeah, they're detained by CP4. The Navy's involved too. Get them. Right now. Bring them to the port. We're returning them to the Dragon Hunter pirates. Spandam was dead serious. Jabra just stared at him, completely thrown off. First Lucci wanted to flee. Now Spandam wanted to give prisoners back? What the hell was going on? Still, Spandam was their commanding officer. Orders were orders. And after hearing what Lucci said earlier, Jabra didn't argue. He turned and sprinted off to complete the mission. Because if they were too late, if CP4 got steamrolled before they could make peace, it'd already be over. After giving the order, Spandam still couldn't shake off the unease in his gut. Reasoning with pirates in a situation like this? Yeah, not exactly a smart move. The more he thought about it, the uglier his expression became. Moments later, he stood up and stormed out of the command room. From a rooftop nearby, Lucci watched him leave, eyes narrowed. As expected, this bastard's trying to run. Lucci wasn't surprised. With Spandam's cowardly nature, it would have been weirder if he didn't try to escape. Meanwhile, Jabra had dragged out over a dozen of the Dragon Hunter pirates' crew. Lower-ranked members who did the odd jobs on the ship. Don't think you can use us to threaten the captain, one shouted. Our great captain will definitely avenge us, another added. Haha, I'd die gladly for our captain, said another with a wide grin. Despite being chained up, they held their heads high, and when they saw Lucci, their eyes narrowed. He might not have fought them directly back then, but he was definitely on the enemy ship. That made him part of CP, no denying it. Lucci stepped forward. We of CP9 have no intention of making enemies with the Dragon Hunter pirates, he said calmly. Our only mission is to capture the Devil's Child. Right now, CP4 has taken your captain somewhere. You can wait at the port or go find him yourselves. He began untying their chains as he continued. I'm the one who freed you. When you see your captain, make sure he hears that. Without waiting for a response, Lucci and his companion vanished. Elsewhere, other CP9 members received the same order. Retreat. They slipped out of Seven Water City through the port, careful not to cross paths with Ryunosuke. If the dragon hunter pirates still came hunting for them after this, then Lucci was ready to face the consequences. At the same time, the CP4 squad had already spotted the dragon hunter pirates' ship. "Damn, what a flashy ride," one of them muttered. "Haha, after today, that ship's ours," Fagula said with a greedy grin, eyeing the vessel through his telescope. Compared to the clunky thing they were sailing, Ryunosuke's warship looked like royalty. "This ship actually suits our status. Get ready, bombard them." Fire. Maki didn't even try to hide the lust in his eyes. He didn't give a damn if they damaged the ship. They were in Seven Water City, after all. Tons of shipwrights around. Who cares if it needs repairs? Boom boom boom. Shells flew through the air like fireworks, streaking toward Ryunosuke's ship. At the bow stood Ryunosuke, arms crossed, expression flat. "Man, are these idiots always this predictable? Boring?" He raised one hand lazily. Shinra Tensai. With a burst of power, every incoming shell was instantly repelled, before they could even reach the water near the warship. The redirected artillery exploded around the CP4 ships instead, rocking their hulls and throwing their balance off. "No way," Fagula's mouth hung open. He deflected them? Those shells weren't even coated in armament hockey, but their force was no joke. "We need to get closer. We must take down the dragon hunter pirates," Maki shouted, desperate. "This is our... You guys looking for us?" a cold voice interrupted. Before Maki could even finish his sentence, Ryunosuke was already standing on their deck. Akame was beside him, blade in hand. Ganado, who had been held captive, was already free. How, when did you shouldn't be here," Maki stuttered. "Shhk. He never got another word out. Akame didn't hesitate. The burial began right then and there. In minutes, everyone, CP agents and Navy officers alike, was slaughtered. "Burn it," Akame muttered, shaking the blood off her blade before sheathing Murasama. Ganado dropped to his knees before Ryunosuke, face twisted in guilt. "Captain, I've failed the dragon hunter pirates." He clenched his fists. "If I hadn't underestimated them just because I got stronger, if I hadn't gotten cocky." He bit his lip. "Even with the power that you gave me, I still got caught. I let my guard down and got shackled with sea stone." Ryunosuke's face didn't change. His voice was flat, almost too calm. "What about the rest of the crew? Over 100, dead. The rest, just a dozen of us, were captured and locked in a dungeon in Seven Water City," Ganado said quickly. "I see. Get up. Failure's not the end. What matters is whether you can stand back up." He looked straight at him. "Never kneel from guilt. The only time you kneel is for the honor of the dragon hunter pirates." Ganado's eyes widened. Then he stood, straight and proud. The shame in his expression melted into fierce loyalty and belief in Ryunosuke. The warship docked at the port not long after. The battle had been quick. Akame had handled most of it herself. Iron body, paper art, shave. All of it meant nothing against Akame's blade. At the port, the remaining captured crew members spotted the evil warship approaching. "Captain! Captain!" Their voices cracked with emotion. Joy, relief, and something deeper, something raw, flushed their faces. It was like a bunch of kids who held back their tears after being beaten, but the moment their parent showed up, bam, full-on waterworks. They cried, hard. Ganado blinked, confused. "Wait, why are you all here?" He had been planning to lead Ryunosuke to rescue them, maybe even kill a few more CP agents along the way. But now they were already free. One of the crewmates stepped forward. "We were rescued by Lucci, from CP9. "Lucci?" Ryunosuke muttered, eyes narrowing. "CP9. He paused for a moment. "I'll remember that." Then, turning to Najenda, he said, "Send a message to the others. Tell them, cancel the hit on CP9. They saved our men. Consider this my way of returning the favor." And so, blood began to spill across the Grand Line. One by one, CP agents from other branches, CP3, CP6, CP7, were hunted down. Within just a week, dozens of CP operatives were wiped out. The ones who remained, they stayed hidden, scared to even show their faces. The once feared intelligence network of the world government now cowered in the shadows, haunted by the wrath of the dragon hunter pirates. 1 week later, in Marineford. This dragon hunter pirates crew is getting out of hand. What the hell are they planning to do now? Sengoku slammed the latest stack of intel onto the desk, the veins on his forehead bulging with frustration. Reports were flooding in. Continuous attacks on CP organizations. And it wasn't just them anymore. The Thunder God pirates, the Akatsuki pirates, the Kana's pirates. One by one, notorious crews had joined the campaign. Worse yet, other pirate groups were now jumping on the bandwagon, treating CP agents like game targets. The cipher pull units could barely leave their safe houses, let alone collect intel or carry out missions. Even their lives were at risk now. To top it all off, noble vessels were being attacked more frequently. Pirates across the seas, emboldened by the chaos, had started targeting merchant and aristocratic ships at will. And they were all pushing the blame onto the dragon hunter pirates. It was clear, these opportunists had no interest in fame, they were in it purely for the loot. Under these conditions, tracking the real culprits had become nearly impossible for the Navy. The dragon hunter pirates weren't shy either, they made their stance crystal clear. We'll kill any CP agent we see. That message spread like wildfire. Meanwhile, nobody was enjoying this chaos more than Morgans. For him, it was a golden age of headlines. Every update, every rumor, it was all big news. Dressrosa in the royal palace, Doflamingo stared at a dossier in his hands. A grin crept across his face. Foo. These dragon hunter pirates sure have guts. They're not even giving the world government's elite units any respect. Looks like something big is about to erupt on the Grand Line. He laughed softly, entertained by the madness. Dover. Traybull slithered into the room, his voice raspy and sinister. Should we get in on the action too? The 4 emperor's underlings are already out there snatching up resources. Besides, he added with a smirk, if we hijack a slave ship now, we can just blame it on the dragon hunters. Celestial dragons won't even flinch. Doflamingo chuckled. Sounds fun. We do need more test subjects anyway, and if we can seize other pirates' territories while we're at it. Let's muddy the waters. Of course, Doflamingo wasn't the only one with that idea. Plenty of pirate crews began operating recklessly under the Dragon Hunter pirate's name. With all the chaos, no one could tell who was really responsible. Back in Water 7. Ding, congratulations to the host. The Cass pirates, acting under the Dragon Hunter pirate's banner, have raided a merchant ship. 200 reputation points. Ding, congratulations to the host. Yeah, shut that off. Ryunosuke waved his hand, pulling up the system panel and disabling the reputation gain notifications. Ever since the drama began, that damn chime hadn't stopped ringing, even in the middle of the night. The gains were small, sure, but the volume? Insane. The notifications just kept piling up. Captain, Najenda reported as she walked in. We've finished sorting things out. There are 76 pirate crews using our name to commit robbery. A lot of them are from the New World. And with the Sabaody auction coming up soon, they're bound to rake in even more money. The world government is already paying attention. If we don't act soon, this might spiral into a full-scale war. Ryunosuke nodded. Got it. Time to shut down this circus. Even a cornered rabbit bites. Imagine what the world government will do if pushed too far. He reached for his Den Mushi and dialed Morgan's office. Ryunosuke, the scoop you gave me last time? Explosive? If you keep feeding me info like that, I'll publish whatever you want, no charge. But I'll want a few things in return, Morgan said with excitement in his voice. I've got 2 conditions, Ryunosuke replied flatly. 1, you can run my stories, but you're not allowed to sell any of my information to others. If you do, I'll personally show up at your front door. With the Dragon Hunter pirates and Whitebeard's crew. 2, we're business partners. You'll help distribute the messages I send, exactly when and how I tell you. 3rd, never mind. Those 2 will do, Morgans chuckled. No problem, I just want the news. I won't meddle in your plans. His gut told him this was the start of something huge. Here's what you're gonna do next. Ryunosuke continued. Compile a list of every pirate crew who's looted in our name. Send each of them a message. Tell them this farce is over, and now, they owe me 70% of their earnings. If they don't pay up, I'll come knocking. You'll also help spread the word that I cleaned up this mess. If the Navy wants to keep stirring shit, tell them the Dragon Hunter pirates are ready. There was a long pause on Morgan's end. He took a deep breath. You sure know how to stir the pot. Damn, this'll blow up the Grand Line all over again. And bring in more traffic than ever, Ryunosuke added. Powerful figures would pay top dollar just to get a piece of the story. Morgans grinned. Alright, I'll make it happen. What's your next move? Ryunosuke smiled. Nothing for now. But here's a little teaser. The Akatsuki pirates and the Thunder God pirates, they're mine. Don't release that info just yet, I'll tell you when the time is right. With that, he ended the call. Now that his plans were in motion and the right pieces were on the board, all that remained was to let the game play out. If everything went well, Ryunosuke figured the world government might even offer him the title of Shichibukai. He wasn't interested, but even rejecting the title would raise his profile and reputation. Back in his newsroom, Morgans was pacing, eyes wide with excitement. The Akatsuki pirates and Thunder God pirates. Were Dragon Hunter pirates in disguise? Not to mention Najenda, the 1st Division captain, who had famously taken down Akame with a single blow. And Crollo, the 2nd Division captain. And Ryunosuke himself, whose true strength remained a mystery. What the hell kind of crew was this? Even with all his intel, Morgans couldn't wrap his head around what would happen next. But one thing was clear. The seas were about to explode. Captain, I still don't get it. Isn't the chaos in the Grand Line actually a good thing for us? And isn't it kinda risky to leak our intel to Morgans like that? Najenda frowned, still puzzled after overhearing the conversation between Ryunosuke and Morgans. Chaos is good, Ryunosuke replied calmly, but not right now. It's not the right time for us to stir things up. He turned his eyes to the horizon. This Grand Line, it's just the beginning. We've got a long road ahead of us. As for trust, it's always a game of interests and threats. Don't worry too much. Ryunosuke spoke with the cool certainty of someone who truly understood the world of pirates. He knew the personalities of the major players in the One Piece world well, and that gave him confidence others didn't have. Najenda nodded slowly. Alright, so, what's next? Are we still heading to Sabo de Archipelago like we planned? Let Crollo handle the money collection here. He's probably a natural at that stuff, she added with a grin. Ryunosuke chuckled. Hey, look at you, finally getting on my wavelength, not bad. Alright then, let's go, it's almost time to move. With that, he turned toward the bow of the ship, looking out at the open sea with a satisfied smile. But just as they were preparing to set sail, Captain, Mario's missing. The announcement caught everyone off guard. Mario was known for keeping a low profile, rarely leaving the ship's interior unless he needed to fix something. He didn't fight, didn't cause problems. Most of the time, people forgot he was even there. If Ganado hadn't needed him to inspect the ship, no one would have noticed he was gone. Huh? Mario's missing? Ryunosuke frowned, pulling out his Mushi to contact him immediately. Captain, I'm at the dock, Mario answered, his voice sheepish. The shipbuilding tech here is insane. I got caught up studying it and kinda lost track of time. Ryunosuke didn't sound angry. How much longer do you need? This was Mario's job, after all. His current actions weren't slacking, they were an attempt to level up his skills. Even though the evil warship could self-repair and absorb other ships to strengthen itself, Mario's role wasn't meaningless. He'd clearly found an opportunity to grow. 3 days, Mario replied after a pause. I can memorize all the theory now and tinker with it later. Ryunosuke nodded. I'll give you half a month. We'll come back and pick you up then. If anything goes down, call me immediately using the dragon hunting order. Understood, Captain, I won't let you down. Mario sounded relieved. He'd been bracing himself for a scolding. After all, this was a personal detour. Initially, he just wanted to step out after being cooped up too long. Then he stumbled across the shipyard, and the technology completely sucked him in. Mr. Mario, is something wrong? Frankie raised a brow. pushing his glasses up as he noticed Mario spacing out. Was I unclear just now? Oh, no, I'm sorry. I was just thinking about something important. Mario apologized quickly. Could you repeat that part again, Mr. Frankie? Frankie chuckled. No worries. It's easy to get distracted with all this tech talk. You're doing fine. Mario's respectful attitude made Frankie even more relaxed. They were getting along just fine. Meanwhile, as the Dragon Hunter pirates set sail, shockwaves spread across the entire Grand Line. Pururu Doflamingo picked up the ringing Den Den Mushi. What is it, Morgans? He asked, a little wary. Why are you calling me now? The Dragon Hunter pirates are cracking down on all the imposters using their name, Morgan said without preamble. Oh, and just a heads up, they've got you in their sights too. He continued in a casual tone, also, here's a bit of juicy info, free of charge. Just remember, you owe me one. They've got a close connection with the Whitebeard pirates. That's why I didn't fight back. And with that, Morgans hung up. Doflamingo blinked. What the hell? He tried calling back, but the line was already blocked. Just then, Treybull burst in. Dover, one of Morgan's news birds just dropped this off. He tossed over a newspaper. The Dragon Hunter pirates are demanding 70% of all spoils from anyone using their name. Anyone who doesn't pay, they're gonna get wiped out. Doflamingo's expression darkened, so that's why Morgans called. If it had just been a threat from some upstart crew, he would have ignored it. But this involved the Whitebeard pirates too, if what Morgan said was true. Send word to our people. Tell them to agree to the Dragon Hunter's demand and come back right away, Doflamingo ordered after a moment's thought. This wasn't about profit anymore, it was about surviving the storm. His goal in sending people out wasn't about money in the first place. It was to stir things up, muddy the waters. His real income came from the black market and slave trade. And now, this was bigger than him. Elsewhere across the Grand Line, the same message spread like wildfire. What? Why should I give away 70% of what I risked my neck to steal? Screw that. Damn it. These Dragon Hunter guys are insane. This is gonna backfire. They're poking a hornet's nest. Yeah, screw them. But still, send over the loot. We don't want trouble. Let's just sit back and watch. Haha. Just a bunch of rookies. Keep partying, boys. Each crew reacted differently. Some ignored the warning and kept partying. Others grumbled, but quietly handed over the goods, playing it smart. Some, like Doflamingo's crew, paid up and fled the Grand Line entirely. At the same time, in Marineford, damn it, Sengoku slammed his fist on the desk. That bastard. The five elders' angry voices blared through the Den Den Mushi. Baru Baru, Sengoku, what the hell are you doing? How are you going to fix this? A pirate crew just restored order to the Grand Line, something the Marines couldn't do. Look at your navy, compared to them, the voices raged on, relentless. And Sengoku could only sit there, jaw clenched, caught between orders and humiliation. Because right now, a pirate crew was doing the Navy's job better than they ever could. After getting chewed out by the five elders, Sengoku slumped into his chair, visibly drained. Everything's pointing toward the Dragon Hunter pirates, he muttered. They're starting to have a massive influence on the Grand Line. And because of their alliance with the Whitebeard pirates, even some crews in the New World are choosing to surrender. Suru sat nearby, calmly analyzing the situation. The five elders' intentions are clear. They want to offer the Dragon Hunter pirates a spot among the seven warlords to calm things down a bit. At the same time, it's meant to intimidate and suppress the other pirates running wild on the Grand Line. It wasn't that Sengoku didn't understand all this. Suru was just reminding him, sometimes, you need someone else to say it out loud to settle your thoughts. Shichibukai, huh? Sengoku muttered. Giving something that even Ace refused, to them? He sighed, rubbing his temples. And it's not just them. The Akatsuki pirates, the Thunder God pirates, the world government has their eyes on those groups too. He laughed dryly. Crazy. All three groups, bursting onto the scene like hurricanes. No clear connection between them, not with how differently they fight, but still, they all rose so fast. What Sengoku knew for sure was simple. A new era had arrived. The old strategies weren't going to cut it anymore. These new pirates weren't just thrill seekers. They had clear goals, and no fear. Not even the title of warlord might be enough to contain them. Still, Sengoku said, exhaling slowly. Let's give it a shot. We'll see where it goes. He shifted in his chair. What about Blackbeard? Where the hell is he? That bastard had made all kinds of bold promises, yet he hadn't made a move. Suru replied calmly, the Blackbeard pirates seem to be searching for something, or rather, someone. Their target appears to be the Dragon Hunter pirates. But not the crew, she added. They're after the captain of the Handyman division. Sengoku raised an eyebrow. That incident didn't just make the Dragon Hunters famous. It showed how fiercely they protect their own. The trigger, Suru continued, was when the captain of their Handyman unit and a few others were killed by CP agents. Any other pirate crew would have let it go. Maybe a few grumbles, but no real retaliation. But the Dragon Hunters? They didn't just retaliate. They crushed the CP. So hard that the agents haven't dared to show their faces since. It made waves. Other pirates took notice. Even some younger crews have started idolizing the Dragon Hunter pirates. And now Blackbeard wants to go after their Handyman division captain to avoid a full-on war with the main crew. Sengoku clenched his fists. 1 month. If he still hasn't done it by then, we pull the plug. And we start offering a bounty on his head across the Grand Line. His patience was wearing thin. The Dragon Hunters were still unchecked. Blackbeard's silence had made Sengoku doubt him. But if the Dragon Hunters, the Akatsuki, and the Thunder God pirates really did become warlords, then maybe, just maybe, Whitebeard could be brought down. Of course, that only worked if the Dragon Hunter pirates' relationship with Whitebeard didn't get in the way. Meanwhile, on a deserted island hidden somewhere on the Grand Line. Well, hidden might be a stretch. It was just a forgotten scrap of land no one cared about, which made it perfect for secrecy. Teach, we can't keep hiding like this forever. The Navy called. We've only got 1 month left, Lafitte said with a smirk. Even though they were all part of the Blackbeard pirates, most of the members had only joined temporarily. If Teach didn't deliver results, they wouldn't hesitate to jump ship. 1 month, huh? Blackbeard grumbled, narrowing his eyes. All right. Everyone, split up. Target the Handyman division of the Dragon Hunter pirates. If you find them, capture them and bring them here. If not, forget it. He paused, then muttered under his breath, the Dragon Hunter pirates. I'm starting to think messing with them might be more trouble than it's worth. They're all maniacs. With that, Blackbeard left alone. The rest of his crew headed out as well, but not all followed orders. Only Burgess actually searched for the Handyman crew. The others went their own ways, each chasing their own goals. Elsewhere, Luffy and his crew had reached Jaya Island and used the knock-up stream to ride the sky current up to Skypia. But when they arrived, they were surprised to find the entire island was now under the control of the Dragon Hunter pirates. I'm the younger brother of Ryunosuke, captain of the Dragon Hunter pirates, Luffy said proudly. That one sentence changed everything. They were welcomed with open arms. Thanks to Enel's oppressive rule for so long, the people of Skypia had nearly forgotten what freedom felt like. When they realized Luffy was the brother of the man who had liberated them, emotions ran high: gratitude, joy, relief. It was overwhelming. Gonfall stepped forward, smiling warmly. Mr. Luffy, your brother left some things here for you when he departed. He said you'd eventually make it to Skypia, and asked me to give these to you when you arrived. He opened 2 ornate boxes. These 2 are for Miss Nami. The moment the lids opened, Nami's eyes lit up. The boxes were filled with gold. Her pupils turned into berries signs on the spot. I've changed my mind, Nami declared, sparkling. Ryunosuke's not such a bad guy after all. She'd always thought he was the kind of dangerous lunatic who could kill them all on a whim, but now he was starting to seem generous. Gonfall turned to Robin next. Ms. Nico Robin, this is for you. He handed her a long scroll. It's a copy of the poneglyph inscription. Lord Ryunosuke took the original with him. Robin's eyes widened in shock. A poneglyph. She immediately pulled out her tools and got to work studying the rubbing. Soon, she realized what it contained: information about the sea kings. The others also received gifts, though none as valuable. Luffy, of course, was happy with just meat. After spending a little time in Skypia, the Straw Hat crew didn't linger. They had nothing else left to do there. But Ryunosuke had left a mark on all of them. His strength, his actions, it gave them a new goal to chase. In Luffy's mind, Ryunosuke had now risen to a level almost equal to red-haired Shanks. Ding! Congratulations to the host. You gained the admiration of Luffy's Straw Hat Pirates. 10,000 reputation points. Ryunosuke paused mid-swing during sword practice, blinking in surprise. Whoa, wait! The Straw Hats are worth 10,000 points? He laughed. Damn. Guess that's what you get when the will of the world's on your side. Ryunosuke stood at the bow of the ship, gazing out at the endless sea with a puzzled expression on his face. Based on the current timeline, the Sabaody archipelago should be in the midst of preparations for the upcoming auction. And for an event like that, you need more than just auction items. You need buyers. Some were already sailing in from faraway lands just to purchase slaves here. Why? Because the auction house on the Sabaody archipelago operated under the protection of the world's aristocracy. That meant the slaves bought here were recognized as legal property, worldwide. Even though many nations publicly opposed slavery, this auction provided a convenient loophole. If you wanted to own a slave but your country forbade it, the solution was simple. Buy one at Sabaody. Over time, this led to a bizarre phenomenon: nobles competing over the quality and quantity of their slaves. It became a twisted status symbol, and the slave trade exploded in popularity. Of course, this whole setup was just another trap laid by the world's nobles, a method to line their pockets with obscene profits. Najenda, Ryunosuke called, eyes still scanning the horizon. Check the sea. Where are the noble ships? Najenda responded immediately. I've been monitoring the sea ever since you mentioned Sabaody, Captain. According to intel from our squads and Morgan's network, the nobles' ships are already en route. But after last time, she added with a slight smirk, they've gotten a lot more cautious. You won't see any of them strutting down the streets like before. Ryunosuke smiled faintly, a hint of amusement in his eyes. Looked like he'd accidentally made things a little easier for the locals. Of course, his actions had also stirred up quite a bit of chaos. Good. We're heading straight to the Sabaody archipelago. These bastards can't avoid it forever. Understood, Captain. Najenda nodded and returned to her post. Meanwhile, a fleet of massive ships was spotted not far from them. These weren't just regular vessels, they were outfitted with high-end weaponry, manned by seasoned combatants, and operating on full alert. Captain. A lookout rushed to the helm in a panic. We spotted a pirate ship ahead. Looks like it's the Dragon Hunter pirates. Captain Yakos paled. Just hearing that name was enough to drain the color from his face. Shit. Full speed ahead. Avoid contact at all costs. His ship was packed with slaves, many of whom had already been purchased by nobles. Money had already exchanged hands. The rest were to be auctioned at Sabaody. If the Dragon Hunter pirates got wind of them, they'd be done for. And if not by the Dragon Hunters, then by the Celestial Dragons. Yakos shuddered at the thought. He knew how terrifying those monsters could be. Yes, Captain. Before the lookout could finish, another crew member burst onto the deck, breathless. Captain. The Dragon Hunters, they're headed straight for us. Yakos clenched his fists. Unlike many pirate crews, they weren't just mindless brutes. Working under the Celestial Dragons meant they had to be cunning. You didn't survive long by being an idiot. The Dragon Hunter pirates weren't your typical gang of looters. No, they were something far worse. Their crew was infamous for its hatred of the world government, and if they caught his ship, with all these slaves on board, they'd slaughter everyone without a second thought. Move it, full speed, we can't let them catch us. But even as the order left his lips, it was already too late. A shadow loomed overhead. A giant figure appeared from the sky. It was Susanoo, Najenda's imperial weapon. The massive being descended silently, and sitting atop its shoulder was Najenda herself, legs crossed, calm and collected. Planning to run? She asked with a smile. I'm Najenda, captain of the night raid under the Dragon Hunter pirates. Our captain has invited you aboard for a little chat. Yakos froze. His gut screamed trap. A chat? Don't mess with me, we're backing off. We've shown we don't want conflict. Don't push your luck. Najenda tilted her head, resting her chin on her hand. That makes things difficult. I didn't come here looking to kill anyone today. But the captain was clear, if the invitation is refused, then we kill everyone. Her voice was soft, but the threat behind it was ice cold. Yakos's heart sank. He looked around at his crew. Most had already dropped their weapons. Their eyes were filled with fear. No one wanted to fight the dragon hunter pirates. After all, they'd seen what happened last time. The Dragon Hunters Handyman Division and the Phantom Troops 2nd Division had cleaned up the region like a damn storm. Pirates who didn't have cash were forced to pay with their lives. Whole crews were wiped out. It had gotten so bad that other pirate groups had started forming alliances just to survive. But even then, no one thought they could win. Strength like the Dragon Hunter pirates couldn't be matched by numbers alone. No one even dared to talk compensation now. That ship had sailed. And now Yakos was in their crosshairs. I'll go, Yakos said, voice tense. But I have conditions. Don't touch my crew or my goods. If you do, you're in no position to bargain, Najenda cut in flatly. She wasn't wrong. They can obliterated their pirate crew in just over 10 minutes, and Yakos, while strong, was nothing compared to them. He clenched his jaw, said nothing more, and followed Najenda back to the Dragon Hunter pirate's ship. On deck, Ryunosuke was in the middle of his training session. With each punch he threw, the surrounding air exploded with sound. The space around his fists rippled. His muscles weren't oversized or bulky, but they were tight, lean, and explosive. Every strike was a showcase of raw, refined power. Bang! 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 That wasn't just the sound of fists hitting air. It was the sound of air itself bursting under the force of his punches. Yakos stepped onto the deck and froze. He wasn't staring at a pirate captain. He was staring at a monster. As Yakos approached, Ryunosuke grabbed a towel from the side and casually wiped the sweat from his forehead. "Welcome, Captain Yakos of the Sunny Pirates," Ryunosuke said as he strolled over to the recliner. He plopped down lazily and picked up a glass of red wine, sipping it like he owned the world. "Sunny Pirates, huh? That name sucks. Change it." "Change the name?" Yakos blinked, startled. "Our name was bestowed by the world nobles. It can't be changed, and besides, there's never been any conflict between us and you, the Dragon Hunter pirates. If you push this, you'll bring the wrath of the world nobles down on you." Ryunosuke snorted. "The wrath of the world nobles?" He chuckled. "Why would I give a damn about that?" The words hit Yakos like a thunderclap. Even the 4 emperors tread carefully when it came to the celestial dragons. Who the hell was this man to talk like that? But deep down, Yakos knew he couldn't argue. Ryunosuke's strength was undeniable. Just from the earlier exchanges, it was obvious. Even without using abilities, this guy could probably crush him with sheer physical might. "Najenda mentioned that there's some cargo on your ship that's off limits," Ryunosuke continued, shifting the topic without warning. "Slaves, right?" Yakos hesitated. "This shipment, it's for the world nobles. I want it." Ryunosuke cut him off without a second thought. "You what? This cargo belongs to the world nobles, you can't." "I'm not asking for your permission," Ryunosuke interrupted again, his voice flat and commanding. "I'm telling you how it's gonna be. I don't care what dirty business the celestial dragons are up to. But last time, when they came after me, I'm guessing they were behind that. These slaves, consider them compensation. And next time they come at me, I'll go straight for their throats." Before Yakos could respond, Ryunosuke vanished, only to reappear right in front of him a heartbeat later. He grabbed Yakos by the collar and, in a flash, the two appeared on the deck of the Sunny Pirates ship. "I'll let you keep one ship. You've got 10 minutes to get your crew out of here. No slaves leave with you. If you take longer than that, any crew members still here will be considered cargo too." With that, Ryunosuke vanished again. Yakos was left sitting alone on the deck, stunned. Tap, tap, tap. The sound of hurried footsteps snapped him back to reality. "What are you doing?" he barked. His crew was scrambling, moving food, sorting supplies, and freeing the slaves. "Captain, should we be loading the cargo or preparing to fight the Dragon Hunter pirates?" one of his men asked nervously. "Fight," another scoffed. "You wanna die? The words stung, but they weren't wrong. Right now, trying to fight was as good as suicide. You guys, Yakos gritted his teeth. He felt utterly humiliated. Fine. I'll help too. He rolled up his sleeves and joined the effort. Within 10 minutes, the crew cleared a ship and prepared to set sail. As a slave transport vessel, it had been stocked with plenty of food and supplies to keep the cargo in pristine condition. Now, all of that would be left behind. "Captain, they're gone," Najenda reported as she watched the last sunny ship disappear into the distance. "What should we do with the slaves?" Ryunosuke didn't answer immediately. He stood still, thinking. They didn't need money. They weren't short on resources. Weapons and equipment were in abundance. So why take the slaves? After a moment, he spoke. "Sort them. If there are any capable of fighting, keep them. Let them do odd jobs. After a year, they can choose to leave or stay. As for the women, send them back. I don't care if they want to stay. Unless they can fight, I don't want freeloaders." Most slave women were captured for the sick entertainment of nobles. Beautiful, shapely, but ultimately useless in battle. Men with strength can be trained into guards. At least that's something. And if there are any rare races, those might be worth keeping. Crollo likes collecting weird shit, he added with a shrug. "I don't eat much, and I'm super useful," Akame shouted with a pout, mouth full of meat as she waddled over. Ryunosuke scratched his cheek awkwardly. "I wasn't talking about you. You're good, Akame. You're definitely useful." Najenda, Akame, and Kuina were all girls. But none of them were the delicate kind. Still, sorting the slaves wasn't something Ryunosuke wanted to do personally. "Hawkins, handle it." The man looked like a villain anyway. Perfect for this kind of job. Slaves would probably be too scared to lie to him. A short while later, Hawkins returned with a full report. "Captain, the stats are in," he said. "There are 321 male combat-type slaves with decent potential. They'll need training, but they could become solid fighters. 187 females. About half of them were sold by their own families. They don't want to return and have requested to stay and work. The rest are being sent home by Urzi. Most come from small towns or villages along the Grand Line, though a few are from the West Sea and North Sea. Urzi's expanding routes to those areas. As for rare races, 2 long-armed tribe members, 4 ironheads, 2 mink, and 2 fishmen." Ryunosuke raised an eyebrow at the mention of mink. Mink? That piqued his interest. Most people underestimated the mink tribe, but on Zo Island, they ruled with pride. They had once served as loyal retainers of the Kazuki clan, technically still loyal to Momonosuke now. But when transformed under the moon into their Sulong forms, their combat power spiked insanely. Especially that damn weird electro claw thing. Ryunosuke muttered. "Hawkins, bring the 2 mink to me," he said after a moment's thought. This tribe had value. No way in hell was he handing them over to Momonosuke. That'd be a damn waste.